As the playoff game between the Red Stars and the Portland Hornets nears, Kevin notices that backup goalkeeper Zoe Breyer is distracted and upset. And though he tries to give her confidence, she can't reveal that she's on the take, and that now murderous threats are being made against her brother should she not throw the upcoming match. Kevin arrived at his suite just before kickoff. "Kevin," Lily said as he entered, "Kathleen was just telling me about how the league may be adjusting the use of video replay in the off-season. That's a fantastic idea." "Yes," Kathleen replied, much less enthusiastically. "Your wife can truly engage in a conversation about anything." "She sure can," Kevin replied as he stifled a laugh. Kathleen certainly wasn't the chattiest or warmest person, and Kevin knew that Lily would have noticed that and made it her grail to lure Kathleen into a conversation. When Lily, a born politician, wanted to win someone over, she would stop at nothing. "So, you're on our side today, right, Kathleen?" Lily asked. "You must be dying to see your sister play in the championship game." Kathleen cleared her throat. "As commissioner, I need to stay impartial," she replied. "But of course, I'm always happy to see my sister succeed." At this point, it was becoming hard for Kevin and Lily to tell if her monotone was just how she spoke, or if she never meant a single word she said. The players took their places on the field, with Portland kicking off at midfield. The ref blew the whistle to start the game, and as soon as Portland tapped off the ball, Nora sprinted forward and in a flash took the ball off the Portland player's foot. With the benefit of her new levels, Nora weaved around the entire Portland defense as if she were dribbling through cones instead of players. With only the goalkeeper left to go, Nora juked so sharply that the goalie tripped over her own feet, and Nora tapped the ball into the open net. The Red Stars went up 1-0 with only 30 seconds into the game. The section of Red Stars fans who had traveled to the game went wild, while the Portland players, sideline, and spectators simply responded with stunned silence. In Kevin's suite, Kathleen could barely conceal her resentment. Kevin waited for her to make a comment on Nora's new hyperspeed and made a mental note when none came. His suspicions about Kathleen were growing, but he couldn't act on them without more concrete evidence. Down on the field, the Hornets started making a concerted effort to keep the ball away from Nora, even if it meant sending a long ball down the field without building an attack. But they couldn't stop her forever, and when one of the Red Stars defenders passed her the ball, Nora once again turned on the jets. Even when all of the Hornets defenders converged on her at once, leaving multiple Red Stars wide open, Nora slipped through all of them and rocketed a shot into the upper corner of the net. The Red Stars were up 2-0 early in the game, though some of the other players started to look annoyed that Nora hadn't passed the ball even when they were wide open. Coach Powell called Nora over to the sideline. "Great job. Just don't forget to get your other teammates involved," she instructed. It was part of her job as coach to make sure that the team acted as exactly that, a team. She would never let even the best player think that she was more skilled than the group as a whole. Nora rolled her eyes and retook her position on the field. When the Hornets kicked off again, Nora almost made a show of not putting any effort into stopping the attack. The Hornets sent a successful through ball to one of their star strikers for the first time in the game. The striker ripped off a shot, and though it was powerful, it was directed straight at Zoe, which should have made for an easy save. However, Zoe was caught flat-footed and the ball went through her legs into the net. The Red Stars sideline groaned as the Hornets players and fans erupted in celebration. In Kevin's box, Kathleen tried to conceal her smirk while Lily cringed. "I'm no soccer expert, but that was bad, right?" Lily asked. Lily was still playing up to Kathleen, and though she had learned a lot about soccer ever since Kevin bought the Red Stars, it was in Lily's political nature not to try to sound like a know-it-all, especially when in the company of an expert like Kathleen, and now like her husband Kevin. "It's not great," Kevin confirmed. "Hopefully she's just getting her nerves out." Internally, however, Kevin's faith in Zoe was fading. Feeling a little more confident now that the momentum of the game had shifted, Kathleen asked, So, Kevin, how are you enjoying being an owner? Gets the heart pumping, doesn't it? You certainly run a highly competitive league, Kevin replied, realizing that this was the perfect opportunity to broach the conversation he wanted to have with Kathleen. He added, "Speaking of which, I know how seriously you take the integrity of the league. The way you even stay impartial when it comes to your sister is proof of that." Kathleen replied, returning to her unenthusiastic tone. "So, I was hoping I could talk to you about some of the issues the Red Stars have faced this season," Kevin continued. "Between Chuck Woodward's antics and the remote device in the ball during the San Diego game, it's clear there's some sort of corruption. Your referee Jerry Gorin confessed to accepting bribes, and he surely wasn't the only one. And honestly, I don't buy that his death was a suicide." Kathleen's lips had formed a tight line. "As I've said, we've opened investigations into all of these things. There's only so much I can do." "Well, I thought I could offer some help on that front," Kevin replied. "This is still a relatively new league, and I know your resources are spread thin. There's a detective I've worked with, Aisha Harden of the Beverly Hills Police Force, who's been incredibly helpful in the past. With your blessing, I'd like to bring her in to run an independent investigation." Kathleen squirmed as she came up with a reason to refuse Kevin's suggestion. "I'd love to bring in a private consultant, but like you said, our resources are spread thin. We don't have room for her in our budget." "Oh, you misunderstand me," Kevin replied. "I would fund the entire investigation myself. It wouldn't cost the league a dime." Now Kathleen was truly cornered. "Well, that's very generous of you. Thank you, Kevin," she said through gritted teeth. "Great," Kevin replied. "Lily and I are going to a resort in Malheur National Forest for a few days after the game, but I'll reach out to Detective Harden as soon as we get home." "A vacation in the woods is an interesting choice," Kathleen replied. "Oh, it's beautiful," Lily chimed in. "It's called the Evergreen Retreat, and it's like it's its own self-sufficient village. Each lodge is only accessible by hiking or mountain bike, and the resort is entirely solar and water-powered. All the food is locally sourced, and they even give you the option of harvesting your own crops during your stay." "Sounds rustic," Kathleen replied flatly. She truly couldn't imagine a more nightmarish vacation. Their conversation was interrupted by a roar from the crowd. They turned to see the Hornets building an impressive attack. Though Nora seemed disinterested in helping the defense, Haley sprinted down the field. One of the Hornet strikers launched a shot toward the upper corner of the goal, and though Zoe was too slow to react, Haley made an incredible backward leap to head the ball over the crossbar, saving them from a goal. The Red Stars gave Haley slaps on the back as the Hornets set up for a corner kick. They were in stoppage time for the first half. The Hornets midfielders sent in a mediocre ball that could normally be easily collected by the goalkeeper. Instead, Zoe hardly managed to get any air while jumping for the ball, and the cross sailed right over her to a Hornet striker at the far post, who easily headed the ball in. The stadium erupted as the Hornets tied the game 2-2 right as the referee blew the whistle for the end of the half. Nora marched down the field toward Zoe, intercepting her from going to the locker room. "What the hell are you doing?" Nora yelled. "It's no wonder you aren't a starter. You shouldn't even be in the league, playing out here like it's amateur hour." Zoe could only look down at her feet as Haley joined them. "Hey, that's enough," she yelled at Nora. "We don't talk to each other that way, and we definitely don't do it out in the open. You're the one who's acting like an amateur." Nora rolled her eyes and stormed off. Putting her arm around Zoe while leading her to the locker room, Haley said, "Let's go regroup. We'll figure out the best way forward for the second half." Up in Kevin's suite, Kathleen watched Zoe's defeated resignation and Nora's unbecoming temper tantrum. A small smile crossed her face. Kevin invited Kathleen Langham to watch the Red Stars Hornets game from his box, where he tricked her into allowing his own independent investigation into the sabotage against the Red Stars. On the field, Nora yelled at Zoe after she let in 2 goals, and had to be calmed by Haley. As the team retreated to the locker room for halftime with the game tied 2-2, Haley told Zoe they'd figured out the best course of action for the second half. In the locker room, Haley pulled Coach Powell aside. "Zoe isn't up for this," she confided. "I'll step in as goalkeeper for the second half." "I won't deny that Zoe is the weak link, but you've never even played goalkeeper, and this is too important a game for you to take on that role for the first time," Coach Powell replied. "I've also never had levels before," Haley reminded her. Coach Powell realized that Haley had a point. Her training with Kevin and her decision to hone her skills rapidly led Coach Powell to agree. She called Zoe aside. "We're going to switch things up for the second half," Coach Powell explained. "Haley is going to step in as goalkeeper." Zoe's eyes filled with tears and she even looked a little panicked. "No, I have to play," she insisted. "I understand that this hurts, but that's what's best for the team," Coach Powell replied. Stunned and speechless, Zoe stormed out of the locker room. Coach Powell normally would praise a player who had such dedication to the game that she was upset about being taken out, but there was something odd about Zoe's behavior, something so strange that it gave Coach Powell pause. Meanwhile, from the suite high up in the stadium, Kevin watched the team run onto the field for the second half and was stunned to see Haley step into the goal. "Oh, Zoe," Kevin said sympathetically. "I'm going to go and check on her," he said to Lily and Kathleen. As he rushed out of the suite, he didn't notice that Kathleen was fuming that Zoe was no longer in goal. Kevin reached the sideline and found Coach Powell. "I just wanted to check on Zoe. Is she okay?" he asked. "Hardly," Coach Powell replied. "She stormed off. She said she was quitting the team. I understand hot-headed athletes, but her reaction seemed extreme to me." Kevin understood that getting benched would hurt, but something told him also that Zoe's reaction was about more than being subbed out. He ran back into the tunnel and out of the stadium just in time to see Zoe getting into a taxi. "Zoe, wait!" Kevin called. She hesitated before closing the door. Due to the great sense of empathy he could feel for humans and animals and even plants thanks to his attainment of high levels, Kevin could tell Zoe was feeling more than just embarrassment or resentment. She was feeling fearful. "If someone is blackmailing you, you can tell me," Kevin said calmly. "You don't need to quit the team." Zoe avoided making eye contact. Finally, she said, "No, I just need to get out of here." She slammed the door and the taxi took off. Kevin returned to the box suite unconvinced. "Is Zoe okay?" Lily asked. "No. She left the stadium and said she's quitting the team," Kevin replied. To Kathleen, he said, "My gut tells me that someone got to her. The Red Stars haven't been able to go one game without attempted sabotage, and the goals that Zoe let in were far beneath her capability as a professional. Her reaction just doesn't make sense if it was only about getting benched." "Kevin, I've been really patient about your accusations about my league, but not everything is an attack against you," Kathleen replied with simmering anger. "Sometimes goalkeepers let in easy goals. Sometimes athletes throw temper tantrums when they don't get the playing time they want. It isn't some big conspiracy." It was clear that Kevin wasn't going to get anywhere with Kathleen, so he dropped it. Down on the field, Haley was shutting out the Hornets as she made one spectacular save after another. Nora, meanwhile, hadn't been content to continue withholding her level playing out of spite. Resuming her one-woman show, she easily scored 2 more goals, daring her teammates to call her out for hogging the ball. With Haley and Nora holding down the game on both ends of the field, the Red Stars sailed to victory. Kevin and Lily left the box to join the team on the field, while Kathleen narrowed her eyes as she watched Nora celebrate. Her blood continued to boil as Kevin joined the team, and the players swarmed him out of love and appreciation. Kathleen took out her cell and called Roberto Acosta, owner of the Miami Storm. "Kevin is relentless," she said into the phone. "He's planning his own investigation into the Red Star sabotage."
"What do you want me to do about it?"
Roberto asked lazily. "The goons you sent last time clearly weren't a match for him," Kathleen replied. "He's going to be staying at the Evergreen Retreat for the next few days. I need you to send someone unstoppable, someone he'll never see coming." A few minutes later, a woman in a skin-tight silver suit sitting on the roof of a Broadway theater received a phone call. She connected the call and listened without saying anything. After a moment of listening, she said, "50 million, and waited for a response. After a moment, she said, "Consider it done," and hung up. Down below, the theater began to let out from the night's performance. The woman slipped a silver face mask over her head, which immediately rendered her invisible. She slinked down the fire stairs on the side of the building and weaved her way toward a man in the crowd. Producing an ice pick from her pocket, she stabbed him in the back of the neck. The crowd began to scream as the man suddenly collapsed to the ground, and the woman walked away in the other direction with no one any the wiser. The next morning, back in the Pacific Northwest, Kevin and Lily drove into the Malheur National Forest on the way to the Evergreen Retreat. Kevin looked out the window, lost in thought. I still don't believe that Zoe was merely playing poorly. Kathleen really seemed put off by me trying to investigate it. I think she's hiding something. "You really need something to take your mind off that," Lily replied. "There's nothing for you to do about it during the next few days. Try to set it aside and enjoy our vacation." They finally reached the resort, and the main building perfectly blended in with its woodsy surroundings, despite being the height of luxury. When they walked into the lobby, Lily said, "Go check us in. I think the twins are using my bladder as a punching bag." She rushed off toward the bathroom as Kevin approached the front desk. "Hi, I'm checking in," he said casually. The concierge looked him over, wearing his uniform of a plain hoodie and the windbreaker pants he'd brought for the soccer game. "Sir, you may be lost," the concierge said. "This is a 5-star resort. There are campsites elsewhere around the forest." Before Kevin could reply, Lily returned from the bathroom. "The reservation is under my name, Lily Williams," she chimed in. The concierge scrambled to recover. "The mayor of Chicago, of course," he stammered. To Kevin, he said, "And that must make you Kevin Williams," he replied. Thoroughly embarrassed, the concierge said, "My apologies, Mr. Williams. One of our bellhops will show you to the presidential cabin. Bill and Hillary Clinton once stayed there." One of the bellhops appeared from behind the desk and went outside to retrieve Kevin and Lily's luggage from their car. Before Kevin could turn to follow, a man who had been eavesdropping from the hotel bar approached him. "I couldn't help but overhear. You're Kevin Williams?" the man asked. "I am," Kevin confirmed. "Lorne Halperin," the man replied. "I understand that you're a man of science, so I have the investment opportunity of a lifetime for you." This wasn't the first time Kevin had been propositioned in this way, but he decided to hear Lorne out. "I assume you've heard of Bigfoot," Lorne continued. "Oh boy," Lily said quietly while having to conceal an eye roll. "I have," Kevin confirmed. Lorne continued with building excitement. "I'm part of a fraternity of dedicated Bigfoot hunters, the Sasquatchers. There was a sighting in the area just last week, so our team has gathered here for an expedition. We could always use better equipment, and investment from a man of your stature would go a long way toward our cause." Kevin thought it over for a moment. "You're not seriously considering this, are you?" Lily muttered to him under her breath. "I don't think I can provide an investment without knowing more about your operation," Kevin said as Lorne's face fell. "But I can help you while I'm here. Are you in need of another hunter?" "Always," Lorne replied with renewed excitement. "We're going on a night hike after dinner." "Kevin, is this really how you want to spend your time on our vacation?" Lily asked. "You said I needed something to take my mind off the NWSL corruption," Kevin reminded her. "Lorne, let's capture an urban legend." Kathleen called Miami Storm owner Roberto Acosta and asked him to put a hit out on meddlesome Kevin Williams. Kathleen let Roberto know the name of the retreat where Kevin and Lily would be staying for the next few days. Roberto called an assassin who wore an invisible suit, and she agreed to the job for $50 million. Meanwhile, when Kevin and Lily arrived at the Evergreen Retreat, Kevin agreed to help a team of Bigfoot hunters on their night hike. A few hours later, Kevin returned to the main building to meet up with Lorne Halperin and the Sasquatchers. As Lorne introduced Kevin to the team, Roberto's assassin approached the front desk. After checking in as Jane Doe and paying in cash, she noticed Kevin and the Sasquatchers leaving the lobby. "Who's that group?" she asked the concierge casually. The concierge rolled his eyes.
"They claim they're Bigfoot hunters. It's very unbecoming. We don't typically entertain sideshows here."
"Where would they even go looking for Bigfoot in a forest this large?" she asked innocently.
"They said they're starting on the Douglas Trail," the concierge said with another eye roll. He looked down as he typed Jane Doe's information into his records. "This is supposed to be a national park, not a circus."
When he looked up again, the concierge was shocked. His customer had disappeared without a whisper. Meanwhile, Kevin and the Sasquatchers arrived at the head of the Douglas Trail.
"The sighting last week was made only 50 yards off this trail," Lorne said to Kevin.
"Why a night hike?" Kevin asked. "Wouldn't this be easier during the daytime?"
"All our research suggests that Bigfoot is nocturnal," Lorne explained. "But not to worry, Mel has infrared goggles."
Kevin looked over at a man wearing thick red goggles who nodded at him. Only one person out of a group of 6 being able to see in the dark doesn't seem very efficient, Kevin thought to himself. No wonder they're looking for an investor. The group strayed off of the trail and began knocking on various trees and making what they insisted were Bigfoot calls. Kevin wasn't sure how they'd know what Bigfoot sounded like when they didn't even have proof of its existence, but he decided not to bother asking. A little farther into the woods, they came across a tree stump that looked pretty unremarkable to Kevin, but the others buzzed with excitement.
"This is where we left our offering," Lorne explained. "We left beef jerky and trail mix right here on this stump this afternoon, and now it's gone. He must be close by."
Kevin didn't want to rain on their parade, but it was far more likely that the offering was taken by another animal in the forest. Just as Kevin was ready to write off the search as a fool's errand, Mel said, "I see something in the trees. That's definitely no animal. This is it." The rest of the group braced themselves and squinted into the trees but couldn't see a thing. Kevin, however, with his acute hearing thanks to his daily dose of mental precision herbal pills, could tell that something was definitely moving toward them. "Could I borrow those goggles?" he asked. Mel reluctantly handed them over, and sure enough, Kevin saw a large figure hopping through the treetops. But it wasn't Bigfoot. The figure was too sleek and agile. It was Jane Doe. Suddenly, she dropped down from the branches and charged straight at Kevin. Thanks to the infrared goggles, Kevin could see his attacker despite her invisibility suit. But as he fought her off, it looked to the others like he was fighting a ghost. Kevin could quickly tell that the woman was leveled, and even when she could be seen, her movements were so fast that they almost became a blur. She and Kevin parried blow for blow, but eventually Jane Doe became annoyed that her greatest weapon had been rendered useless. With a lightning-fast swipe, she knocked the infrared goggles off Kevin's face, allowing herself to become invisible once more. Without the benefit of being able to see through Jane Doe's invisibility cloak, Kevin had to rely on his other senses. The rustling of leaves as her feet brushed through them, her shuffling footprints forming on the forest floor. Even the slight breeze caused by his attacker's movements. Kevin might as well have had a built-in sonar. Jane Doe kept backing away to try to disorient Kevin and make him lose track of her whereabouts, but his heightened senses made him the most formidable target she'd ever faced. She grew frustrated as she wasn't able to shake him. She tried once more to lunge at Kevin from the side, but he was ready for her and swung her off of him. But Kevin was so focused on her movements he didn't notice a raised tree root on the ground. He tripped over it, causing both of them to tumble to the ground and triggering a massive net that hoisted them into the air. Kevin realized instantly that this net had been set as a Bigfoot trap, but just like the beef jerky and trail mix offering, it had caught a different type of animal. Kevin reached for his satchel. If he could get the night dagger, he could cut himself out of the net. But Jane Doe wasn't content with mere escape. While confined in the net, she continued to attack Kevin, trying to reach his pressure points on his neck, She scraped and clawed at him like a rabid animal. Once Kevin's hand found the night dagger, he realized he had no choice. Even if he did escape the net, this woman wasn't going to give up, and he would never have an easier time locating her than right now. He jabbed the knife forward into the empty space in front of him, instantly making contact with skin and causing the woman to make a startled gasp. Based on where the sound came from, Kevin now knew where her heart was. Even though she was there to kill him, he would rather her die quickly than slowly bleed out from the wound in her stomach where he first made contact. An honorable opponent, even when causing his foe's death, Kevin plunged the dagger into Jane Doe's heart, and she quickly stopped struggling as blood began to seep into her suit, turning it from invisible back to silver. While Kevin caught his breath, the Sasquatchers finally caught up from where Kevin had left them in the forest.
Is this the legend we've been seeking? Was Bigfoot invisible this whole time?
Lorne asked as they approached. I don't think there would have been any sightings if that was the case, Kevin replied.
Whoa,
Lorne said, startled as he finally got close enough to see the other body in the net with Kevin.
Who is that?
Kevin pulled off the face mask, revealing a woman in her 30s with curly red hair. No idea, he replied.
Well, let's get you down from there, Lorne replied. Hey Mel, at least you know your trap works.
Mel is looking for his infrared goggles in the woods, another Sasquatcher replied. It'd probably be a lot easier if we had at least one more pair. Lorne walked over to a nearby tree and untied a rope from around a branch. The net lowered to the ground, finally freeing Kevin from the uncomfortably close quarters with the dead assassin.
So, was I just seeing things, or rather, not seeing things? Lorne asked. She was invisible, right?
She was, Kevin confirmed. Turning over the face mask in his hands, he said, This is quantum stealth fabric. It was developed by the military, never intended for private sector use.
So she's military? Lorne asked. Of course. The government doesn't want us knowing whatever it is they're hiding about Bigfoot. They were going to come after us eventually.
I doubt she's military or hear about Bigfoot, Kevin replied. But she had to have been very well funded to have a suit like this. Now that the suit had turned entirely visible again, Kevin noticed a bulge on the side of her thigh. He carefully slid out a cell phone. This should at least hold some clues for who she is and who she was working for, Kevin thought. He slipped the cell phone into his satchel without the others noticing. He also tucked the face mask into his pocket. He would analyze that later in his lab.
So what should we do with her? Lorne asked.
We'll have to take her back to the lodge, Kevin replied. Maybe the coroner will be able to identify her.
Should we maybe wait until morning to get her? Lorne asked. What if there are more like her out here waiting to attack us?
If they're invisible, it wouldn't matter if we're out here in the dark or not, stupid, one of the Sasquatchers replied. Only from that minor comment did Kevin realize that the Sasquatcher was right, and he's been naive to think that there might only be one assassin out to kill him. Kevin's heart soared with fear. Lily, he said out loud. Kevin sprinted into the woods, leaving the confused band of Bigfoot hunters in the dust. The assassin hired by Roberto Acosto on Kathleen Langham's order accosted Kevin as he and other Sasquatchers went on a night hunt to seek Bigfoot. The assassin, wearing an invisibility suit, realized that even that bit of defense was no match for Kevin, who managed to kill her when both were trapped in a net. Kevin then worried that another assassin might be targeting Lily. Kevin flew through the thick woods of the Malheur National Forest and was never more grateful for his keen sense of direction. He reached the presidential lodge where he and Lily were staying and threw open the wooden door, startling Lily, who had been reading in a cozy armchair by the fireplace while cradling the soon-to-be-born twins that were kicking in her belly. "Oh, thank goodness you're okay," Kevin exclaimed. "Of course, I'm safe, other than for the heart attack you just about gave me," Lily replied. "What's going on?" "I was attacked by an assassin in the woods," Kevin explained. "I was worried there might be more." "In here I thought that hunting Bigfoot was the best way to ensure that you wouldn't encounter anything dangerous," Lily replied. "Who was the assassin?"
I don't know, Kevin replied. We'll hopefully be able to find out more when the authorities arrive. They went to bed, but Kevin barely got a wink of sleep as he remained on high alert for any other assassins. He was thankful that Lily slept soundly and that both made it through the night without having to end another attack. They returned to the main lodge as soon as Lily woke. When the couple arrived, police cars waited outside the front door, and the assassin's body was being loaded into the coroner's truck. Kevin approached the detective, who stopped him and said, "Sorry, sir, this building is part of a crime scene." "I know," Kevin replied. "I was attacked by that woman in the woods and killed her in self-defense." The detective skeptically looked over Kevin's nondescript outfit. He didn't seem like anything special. "That woman came after you? Why?" "I'm Kevin Williams. It tends to happen," he replied. "However, I don't know what this woman's particular motive was. Have you found out anything about her?" Upon recognizing Kevin's name, the detective instantly changed his attitude. "I'm sorry for the confusion, Mr. Williams," the detective said. "Unfortunately, we haven't been able to learn anything about her. There's no identification to be found on the body. She checked into the hotel using the name Jane Doe and paid in cash. We even sent a scan of her fingerprints to our lab, and she isn't in the system." "That all checks out," Kevin replied, thinking about how well-funded the woman must have been to have a suit made of quantum stealth fabric that cloaked her in invisibility. "Thank you for your help." Kevin and Lily then entered the main lodge, where the snooty concierge was decidedly more polite than he had been the day before. "Mr. and Mrs. Williams, please accept my deepest apologies for the inconvenience you experienced last night." "Inconvenience?" Lily repeated with a laugh. "We'd like to make amends by comping the rest of your stay," the concierge continued. "That's a generous offer," Kevin replied, "but you can keep our full payment. We will, however, be checking out early." Even if Jane Doe was the only assassin on the premises last night, Kevin didn't want to take the chance that more would arrive. Lily's own skills, both physical and mental, had taken on shadings of Kevin's own during her pregnancy. And even Dr. Serafina Willow had thought that just having Kevin's DNA in Lily's womb as the twins grew was morphing her into a more independent and resourceful individual. But Kevin wasn't going to test Lily's limits in any way. It was his job to keep her and their unborn babies safe. When Kevin and Lily walked back outside, Lorne and the Sasquatchers were waiting. Lorne approached Kevin to shake his hand. "We didn't get a Bigfoot sighting, but your fight with that ghost lady was the most excitement we've had here in a while, or ever." "Thanks for including me on your adventure," Kevin replied. He pulled out a check and filled it out. "Here's $1 million for your cause. Go buy yourself some extra pairs of infrared goggles." Kevin and Lily walked to their car, leaving Lorne stunned speechless in their wake. As Kevin and Lily drove away from the retreat, Kevin was deeply troubled by the mystery of who was backing Jane Doe. "Who even knew we were going to be at the retreat?" Kevin asked. "Just the people who always know where I am," Lily replied. "Rachel, my parents, the mayoral staff, and of course, my mother." "As much as Dorothy wouldn't mourn my loss, I doubt any of them hired a military-grade assassin," Kevin replied. "Oh, and I think we mentioned our vacation to Kathleen during the game," Lily added. Kevin groaned. He had hoped that Kathleen would be an ally in uncovering all the corruption in the League, but the more he got to know her, the more suspicious he became of her involvement. But would she really go as far as to have Kevin killed? "We have to get our own investigation into the National Women's Soccer League up and running as soon as possible," Kevin replied. He took out his cell and called Detective Aisha Harden, who had become a reliable collaborator during his time in Los Angeles. "Hey, bestie," Aisha said as she answered the phone. "It's great to hear from you. Everything has gotten so boring since you left. Back to the regular old trespassing calls at the Playboy Mansion and Real Housewife on Real Housewife crime." "Then you might like my reason for calling," Kevin replied. "I need to investigate corruption in the NWSL, and it may go all the way to the top. I can't trust anyone in the league. Are you available to help?" "I actually just closed a case where I had to mediate a rift with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. Their friendship was on the line, and some of the, fighting verged into illegal territory. So, yeah,
"I'm available," she replied. "That's great news," Kevin replied. "Could you meet me in Chicago tomorrow?" "See you then, bestie," Aisha replied. Meanwhile, in her Manhattan penthouse, Kathleen Langham was watching the 24-hour news cycle cover the bungled assassination attempt on Kevin. "Mr. and Mrs. Williams chose to check out early," the concierge said with an edge of panic in his voice. "But I can assure all prospective visitors that we here at the Evergreen Retreat are committed to providing a safe and relaxing stay." Kathleen screamed in frustration and then aggressively punched Roberto Acosta's number into her phone. "I thought you were sending the best to take out Kevin Williams," she said angrily. "But once again, he's made fools of us." "I don't know what you're yelling at me for," Roberto replied in his usual lazy tone, though he now had a threatening edge. "I don't see you doing any of the legwork to take him out." "We're going to have to get more creative," Kathleen replied. She reeled in her tone, mindful of the fact that Roberto was not a good person to piss off. "But in the meantime, we have to figure out how to cover our tracks. Kevin is launching his own investigation into the League." "You never should have let this guy get involved with the League," Roberto lectured. "I can't keep cleaning up your messes for you. You wanted to be in charge, Kathleen. Start acting like it." He hung up, and Kathleen knew she needed to figure out a way to erase her mistakes, and she needed to do it fast. The next morning, Kevin picked up Aisha at the airport and brought her to his mansion in the Chicago suburbs. After Kevin and Lily and all of their family and pets and friends had started to use the mayor's mansion as their home base and office, the plush estate had been sitting empty save for the Radiance guards, who continued to protect the grounds. Kevin thought it would be a treat for Aisha, a hard-working public servant, to enjoy a little luxury while she was conducting her investigation, and she could get some peace and quiet, too. When Aisha laid her eyes on the impressive mansion, Aisha exclaimed, "I knew you were rich, but damn!" Kevin led Aisha into the kitchen where the two had a cup of coffee. Aisha had finished a shift at the Beverly Hills Police Department just before catching a red-eye east the night before. Kevin then laid out all the corruption against the Red Stars, the poisoning, the laser pointer, the former owner's betting scheme, the remote-controlled ball, and the ref who turned up dead after confessing to accepting bribes. "And I don't have proof that this latest assassination attempt is connected, but it very well could be," Kevin concluded. "You sure know how to find trouble," Aisha said, taking in the string of events. "But if you're lacking physical evidence, couldn't you just talk to the ref? You communicated with the dead before." "That's true," Kevin replied, "though I don't know how helpful he'll be. I was the one who got him arrested in the first place." "But still, he'd probably be angrier at the person who killed him," Aisha offered. "If I'm ever killed, I definitely want you to call me up so I can tell you who it was." Aisha might have presented this as a joke, but as a police officer, she knew there was more than one person who might want her dead. "I guess it's worth a try," Kevin said. "I just need 2 more people with levels to complete the process." Kevin knew that Nora and Haley, 2 of the Red Stars, recently gained levels under his mentorship, but with the rigorous playoff games and with some tension on the squad itself after backup goalie Zoe's poor play and Nora's somewhat diva-like behavior, he decided not to call on them for a favor so soon. Deciding on his best course of action, Kevin made a joint FaceTime call to Jericho and Madame Spatzel. "Hey guys," Kevin said, "want to perform another seance?" Kevin's ally, Detective Harden, suggested that Kevin use his levels to communicate with the dead to contact the ref who had been killed and to learn more about the plots against the Red Stars. Kevin was hesitant since he had been the one responsible for the ref being arrested, but ultimately he decided it was worth a shot and called Jericho and Madame Spatzel to ask if they would perform another seance. On the other end of Kevin's FaceTime, Madame Spatzel sighed. "Well, I was supposed to go on a party cruise on James Franco's submarine, but I suppose I can reschedule," she said casually. "And I'm doing nothing interesting. I can definitely come," Jericho added. After Kevin hung up, Detective Harden said,
As much as I love watching you use all your weird powers, I'm not trying to get possessed by a demon today. I'll start looking into the NWSL. But this was your idea, Kevin replied. Yup, my idea for you to execute, but I'm out. Bye. She swiftly walked out the door. With hours to wait until Madam Spatzel and Jericho could fly in from L.A., Kevin went to the Red Star Stadium to meet with Coach Powell. He found her in her office where she asked, "Are you here to give more of my players superpowers before the next game?" "Not exactly," Kevin replied. Deciding to just come out with it, he said, "I'm conducting a seance to try to contact Jerry Gorin to see if he'll tell me who killed him. Do you have anything that belonged to him?" Coach Powell stared at him for a moment, trying to determine whether Kevin was messing with her. "You're very weird, you know that?" she asked. "Am I?" Kevin replied innocently. "I'm learning to just go with it," Coach Powell replied. "As luck would have it, I ripped Jerry's whistle off his neck before he sent me off the field. I know I shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but that guy was a real prick." Kevin decided not to respond as Coach Powell opened one of her desk drawers and pulled out the whistle. "Good luck, Ghost Whisperer," she said as she handed it over. Later that day, Madam Spatzel and Jericho arrived at Kevin's house in the suburbs. Though he was living full-time at the mayor's mansion, somehow it seemed to be crossing a line to contact the dead from a government-owned building. Kevin was not about to throw any shade on Lily's position as mayor, and certainly many wouldn't understand if they found out her husband was contacting the dead from the venerable mansion. True to form, Madam Spatzel wore full funeral attire, including a black veil. "I am here to channel my otherworldly powers to connect with the beyond," she said dramatically as she entered. "And I'm here to channel my inner Bruce Willis and see some dead people," Jericho responded. "Let's set up in the library," Kevin suggested. As they laid a tablecloth and candle over the coffee table, Dorothy stormed into the room. "What is this blasphemy?" she demanded. "I have been patient with you in the past, Kevin, but I will not allow satanic rituals to take place under my roof." She's been patient? Kevin thought, but he bit his tongue. Instead, he could only come out with a meek retort to the one person who could get Kevin's goat. "Dorothy, what are you doing here?" "I come back here when I can't stand to see your face anymore at the mayor's mansion. And I can get away from the cat and dog and your parents and your smell and—" Dorothy was rolling but got interrupted by Kevin. "Well, it's not your roof, Dorothy," Kevin said as he got over the surprise of seeing his mother-in-law. "I paid for this house so I can do all the satanic rituals I want here. You might want to leave before the spirits arrive. They have a keen sense of one's inner heart, and I'd hate to see anything bad happen to you," Kevin said in the most impolite manner he could offer, considering that the woman who had dismissed and denigrated him for the entire course of his marriage was living off the money he worked so hard to make. Dorothy harumphed and sputtered out the best retort she could come up with. "I'll go back to the mayor's mansion happily, knowing you won't be walking in for many hours. And I'll have Father Petrie come by later to oversee an exorcism." Kevin let Dorothy have the last word, mainly because she slammed the door behind her before he could utter another syllable. After Dorothy left, Madam Spatzel turned to Kevin with a look of puzzlement. "Why wouldn't she want satanic rituals in her home?" she asked. "We should all be so lucky." "She's pretty straight-laced," Kevin replied. "That's just a polite way of saying she's boring," Madam Spatzel retorted. Though Kevin would tend to agree with Madam Spatzel's assessment, he tried never to speak ill of his mother-in-law. Even Kevin knew that Dorothy wanted the best for Lily, and he had to admire that because that's what he wanted too. It only annoyed him that Dorothy somehow didn't think that Kevin could give the best to his beloved wife and soon-to-be-born twins. Kevin dimmed the lights and lit the candle. They were all set to begin the ceremony, but Madam Spatzel interjected. "I brought something to increase our powers of communication," she announced. She then pulled out a Ouija board and set it on the table. "I love these," Jericho chimed in. "When I was 10, my brother and I contacted Babe Ruth. Or my brother might have just been moving the piece on his own, but either way, I learned that Babe Ruth didn't invent the candy bar." Kevin stared at Jericho, and even Madam Spatzel didn't have a response to the illogical story. But Jericho's experience only reinforced Kevin's skepticism as he eyed the Ouija board. He wasn't sure that a cardboard square manufactured by Hasbro would actually be capable of channeling the spirit world. I guess it can't hurt to try, Kevin conceded. But between their toy store methods and Jerry's likely reluctance to talk to Kevin, he wasn't confident that this seance was going to work. Kevin placed Jerry's whistle, which he had acquired from Coach Powell, on the table as he, Jericho, and Madame Spatzel joined hands. In unison, they said, "We the living seek the spirit to whom this object belonged." Kevin was actually surprised when the candle flickered. "Is the spirit here?" Kevin asked. Without anyone so much as touching the Ouija board, the planchette slid over to yes. "I knew it would work," Madame Spatzel said confidently. "And I knew we did contact Babe Ruth," Jericho added. But before they could ask another question, the planchette erratically slid around the board. "I can't tell what it's spelling," Jericho admitted. "It's going too fast." But Kevin could follow it, and the message was chilling. "Your fault, Kevin," he said quietly. Jericho looked at Kevin with worry in his eyes. "Maybe I should have asked earlier, but who exactly is this guy?" he asked. "Jerry, I'm so sorry," Kevin said earnestly. "I had no idea it would end this way. If you tell us who killed you, I'll have them brought to justice, I promise. Was it the League owners?" Once again, the planchette jerked around the board. "Will never help you," it spelled out. "Would rather die." "Okay, well, you already did that," Madame Spatzel said under her breath. "I guess Aisha was wrong that Jerry would hate his murderers more than me," Kevin thought. "You will pay," the planchette continued. "Share my fate." "This clearly isn't going well," Jericho observed. "You're right," Kevin conceded. "Sorry to bother you, Jerry." He blew on the candle, but the flame refused to extinguish. The planchette maniacally swerved around the board. "Here to stay," it spelled out. It repeated its threat on a loop. "Here to stay, here to stay." "I'll handle this," Madame Spatzel said with her trademark self-assurance. "My spiritual connection has always been at a greater depth than either of yours." She cleared her throat and waved her hands over the candle. "Hello, spirit, it is I, Madame Spatzel, singer-songwriter of the German punk hit Meat Sauce and star of such acclaimed films as Cleopatra the Last Queen and Chains of Desire." The planchette slowly moved around the board, delivering its most devastating message yet. "Who?" it asked. "Who? How dare you? I just told you," Madame Spatzel yelled. In response, a chair spontaneously launched across the room towards Madame Spatzel, and she ducked just in time. "You'll be hearing from my lawyer," she yelled to no one. Suddenly, books began flying off the shelves in a chaotic swirl like a horde of hardback locusts. "We have to get out of here," Kevin concluded. "I'm not leaving without my Ouija board," Madame Spatzel protested. She reached for the board, but it jerked away from her across the table. "Hey, that's mine," she yelled. "Not anymore," the Ouija board spelled out, and the way the planchette twirled across the letters gave the distinct impression of mockery. "Madame Spatzel, now is not the time to start a feud with a ghost," Kevin urged as he pulled her out of the library. They dashed out of the house as picture frames tumbled from walls and flowers flew out of vases like projectiles. They reached the front door just as Dorothy was pulling into the driveway. "Don't go in there," Kevin urged. "The seance didn't go well. The house is haunted." "And not in a fun way like in a German sex dungeon," Madame Spatzel chimed in. "Oh, very funny, Kevin," Dorothy said sarcastically. "You think you can make fun of me just because I didn't want you practicing occult rituals in my home? I didn't want to see your rat face for a second time in one day, but I forgot my purse and had to come back." She stormed past Kevin, threw open the door, and immediately began to scream. Inside, their belongings flew around the house like a demonic tornado, including a set of steak knives that charged straight at Dorothy's head.
Kevin flew Madame Spatzel and Jericho in from Los Angeles to have a seance in his suburban home that would, Kevin hoped, get murdered referee Jerry Gorin to reveal who killed him. Jerry, though, blames Kevin for his fate and hopes that Kevin meets the same fate, death, while Jerry also refuses to give Kevin any answers. The seance goes further awry when objects start to fly around and some steak knives head right for Dorothy's head. As Dorothy stood frozen in place, screaming her head off, Kevin jumped in front of her and slammed the door shut just before the knives hit their target. Everyone shuddered at the sound of the blades piercing the door. After taking a moment to catch her breath, Dorothy turned to Kevin with her usual demeanor. "This still doesn't mean I like you," she declared. "I wouldn't expect anything less," Kevin replied. "You unleashed a poltergeist in my house," Dorothy yelled indignantly. "It's blasphemous! How am I supposed to explain this to my friends?" Kevin knew that when Dorothy talked about friends, it was more wishful thinking than reality. He'd never known her to have any sort of friendship beyond sinking her claws into Lily and not letting her go, while insisting that her smothering attentions were what were best for her daughter. "Dorothy, you've never had anyone visit when we lived here, and now we live in the mayor's mansion and you never even have anyone over there either," Kevin countered. "Well, I would if you weren't always there," Dorothy spat out. "You always complain that I'm never home," Kevin retorted. "You have a way of lingering even after you've left," Dorothy said in a desperate attempt to make sense. "I'll gladly get you a room at the Salix Leaf Hotel if you're so unhappy. Rachel would surely find you a suite," Kevin offered with the hope that he had finally cornered Dorothy into moving out so he and Lily could, at last, live like a true couple. "I couldn't leave her now that she's going to have twins. Lily can't do something like that, alone," Dorothy said pointedly. "I'll just learn to live with the smell." "You should try sage," Madame Spatzel said casually. "My psychic who has a shop on Hollywood Boulevard said that it cleared her new apartment of the bad energy left behind by the Vanderpump Rules cast members who used to live there." "I have a feeling that isn't going to be enough," Kevin replied. "Sure, I was right about the Ouija board and I only channeled an Egyptian pharaoh, but what do I know?" Madame Spatzel retorted. "Egyptian pharaoh? You may be onto something there," Kevin said. "Of course I am," Madame Spatzel replied confidently, though she had no idea of what Kevin was referring to. "Dorothy, I'll find your purse for you, but now you should head back to the mayor's mansion. I'm going to have a conversation with Marinhor," Kevin said. "Who knows what might be flying through the air after that chat?" Kevin said in a way that he hoped would terrify Dorothy into leaving as soon as possible. "Who?" Dorothy replied, aghast. "Is this another ghost?" Though Dorothy was still talking, she was also clearly terrified. She hopped in the chauffeur-driven town car, one that Dorothy conveniently forgot that Kevin paid for, so she always had transportation, and left. After Dorothy and her driver were gone, Jericho said, "You're not going back in there, are you?" "I have to get Marinhor's lamp," Kevin replied. "Once I get inside, I'll be fine." Kevin entered the house where objects were scattered and shattered around the floor, though now everything was eerily still. Kevin knew it was unlikely, but Kevin hoped that Jerry's violent reaction to being contacted in the spirit world was over. Soon that house seemed to sense Kevin's presence and resumed its reign of terror. Vases flew across the foyer toward Kevin's head, forcing him to duck while the rug rippled and tried to trip him. He rushed upstairs, dodging picture frames as they launched themselves off the wall. He reached his bedroom and rushed to the safe in the walk-in closet, where Lily's shoes pummeled him while his own hoodies tried to strangle him. He retrieved the lamp and rushed back downstairs to lock himself in the half-bathroom, where the only weapons at Jerry's disposal were hand towels and toilet paper. Kevin placed the gem in the lamp, and his chaotic world swirled around him as he was mercifully pulled into the vortex, connecting the physical world to Marinhor's. When the vortex slowed to a stop, Kevin found Marinhor on a desolate, rocky planet, where he was sprinkling stardust and conjuring an atmosphere literally out of thin air. In a miraculous display, water droplets formed, converging into new clouds and raining down on the landscape below. "New project?"
Kevin asked. I'm attempting to create a new world without leaving any trace of my involvement. I want to see what happens when a population develops without religion. Marinhor replied as fungi and algae sprang from the newly moistened soil. They may come up with their own regardless, Kevin said. That is the risk of free will, Marinhor replied. But I prefer to create people, not puppets. So, Marinhor said as he flicked his wrist as if spinning a globe, what brings you to my humble abode? As he spoke, the planet's evolution sped up, causing the mushrooms to grow to the size of redwoods while the algae spread across the ground, covering the world in soft green. Amoebas formed in the water that soon blossomed into jellyfish that gently floated out of the newly formed ponds and into the mushroom forests. It took all of Kevin's energy to pull his focus from the incredible sight. He could have watched Marinhor's work for days. I'm dealing with an angry ghost that has taken up residence in my home, Kevin explained. As the foremost expert in the afterlife, I was hoping you'd know how to get rid of it. Will sage do the trick? The use of sage to cleanse energy is one of the few methods that modern spiritualists got right, Marinhor replied as Kevin realized he owed Madame Spatzel an apology. But the cleansing power of white sage is limited, Marinhor continued. It will clear a space of a lost or confused spirit, but not a vengeful one. This one definitely wants vengeance, Kevin admitted. Then you'll need blood sage, Marinhor explained. Con artists will sell imitations on that Amazon thing, but true blood sage must be harvested during the blood moon, otherwise known as a lunar eclipse. But it could be months until there's another lunar eclipse, Kevin exclaimed. He vaguely remembered one being announced on the news a month prior, and lunar eclipses only happen twice a year at best. Can you create one here? Kevin asked. Of course, I can, Marinhor replied. But you can't take anything with you outside of the lamp. So what can I do? Kevin asked. The only answer is patience, Marinhor replied. If you try to rush or falsely manufacture the process, you risk further angering and empowering the spirit, possibly even opening a portal for more to cross over. Only the exact wavelengths protected by the blood moon will properly activate the sage. This wasn't sounding promising, but Kevin nonetheless needed to gather as much information as possible. Say I'm able to harvest the sage under the blood moon, then what? He asked. When you burn the blood sage within the spirit's chosen haunt, the fumes will force the spirit to become visible, Marinhor explained. Spirits are not bound by the physical capabilities of their mortal form, so you will need salt to slow the spirit and keep it from traversing through walls. You must then trap the spirit inside an object by holding the object to the spirit's heart and chanting, I command thee into this receptacle. Finally, you destroy the object. Is that all? Kevin said dryly. The process wasn't straightforward by any means. No one ever said that destroying an angry poltergeist would be simple, Marinhor replied. Such a resentful and stubborn spirit isn't created easily, and therefore removing it isn't easy either. But you must hope for a blood moon sooner rather than later. The longer a spirit is allowed to remain in the physical world, the more powerful it becomes. This was definitely troublesome information. As powerful as Kevin was, he couldn't control the moon. Nonetheless, he thanked Marinhor for his guidance. Good luck, Kevin, Marinhor replied. In the time that they had spoken, human tribes had begun to gather on the quickly developing planet and were harvesting spores from the giant fungi for food. Kevin wondered if this world would grow to be as chaotic as his own as Marinhor gently cast him out. Kevin arrived back in his powder room, where the house was once again quiet. He was sure Jerry wouldn't make his escape easy.
Figuring that the agitated objects would be waiting for him to emerge, Kevin decided he had no choice but to rip off the door to the cabinet beneath the sink. Holding it over his face and chest like a shield, he opened the bathroom door and was immediately assaulted by an army of dinner plates and silverware. The objects clattered against the cabinet door as Kevin sprinted toward the front of the house, finally making it safely outside.
"So I guess he hasn't forgiven you?" Jericho asked as Kevin caught his breath.
"Not quite," Kevin replied. "But I have instructions for how to get rid of him. We need sage." "Ha!" Madame Spatzel yelled triumphantly. "But not just any sage," Kevin continued. As he pulled out his cell phone, he explained, "We need blood sage, which has to be harvested during a lunar eclipse." His face fell as he read the results of his Google search. And the next one won't be for another 8 months. Kevin reluctantly saved Dorothy from Jerry Gorin's wrath after the seance, and then retrieved the magic lamp so he could meet with Marinhor and get advice on how to quell Jerry's vengeful spirit. Kevin would have to gather some blood sage during a lunar eclipse, but Kevin was shocked to find that the next such eclipse was 8 months away.
"So, you won't be able to get rid of Jerry for 8 months?" Jericho clarified.
"I can't wait that long. The longer he's allowed to stay here, the more powerful he'll become," Kevin replied.
"But what are your other options?" Jericho asked. "I've seen you do some incredible things, but even you can't control the moon."
Jericho was right. Kevin rarely ever wished to be more powerful than he already was, but he also rarely found limits to what his levels could accomplish. He thought of Marinhor effortlessly creating a new world out of nothing but stardust, and Kevin envied that the ancient pharaoh had the ability to create the conditions for a lunar eclipse with a snap of his fingers. An idea started to form in Kevin's head. "Maybe I don't need an actual lunar eclipse. I just need the conditions for one," he said. "What's the difference?" Madame Spatzel asked. "Marinhor said I needed the exact light source and wavelengths created by an eclipse in order to harvest the blood sage." Kevin explained, "I can't control the moon, but I do have a lab where I can recreate it."
"And I thought she said weird things," Jericho said, gesturing toward Madame Spatzel.
"I do," Madame Spatzel snapped back. "No one says weirder things than I."
"You guys don't have to stay for this part," Kevin said. "You were a huge help with the seance. It was more trouble than I thought it would be."
"Are you kidding me?" Madame Spatzel replied. "You're going to create a fake moon to harvest something called blood sage that will destroy an angry ghost? If only we had absinthe, this would be my ideal Saturday. I wouldn't miss this for the world."
"And like I said when you first called, I have nothing else going on," Jericho added with a bit of sadness in his tone.
"I appreciate you both," Kevin said. "Let's get some sage and go to the lab." Kevin drove them to a local nursery to buy a sage bush and in the meantime called Olivia and asked her to meet them at the lab. They continued to downtown Chicago where Madame Spatzel and Jericho got their first glimpse of Kevin's lab, which occupied the penthouse floor of a glittering skyscraper. Olivia greeted them in the lobby and was surprised to see Kevin had visitors with him. "I'm not used to having spectators for our experiments," she said. "I am truly only here for the ambiance," Madame Spatzel declared dramatically.
"And I had nothing better to do," Jericho admitted, again with some unintentional sadness in his voice.
As they were led through the facility, Jericho's mouth was agape, particularly at the state-of-the-art training gym, but Madame Spatzel was less than impressed when Olivia led them to the small, windowless room that would serve as the location for their experiment. "I was picturing something more satanic," she said with disappointment. "Like a forbidden cave littered with bones."
"We may be doing this for supernatural purposes, but we still need a sterile, controlled environment," Kevin replied.
"Sterile and controlled, two of my least favorite things," Madame Spatzel replied. Given Marinhor's warning about not being able to fake or manufacture the conditions to make the blood sage, Kevin was worried that, even taking the utmost precautions, the experiment would backfire. But the only other option was to leave Jerry's ghost in Kevin's unused suburban mansion for 8 months until the next lunar eclipse, which would surely allow him to grow too powerful. This was the only choice. Olivia set up the most powerful and versatile light source they had available at the lab and set it to 12 lumens, the exact strength of moonlight. Kevin then adjusted the light to allow for only red waves to filter through. The eerie red tint of a blood moon flooded the room. Kevin extracted a bundle of sage from the bush and held it in front of the light. For a moment, nothing happened. "How long is this supposed to take?" Jericho asked. Kevin realized Marinhor hadn't specified. "I don't know," he replied. "Would it help if I cut my hand and bled on it?" Madame Spatzel offered. "Blood sage could only benefit from more blood." "No, we have to keep to the exact specifications," Kevin replied. Just as he was beginning to lose patience, Kevin was able to let out a sigh of relief when the bundle faintly glowed before transforming from a light green to a deep red. "Did it actually work?" Olivia asked. "This chemical change makes me hopeful, but there's only one way to find out," Kevin replied. "You're really using this to get rid of a ghost?" Olivia asked skeptically. "You know I trust you, but the scientist in me can't help but question this at least a little bit." "Stepping into my house is like walking straight into a Category 5 tornado, but you're welcome to come see for yourself," Kevin replied. Kevin, Olivia, Madame Spatzel, and Jericho drove back to Kevin's house in the suburbs armed with the blood sage, bags of salt, and a sterilized jar taken from the lab. Kevin also had everyone wear protective headgear and Kevlar vests to safeguard them against the projectiles flying around the house. After driving for 20 minutes, Kevin had to kindly ask Jericho to stop humming the Ghostbusters theme song. "I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find an occasion where the song is more appropriate," Jericho said indignantly as he turned to look out the window. They reached the front door where Kevin reiterated the plan. "When I light the sage, that will draw Jerry out and make him visible. If we go through the entire ceremony, he'll be robbed of an afterlife forever, so I'm going to give him one last opportunity to talk this out." "Why should he get another opportunity?" Madame Spatzel asked with annoyance. "He threw a chair at me." "Because I just can't in good conscience permanently destroy someone's soul without exhausting all other options," Kevin replied. "He's angry, though," Jericho chimed in. "What if he doesn't even give you the chance to talk?" "That's what the salt is for," Kevin replied. "Cover him in salt and he'll be slowed down." Madame Spatzel and Olivia, who were holding the bags of salt, nodded their understanding. "And then we should still have enough left over for margaritas," Madame Spatzel added while holding up the large paper bag. "Let's just concentrate on the exorcism before we plan the celebration," Kevin replied. Kevin opened the front door and immediately the objects strewn about the floor resumed their angry swirling. Kevin lit the bundle of blood sage and held it out in front of him as the group cautiously stepped over the threshold. The fiery embers of the blood sage cast glowing beams of red light around the room. As tiny particles that looked like specks of dust were caught in the light, they were pulled together as if forced by gravity. Finally, the particles came together to recreate the image of Jerry Gorin, whose eyes burned red, reflecting the glow of the blood sage. "We just want to talk, Jerry," Kevin said urgently. "I really think we can resolve this. If you'd be willing to leave in peace, I don't want to have to use this sage and rob you of an afterlife." Jerry's eyes blazed as if gasoline had been poured on a fire. "You don't want to rob me?" Jerry said mockingly. "Did you forget? I'm dead. And now you continue to threaten me. You've already taken everything from me." Jericho charged at Jerry, looking rather ridiculous as he flew straight through him. "I can't believe that even in death I have to deal with such arrogant idiots," Jerry yelled furiously. "You stole my life and yet had the nerve to disturb me from my rest and think all would be forgiven. No, Kevin Williams, you will pay for your crimes." Finally accepting that this would not be resolved diplomatically, Kevin yelled, "Madame Spatzel, Olivia, the salt." But with a flick of his wrist, Jerry sent shards of glass ripping through the bag, spilling the salt onto the floor. "My margaritas!" Madame Spatzel wailed. Jerry then rose into the air out of reach of the blood sage and lifting his hand caused a candle from the seance to float out of the library. Kevin realized it was the same candle that he hadn't been able to extinguish during the seance itself. The candle floated toward Jerry, wafting high above the others in the two-story foyer. Realizing what Jerry was about to do, Kevin's eyes widened. "Jerry, no," he urged. "Goodbye, Kevin Williams," Jerry said solemnly. He then violently threw the candle to the ground, setting the floor ablaze. Kevin realized he could create blood sage in his lab and not wait for a lunar eclipse. He returned to a suburban home to exorcise Jerry's vengeful spirit. The blood sage effectively turned Jerry visible, but Jerry wasn't any more interested in forgiveness and slashed the bags of salt that could be used to slow him down. He then rose out of Kevin's reach and toppled the candle that had been used for the seance, setting the house ablaze. With a casual wave of his hand, Jerry spread the flames around the foyer. The debris from his violent tirades continued to menacingly swirl around the room like a collection of cyclones. Kevin eyed Jerry's whistle that was still sitting on the table where he'd left it during the seance, though it was now being knocked around by the animated wreckage of Kevin's belongings. Knowing that the time for diplomacy was over, Kevin thought, "I have to get that whistle and trap Jerry inside it." But flames had already begun to obscure the entrance to the library. Suddenly, the whistle flew off the table and into Kevin's hand. Kevin stared at the whistle in awe. Did he make that happen, or had the whistle simply been swept up in Jerry's wind tunnel? Marinhor had suggested that Kevin could obtain the power of telekinesis, but it hadn't yet manifested, though Kevin knew that when he gained his 8th and 9th levels after his success in the upper realm, he would discover many new talents and skills that had otherworldly, omnipotent powers. And in this instant, he realized that telekinesis was obviously one of those that was going to become an important part of his arsenal, as he battled evil and prepared for another onslaught from the pinnacle. Now, though, the reason for the whistle's movement wasn't important. Kevin sprinted up the steps for the closest possible proximity to Jerry and held out the whistle. He just barely reached Jerry's chest, but before he could even begin the chant that Marinhor told him, Jerry ducked out of the way. Forcing himself to be heard over the crackling flames, Kevin yelled down below, "We have to hit him with the salt. It's our only chance." Jericho, Madame Spatzel, and Olivia began scooping handfuls of salt from the floor, where Jerry had spilled the bags. Madame Spatzel and Olivia tried tossing the grains of salt above them, while Jericho joined Kevin on the stairs and hung himself over the railing to try to get better access to Jerry. But it was no use. Their admirable yet feeble tosses weren't enough to reach Jerry in his speedy capacity for three-dimensional movement that couldn't be contained by ceilings or walls. "We need a better method for hitting him with the salt," Kevin concluded. Thinking fast, he ducked into the kitchen where his face shield and Kevlar body armor proved essential against the violent assault of knives and other appliances. Kevin fished a pressure cooker out of a cabinet and rushed it back into the foyer, where the flames had continued to build. Jerry, meanwhile, had disappeared as he continued to spread the fire throughout the house. "Kevin, at what point do we just make a run for it?" Olivia asked as her eyes darted around her in alarm. "The house is beyond saving," she added regretfully. "We can't stop until we destroy him," Kevin insisted. "If he's allowed to survive, who knows what damage he could continue to inflict on us, and even the world beyond if he outlasts the house." Olivia nodded, accepting Kevin's logic as he plugged in the pressure cooker. "Scoop up as much salt as you can," he instructed. "When Jerry comes back, I'll blow this up and force salt all over the room. He may be able to escape the momentum of our throws, but he won't be prepared for this." The group did as they were told and soon had a respectable pile of salt inside the pressure cooker. They hid themselves behind the sturdiest barriers they could find and waited. Finally, Jerry reappeared in the foyer, holding up 2 cans of hairspray that he had swiped from Lily's bathroom. Kevin's eyes widened. Those are going to explode into massive fireballs if they're allowed to ignite, he realized. You took everything from me, Kevin, Jerry reminded him with an air of superiority. This isn't going to end until I take everything from you. Knowing he had no time to waste, Kevin launched a wrench at the pressure cooker. With the receptacle already weakened by the head of the fire, the pressure cooker exploded, sending a cloud of salt through the room. Jerry couldn't react fast enough and shrieked as the salt pierced his spirit, freezing him in place. Kevin once again climbed the stairs towards the ghost, this time frozen in place and unable to fly away. When Kevin held out the whistle, Jerry screamed, "No!" and squirmed in place as if bound by invisible ropes. Taking only the slightest joy in destroying his soul forever, Kevin repeated the mantra given to him by Marinhor. I command thee into this receptacle. With an anguished wail, Jerry's spirit was sucked inside of the whistle, immediately ending the swirling winds and causing all of the flying objects to drop to the floor, once again bound by gravity. But this included the cans of hairspray. Time seemed to slow for Kevin as they fell toward the inferno below. If they were allowed to catch fire, they might create a fireball so large that it would engulf the entire room. Throwing the whistle around his neck, Kevin vaulted over the railing to the floor below. He stuck the landing and snatched the aerosol cans just before they reached the flames. It's done, but this house isn't going to last much longer. Everyone get out, Kevin yelled. Aren't you coming too? Jericho demanded. I'll be right behind you, Kevin replied. There's just one thing I have to get first. Jericho, Madam Spatzel, and Olivia reluctantly left Kevin behind as they exited through the front door. Kevin, meanwhile, dodged towering flames as he made his way back to the first-floor bathroom and fished Marinhor's lamp out of the cabinet where he had stashed it. There were many other valuable objects Kevin would be leaving behind. He briefly considered running through the house to gather photographs of him and Lily, but in his heart he knew they had already been burnt to a crisp. Clutching the lamp that contained limitless worlds, Kevin darted back into the fiery foyer. Just before leaving through the front door, he slammed Jerry's whistle to the ground and stomped on it, crushing it to bits. Good riddance, Kevin muttered as he finally escaped his burning home. Kevin joined Jericho, Madam Spatzel, and Olivia, who were huddled together at the edge of Kevin's front lawn. He looked back at the house, and it was clear that the structure wouldn't hold up for much longer. They could do nothing but watch in solemn silence until the house that Kevin had built for Lily, the home where they had intended to raise their children once her time as mayor was done, came crumbling to the ground. But for Kevin, one thought superseded all others. Dorothy is going to kill me. She still thinks this is her house. Olivia put her arm around Kevin, feeling the devastation of his loss. I'm so sorry, Kevin, she said empathetically. Don't worry, Kevin, Madam Spatzel chimed in. Fire is cleansing. Cleansed us of an angry ghost, if nothing else, Kevin conceded. Thank you all for sticking with me through this. I'm now going to have to face the music alone. Yeah, I've seen you take down many terrifying ghouls before, but your mother-in-law is a different story, Jericho said. Thanks for the boost of confidence, Jericho, Kevin replied. They parted ways, Jericho and Madam Spatzel to the airport, Olivia back to the lab, and Kevin to the mayor's mansion where Dorothy was clucking over Lily, who per usual was accommodating her mother while trying to do the reams of work that came with her position as the elected leader of Chicago. When Kevin walked in the door, Lily was alarmed at the sight of his ashy and singed Kevlar suit. Oh my God, Kevin, what happened? She asked as she threw her arms around him. Kevin took a deep breath. This was some of the worst news he'd ever have to deliver. Jerry set the house on fire. It's all gone. I'm so sorry, Lily. It's what? Dorothy interjected. You let a ghost burn my house? The house that Kevin bought for us, Lily added under her breath. The nursery for my grandchildren, Dorothy continued. Also known as our children, Lily added once again. "We'll rebuild all of it," Kevin assured them. "Even stronger than before. Maybe I'll add some fire-retardant materials. We're just lucky you're the mother and we can all live in this beautiful old mansion." Kevin hears Dorothy murmuring and growling behind his back. "Together," Kevin ended. "I'm just glad you're okay," Lily said. "You're the only thing that couldn't be replaced." As they embraced, Dorothy rolled her eyes. "I'd like to test that theory at least once." Kevin's phone buzzed and he realized with relief that it hadn't melted in the intense heat. Seeing Nora on the caller ID, Kevin excused himself. "This should be quick." "Everything okay, Nora?" he asked with concern, as if he weren't currently in a crisis himself. "Definitely not," Nora practically shouted. "I just saw Zoe driving around in a Maserati. There's no way she could afford that on her Red Star salary. They pay us in shoe stipends and Bed Bath & Beyond coupons. Kevin, she was bribed." Kevin, Jericho, Madam Spatzel, and Olivia all worked together to exorcise the angry ghost of NWSL referee Jerry Gorin as he spread fire through Kevin's home. Kevin was finally able to trap Jerry's spirit inside his whistle using the mantra Marinhor had taught him, thereby destroying his soul forever. After telling Lily and Dorothy of the suburban house's destruction, Kevin got a call from Nora who said she saw Zoe driving an expensive new car. It was all but proof that Zoe had been bribed to throw the playoff game. Kevin thanked Nora for the tip and explained to Lily and Dorothy that he may have found another lead into the National Women's Soccer League's corruption. "You couldn't have dug that lead up before burning my house to the ground?" Dorothy said judgmentally. Kevin was used to moving on from Dorothy's slings and arrows, and he turned to looking up Zoe's address in the team directory. Once he had it, he called to ask Detective Harden to meet him there. As they pulled up to the modest townhouse, Aisha asked, "So, how'd it go with the ghost?" "Don't ask," is all Kevin could muster in reply. As they headed up the sidewalk, Kevin noticed a Ford Fusion in the parking spot. Maybe Nora was mistaken about who she saw in the flashy new Maserati, Kevin thought to himself. They knocked on the door and a woman in her 30s whom Kevin had never seen before answered. Maybe a roommate? Kevin wondered. "Can I help you?" the woman asked. "We're looking for Zoe Breyer. Is she here?" Kevin asked. "Oh, she's the old owner," the woman said in reply. "I've only been here a few days." And Zoe quit the team, so she didn't need to update the directory, Kevin realized. "Do you know where she moved?" Kevin asked. "I don't know the address, just that it's in some mansion in Lincoln Park," the woman replied. "Thanks for your help," Kevin said, and he and Aisha retreated down the walkway. "A mansion in Lincoln Park," Aisha said as they reached their cars. "It doesn't sound like Nora was mistaken about who she saw in that Maserati. New car, new mansion. Even in a neighborhood like Lincoln Park, there can't be too many blue Maseratis," Kevin mused. "Let's take a look around and see if we can find her." "I love gawking at mansions," Aisha replied. "Sometimes I pretend to patrol Hancock Park in Los Angeles just to look at the houses." They drove through the tree-lined streets of historic Lincoln Park, where gorgeous brownstones and Gothic architecture house Chicago's elite. "Ooh, look at that one," Detective Harden would exclaim periodically as she snapped pictures on her phone like a tourist. Finally, they came across a stunning stone mansion with a shiny new blue Maserati out front. "Worth a shot," Kevin said as he pulled up along the curb. They knocked on the door and Zoe was clearly startled to see them when she opened it. "Kevin," she said in surprise, "how did you find me?" "We tried finding you at your old address. The new resident directed us here," Kevin bluffed. "This is Aisha Harden. Could we come in?" Zoe eyed them suspiciously, clearly searching her mind for whether the new resident would have actually had her new address. Not wanting to appear suspicious herself, she finally said, "Sure, come in." Though Zoe was in the early stages of moving in and hadn't finished furnishing it, the house was undeniably impressive. Zoe led them to the table in the breakfast nook, clearly not the most comfortable seating available, and she noticeably didn't offer Kevin and Detective Hardin anything to drink. "This is an amazing house," Kevin said, keeping his voice casual. "I didn't think the NWSL paid this well. I've been trying to advocate for higher salaries for the players. How did you come into this place?" "Family money," Zoe replied flatly. Kevin and Aisha didn't respond, prompting her to continue. "My dad left me a valuable comic book collection," she said, though Kevin noticed how she looked upward as she gave her explanation. Kevin was able to read all sorts of facial signs and verbal inflections, and Zoe's gave off a clear "I'm a liar" vibe. Is she going to keep making this up as she goes? Kevin wondered, feeling somewhat sorry for Zoe, who was not the first to underestimate his many skills. "Like you've said, the NWSL doesn't value its players enough to pay us properly," she continued bitterly. "So I sold his collection for millions." "I'm sorry to hear about your dad's passing," Kevin said, "but I'm sure he was in a good place knowing that you'd be taken care of in his absence." Zoe nodded and looked down at her feet. Is she feeling grief or guilt? Kevin wondered. "Do you have any record to the comic sale?" Detective Hardin asked, less than tactfully. Aisha had moved into her cop mode. She wasn't about to be making small talk with someone she was certain was a criminal. Zoe shifted in her chair. "It was all cash," she explained in a rushed tone. "Who was the buyer?" Detective Hardin asked. "I never met him and only spoke to him on the phone once through a blocked number," Zoe replied. "He said his name was Billy. After we finalized the sale, he sent an assistant to my house with a suitcase full of cash. That was it." Kevin and Aisha exchanged skeptical glances. It was a very convenient story, lacking loose ends or a paper trail. "So you have no way to get in touch with him," Kevin clarified. "No," Zoe confirmed. "But why would I need to?" They were at a stalemate. Zoe could tell they were prying, and Kevin didn't want to give away their reason for doing so just yet. He would have to leave a trail of crumbs for this mouse. "I'm sure you didn't come to my new house just to ask how I bought it," Zoe continued. She had an air of going on the offensive. "Oh, of course," Kevin replied, quickly scrambling for an excuse. "I wanted to ask you to consider coming back to the team. I know it hurt to be benched during the playoff game, but you're an important member and we'd love to have you back." Detective Hardin raised her eyebrow at Kevin. It was a better story than the one Zoe had likely invented. "I'm not coming back to the team," Zoe said curtly. "Is that all?" "I guess that's all," Kevin relented. "Congratulations on your new home, Zoe. I'm glad to see that you're doing well." "Mm-hmm," Zoe replied noncommittally. She unceremoniously showed them out and promptly shut the door behind them. "So, she's a liar, right?" Detective Hardin asked. "Her story definitely seems suspicious," Kevin admitted. "But we should still look into the possibility that this Billy guy is real." As they were getting into the car, Nora called Kevin's cell. "So did you catch Zoe?" she demanded by the way of a greeting. "We talked to her at her new house in Lincoln Park," Kevin explained. "But it's possible she got the money from somewhere other than a bribe. We're going to look into it." "She's obviously just sending you on a wild goose chase," Nora exclaimed in frustration. "Why can't we just make her talk? We have levels. Shouldn't we use them? She'd fold like a lawn chair." Kevin was instantly alarmed by Nora's rhetoric. "That's not what levels are for," Kevin replied. "They're for protection and advancement, not intimidation or exerting dominance." "This is about protection," Nora insisted. "Someone has been attacking our team and Zoe is clearly in on it. Putting pressure on her is in the best interest of the team." "I appreciate how much you care about this, Nora, but please leave Zoe to us. You just focus on the next game," Kevin urged. Kevin could hear Nora grumble on the other end. "Fine," she conceded. "But please, for our team's sake, handle it." She hung up without waiting for a reply, a bold move considering Kevin was the owner of the team. Kevin couldn't help but feel uneasy about Nora's flippant approach to her levels. "I'm going to have to keep an eye on her," he thought to himself. Across town, after Nora hung up, she found herself standing outside of a sporting goods store with a new simmering anger in her heart. Her call with Kevin hadn't reassured her at all. "Someone has to get to the bottom of this," she said to herself. She strolled into the store and breezed past the soccer section.
"Can I help you with anything?" the cashier asked.
"I got it," Nora replied without even giving a second glance. She returned to the cashier a moment later and placed her credit card on the counter with an odd air of defiance.
"Is that all for you today?" the cashier asked, a little intimidated by Nora's intense demeanor.
"Yup," Nora replied coolly. A few hours later, Nora searched through Lincoln Park just like Kevin had, and a sly smile crossed her face when she located the driveway housing the blue Maserati. She approached the front door and slipped on the hockey mask she had just purchased. She rang the doorbell and stepped to the side out of the view of the peephole. When Zoe opened the door and looked around in confusion, Nora popped out, closed her hand over Zoe's mouth as her eyes bulged in fear, and shoved her back into the house. "You're going to tell me everything," Nora said darkly, "whether you like it or not." Kevin and Aisha Harden tracked down Zoe, who has moved from her humble townhouse into a mansion. Zoe's story about an inheritance that brought her millions in cash is a lie. Kevin knows, but he's going to play it out to get more information about the plots against the Red Stars. Nora, though, takes matters into her own hands and shows up at Zoe's doorstep to demand answers, or else. Still disguised under the hockey mask and with her hand clamped over Zoe's mouth, Nora said threateningly, "If you scream, this is going to end very badly for you." She slowly removed her hand and demanded, "Now talk." "About what?" Zoe stammered. "I don't know what you want." "Lying to me is also going to end badly for you," Nora replied. "You were bribed to throw the playoff game against Portland. Admit it." "No, I didn't," Zoe insisted. "I let in a couple of goals. It happens." Nora sighed in mock disappointment. "I told you not to lie to me, and I have a one-strike policy." She shoved Zoe to the ground and stomped on her ankle, easily breaking it. Zoe wailed in pain while Nora towered over her. "Remember my rule about screaming," she threatened. "I assume you'd like your other ankle to remain intact." Zoe whimpered as she used every ounce of restraint not to voice her pain. "Now, tell me the truth," Nora said darkly. "You don't want to know what strike two looks like." "Okay, I admit it," Zoe cried in defeat. "I was sent a suitcase full of money with a note that said to throw the game. But they also threatened my family. They had pictures of my brother and everything. I really didn't have a choice." "You always have a choice," Nora replied condescendingly. "And you should have considered what the consequences could be for choosing poorly. Now look at you." Zoe could only whimper in response. "This display of weakness is embarrassing," Nora continued. "Show me the briefcase." Zoe glanced upstairs and then looked back at Nora with pleading eyes, silently begging her not to force her up a flight of stairs on a broken ankle. "I know you don't expect me to fetch it for you," Nora said heartlessly. With the weight of the world on her shoulders and as little weight as possible on her broken ankle, Zoe hobbled up the stairs and into her bedroom, wincing and whimpering with every footfall. A moment later, she reappeared with the briefcase, and when her return down the stairs proved to be an even harder task with her broken ankle, she pushed the briefcase down the steps ahead of her. "Pathetic," Nora said with disdain. When Zoe finally reached the landing, she handed Nora the briefcase. Nora opened it to discover the stacks of cash that still remained after Zoe's purchases. The people behind this really hadn't skimped on their offering, and the note that Zoe had described. But even more shocking to Nora than the contents of the card was the handwriting. She recognized the handwriting. It was one she had known her entire life. Kathleen. She muttered to herself as her blood began to boil. She threw the briefcase to the ground, scattering the piles of cash while holding on to the card. "Breathe a single word of this to anyone and I'll come back to finish the job," she said to Zoe with a new level of menace in her voice. "Don't test me." Nora, with a raging heart, gave Zoe's good ankle a harsh kick for good measure and as a further warning. and she then swiftly exited Zoe's house, leaving her shocked teammate on the floor to contemplate the best way to get herself to the hospital. As Nora drove away, she tossed the hockey mask onto the passenger seat and pulled out her phone. She dialed and, adopting a fake saccharine tone, said,
"Hey sis, I'm going to be in New York tomorrow. Want to grab dinner?"
The next evening, Kathleen grumbled as she reluctantly set the table in her penthouse dining room. When the door to the private elevator opened, Kathleen's 10-year-old daughter, Caitlin, rushed to it.
"Aunt Nora,"
she said with excitement, throwing her arms around her. "Hey, chica," Nora replied, squeezing her right back. With a much more stilted demeanor, she said, "Thank you for so graciously opening your home to me, Kathleen." Kathleen plastered a fake smile as she icily replied, "What a pleasant surprise to have you in town. I couldn't miss seeing the latest revival of My Fair Lady before it closes," Nora replied, returning Kathleen's joyless smile. As they sat at the mahogany table partaking in the roast chicken and asparagus that Kathleen had delivered from a Michelin star restaurant, Nora sarcastically said, "This is such a lovely meal, Kathleen. I've always loved your cooking." "Well, having you here is a special occasion," Kathleen flatly replied. "So, Caitlin, how's soccer going?" Nora asked. "My club team is third in the state now," she said cheerfully. "That's great," Nora replied. "My little rock star." "And auditions for the school play are coming up," Caitlin added excitedly. "The music teacher said I could maybe get a lead role." "That's so cool," Nora replied. "I need to get your autograph now so I can show it off when you're a famous actress." Caitlin beamed in reply, but Kathleen chimed in. "Remember that you need to stay focused, Caitlin. Olympic development tryouts are next month." Caitlin nodded and looked down at her food. "I'm sure you're going to do great," Nora said sweetly. Kathleen rolled her eyes at Nora's blind encouragement. When they completed their meals, Caitlin ran off to do her homework. "Still trying to live vicariously through your 10-year-old daughter, I see," Nora said coldly. "I'm not forcing her to do anything. She loves soccer," Kathleen replied. "Yeah, and I'm sure she has your patented tunnel vision about it," Nora said sarcastically. "There are definitely never any issues when a kid only gets to do one activity year-round. Did you give her a first name starting with K just so you can pretend it's actually your name being called when she gets drafted into the league? Did you come here to just critique my parenting?" Kathleen asked. "What do you really want?" "Oh, nothing much," Nora replied casually. "Just your resignation as commissioner," Kathleen scoffed. "And why would I do that?" Nora pulled a birthday card out of her purse and read it aloud. "Nora, congrats on not dying yet. Regards, Kathleen." "And?" Kathleen replied with annoyance. "As sweet as that message was," Nora replied, "I couldn't help but notice that the handwriting was suspiciously similar to this." She then tossed the note from Zoe's briefcase onto the table. Nora watched as Kathleen did the calculations in her head, looking for any excuse or a way out. Finally concluding that she was trapped, Kathleen then said, "So what happens now?" "Fortunately for you, I love Caitlin too much to turn you in myself," Nora replied. "It must be hard enough having a tyrant for a mother. She shouldn't have to know you're a criminal, too." Kathleen's lips tightened into a thin line at the slight. "So you're going to step down immediately," Nora continued, "and then you're going to name all of your co-conspirators." Feeling the pressure, Kathleen angrily grabbed a notebook from the kitchen, slammed it on the table, and scribbled the names of the other owners who were involved, including Roberto Acosta. Nora smirked as she pocketed the list. "Thank you. Was that so hard?" She felt a surge of power run through her as she mimicked Kevin's words. "He's too soft about levels," she thought to herself. "This is exactly how they should be used." "What's going to happen to them?" Kathleen asked as the nerve slipped into her voice. She was already on extremely thin ice with Roberto for much smaller indiscretions. There was no telling how he'd respond to this degree of betrayal. "No need to worry about that. You'll find out soon enough," Nora replied slyly. She walked back to the elevator and called out, "Bye, Caitlin. Love you," as she stepped inside and the door softly closed. The next day, Kevin and Detective Hardin were holed up in Kevin's war room at his Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals offices researching the wealthiest men named Billy in Chicago in an attempt to find Zoe's supposed comic buyer. "Billy Donovan?" Detective Hardin suggested while scouring the internet. "I doubt the head coach of the Chicago Bulls is a big comic guy," Kevin replied. Suddenly, Kevin's phone rang with Coach Powell on the caller ID. "Hey, Regina," he said as he answered. "Are you watching the news?" she asked urgently. "I will now," Kevin replied. He flipped on the TV and his jaw dropped as the anchor said, "NSWL Commissioner Kathleen Langham has announced that she will be resigning from the league effective immediately." Kevin just got the kind of curveball that could completely change his investigation into the plots against the Red Stars, and yet he had no idea of how it had come about. Nora went to New York with proof that Kathleen had written the threatening note to Zoe. She then blackmailed Kathleen into resigning from her position as commissioner and naming her co-conspirators. With no choice but to comply, Kathleen knew consequences would be coming her way, particularly from Miami Storm owner Roberto Acosta. Meanwhile, while searching for Zoe's comic buyer in Chicago, Kevin saw on the news that Kathleen would be stepping down immediately. Kevin was stunned while watching the announcement. "I'll have to call you back," he said to Coach Powell. He hung up and quickly dialed Kathleen. "Is this important, Kathleen? As you can imagine, I have a lot of people calling me today," Kevin said when she answered. "I'm just shocked by the news," Kevin replied with the kind of savvy deception that he hoped would get Kathleen to spill some incriminating details inadvertently. "Why are you stepping down?" "To spend more time with my family," she replied flatly. Kevin didn't buy it. That was the oldest excuse in the book when someone was facing a larger scandal. "I know that can't be it, Kathleen, since your own sister seems to hate you," Kevin replied. "What's really going on, Kathleen?" "I know how much you love to be suspicious of me, Kevin, but that's really all there is to it," Kathleen replied. Knowing that Kathleen wasn't going to drop her guard, Kevin moved on. "Who is the new commissioner going to be?" he asked as he tried to go at Kathleen from a different angle, and one that he hoped would get her to crumble in what was surely her grief at losing her job in a public and humiliating way. "That's not for me to say," Kathleen said. "It will be announced any minute, and now I'm going to hang up so I can take my darling daughter out for ice cream." She hung up and Kevin frowned at his phone. No matter how much Kathleen protested Kevin's suspicions, he knew there was more to the story. But before he could investigate further, the news anchor updated their report. "We've just received word that Chauncey Summers, owner of the North Carolina Cougars, will be stepping up as National Women's Soccer League commissioner following Kathleen Langham's departure." "What do you know about him?" Detective Hardin asked. Kevin was already running his name through a background check program on his laptop. "Spotless reputation," he said with relief when the results came through. "Maybe we'll finally start to see some changes regarding all the sabotage." "Some good news. That's an interesting change," Aisha replied. "It is," Kevin replied. "But there's definitely more to Kathleen's resignation than she's letting on." "There's also still a good chance that there's more to Zoe's sudden wealth," Aisha replied. "This search for the mysterious Billy seems like a dead end." "Well, you've been a huge help with trying to get to the bottom of all of this," Kevin said. "I wish I could help more, but while you were on the phone with Kathleen, I got a call from the Beverly Hills precinct," Aisha said. "They need me to come back to investigate the break-in at a prominent plastic surgeon's office. A 1-month supply of Botox was carted off in a U-Haul. It's all on surveillance camera, but no one can identify any of the perps' faces." "That's definitely important," Kevin replied, "but our next game is in LA, so we can link up then." "Let's hope for no new messes to clean up in the meantime," Aisha said. I like that kind of optimism, Kevin replied. He knew that a sunny attitude wasn't going to change how things were going for Kathleen, the league, and even the Red Stars, who could become the focus of more sabotage at any moment. As the new team owner, Kevin had to work diligently to protect his players and fend off more cheating schemes. Back in New York, Kathleen paced her penthouse full of nerves. Finally, her phone rang with the call she had been dreading. "Hello, Roberto," she answered tentatively.
"What the hell happened?"
Roberto demanded. He normally delivered veiled threats with a disconcerting coolness, but he had fully lost his temper at Kathleen's drastic and unforeseen and unnecessary, in his mind, resignation. "There was just too much heat coming my way," Kathleen replied in a massive understatement. "I needed to get out before everything was exposed. It's probably best that you do the same."
"If this makes its way back to me, you're going to have massive problems, Kathleen,"
Roberto replied.
"And if I get a whiff you've ratted me out, that sweet little daughter of yours might have some problems too."
He hung up, leaving Kathleen on the edge of a panic attack. Through all of her underhanded antics, she had always been able to keep Caitlin out of it. The pressure was now building in a way it never had before. Meanwhile, having truly reached a dead end regarding the mysterious comic buyer, Kevin returned to Zoe's house to confront her about her story. When she opened the door, he was shocked to see her wearing an ankle boot. "Zoe, what happened?" Kevin asked. "Oh," Zoe replied, once again looking up in the air as if searching for an answer. "I wasn't paying attention and fell down the stairs. Still want me back on the team?" Between Zoe's shoddy performance in the playoff game, her abrupt exit from the stadium, the sudden wealth, non-existent comic buyer, and now this unlikely injury, Kevin knew that there was just no way that her story added up. "Zoe, please tell me what's really going on," Kevin pleaded. "Whatever is happening, I can help you." Zoe shifted uncomfortably, but ultimately decided to stick to her story. "Unless you can grant people special powers that prevent clumsiness, I don't believe you can," she said resolutely. Kevin sighed. Whatever was going on with Zoe, she was certainly committed to concealing it. "I don't know about curing clumsiness, but I can help with that ankle," Kevin said. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a small handful of recovery pills. "Take 1 per day," he instructed. "These will considerably speed up your healing process." Since Kevin knew he wasn't going to be able to oversee any hasty recovery for Zoe, he gave her some of his diluted recovery pills. She'd make rapid progress, but her ankle wouldn't be fixed overnight, despite the fact that Kevin's skills would enable such a miracle. Kevin didn't want Zoe to be leaving town and moving too quickly just yet. Zoe softened as she accepted the pills. As much as she almost wanted Kevin to be more antagonistic toward her so that she could justify stonewalling him, she couldn't deny that he seemed genuine in his efforts to help her. "Thank you, Kevin," she said quietly. Kevin left the house feeling simultaneously frustrated with and sad for Zoe. He didn't believe that her lies were purely the result of greed and stubbornness. "She's afraid to talk," Kevin thought, but he wished that she could trust him to help her out of whatever predicament she had found herself in. As he got back in his car, he received a call from Larissa, the Red Stars' starting goalkeeper, who had been attacked by secluded Valley assassins. The goalkeepers on this team have really had poor luck when it comes to ankles, Kevin thought. "How are you doing?" Kevin asked Larissa.
"I'm doing great,"
Larissa replied.
"My ankle is healed and I'm ready for the cave."
Kevin hesitated. After seeing how grueling the lower realm cave tasks had been for Haley and Nora, Kevin didn't want to take Larissa there even a moment before she was ready. He asked her to meet him at the Radiance headquarters so he could see her progress for himself. At the facility, Kevin brought Larissa back to the training gym, where she proved that her ankle had truly been restored to its full capacity. She sprinted around the room, tackling training dummies and making quick cuts to the side that would have re-injured her ankle if it had been any less than 100%. "See?" Larissa asked cheerfully. "I'm really glad to see that you're healthy again," Kevin said earnestly. Beyond the guilt that he had felt that Larissa had been attacked outside of his own facility, The Red Stars had been facing the prospect of playing their next playoff game with no healthy goalkeeper if she hadn't recovered in time. "All right, let's do this," Kevin said, pulling the amulet out of his satchel. When they arrived in the lower realm after saying the words that miraculously transported them, Larissa took in her surroundings with bulging eyes. "Honestly, I thought Nora was just messing with me when she described this place to me," she admitted. "It really lives up to the hype." Kevin had been to the lower realms so many times recently he was beginning to become desensitized to the disturbing hellscape. "I need to spend some time on a beach somewhere," he thought to himself. When they reached the cave, Kevin paused in front of the curtain of fog. "Are you ready for this?" he asked. "Once we pass through, there's no turning back." "I've now seen what levels have done for Haley and Nora," Larissa replied. "I'm ready." Together they stepped through the fog, and when it lifted, they found themselves seated around a crackling campfire in the woods. A camp counselor played guitar while kids ranging in age from 10 to 14 joyfully sang along. Kevin couldn't help but think that so far it was a much more pleasant experience than Haley's or Nora's simulation. But the creeping fear in Larissa's voice defied the peaceful surroundings when she said, "I know this place. This is Camp Green Lake." While Kevin tried to anticipate what could be so scary about a summer camp, they suddenly heard a beastly roar echo through the woods. Kevin pried Kathleen and Zoe for more information about the strange events occurring in their lives, but he couldn't get either to spill details about the cheating schemes in the soccer league. He later received a call from Red Star's goalkeeper, Larissa, who said that her ankle had healed and she was ready to go to the cave in the lower realm. After she and Kevin walked into the cave, they found themselves around a fire at a summer camp. Larissa said this was Camp Green Lake, and before she could explain further, they heard a beastly roar coming from the woods. Before anyone could react, a hideous beast rivaled any of the monstrosities found in the lower realm, came bursting out of the trees and racing toward the campers. With the body of a bear, the talons of a hawk, the wings of a bat, antlers that were more reminiscent of the evil queen Maleficent than any animal, and the face of a gnarled gigantic bat, it was the most terrifying creature Kevin had ever seen. The creature leapt 10 feet in the air and descended directly on top of the counselor, where it used its talons to bash him over the head with his own guitar before ripping his heart out of his chest with his teeth. The campers all screamed and scattered into the woods, including Larissa. As the creature turned and sniffed the air, breathing in the scent of its prey, Kevin knew he was Larissa's and the campers' only chance at survival. "Hey, over here!" Kevin yelled. The beast took notice of him, and an inhuman roar escaped from the attacker's distorted, fang-filled mouth. It leapt over the campfire toward Kevin, but Kevin tucked and rolled under the monster before it landed. The creature snorted at Kevin's escape and shuffled around the still crackling fire. Stepping on the corpse of the camp counselor as it went, it menacingly flapped its wings and let out another threatening roar. Kevin had faced formidable enemies in his day, many possessing levels just like him, but this was something different entirely. Whereas he frequently had the stamina to outlast his opponent in a fight, he had no idea what this creature was capable of. "I have to outsmart it," Kevin thought. The monster charged at him, and Kevin leapt into the air, grabbing hold of a massive branch from the pine tree above him. He then landed on the monster's back while ripping the branch off of the tree and quickly jabbed it between the antlers. With its vision obscured by the thick pine needles, the beast tried in vain to shake the tangled branch loose from its antlers or reach it with its wings. But despite its many predatory qualities, it had no way of dismantling the crude weapon. Kevin leapt off the beast's back, and as it spun in circles trying to free itself, the creature ran off into the woods in the same direction the campers had fled. Through the trees, Kevin could see the silhouettes of dark cabins slowly come into view. Larissa and the campers had smartly refrained from turning on any lights, but he could see muddy footprints leading to one of the doors. When Kevin reached the door, he found it barricaded. It was a noble attempt, but Kevin couldn't help but think that this paltry line of defense wouldn't stand a chance against the destructive monster. "It's okay, guys. It's me, Kevin," he said through the door. "The monster is lost in the woods for now." After hearing Kevin's voice, Larissa tentatively opened the door and quickly ushered him inside. She looked as white as a ghost, and the campers were all huddled in the corner, holding each other and softly crying. Keeping his voice low, Kevin said, "Larissa, this is your biggest fear. What exactly is this thing?" Larissa looked to the floor in embarrassment. "I came to Camp Green Lake every summer when I was a kid," she explained. "Every summer the counselors reminded us of the legend of the Green Lake Ghost Rider. They said it waited in the woods to eat any of us that wandered too far, and if we stayed up past curfew, it would hear us and snatch us straight from our beds. We never saw the creature, but we sometimes heard its roar through the woods." As she shuddered at the memory, Kevin instantly knew that Larissa's greatest fear was, in truth, nothing more than the concoction of some teenagers who wanted to scare their campers into going to bed early. But it didn't matter that Kevin knew that it was all an imaginative lie. The fear had been real to Larissa, and within the lower realm, the beast was no longer a work of fiction. And unlike Haley's and Nora's fears that had been rooted in intangible and emotion-based fears, Larissa's demon was the manifestation of something she would have to physically fight. "Thank God we waited until her ankle was ready," Kevin thought. To Larissa, he said, "The only way out of here is to face the Ghost Rider head-on, and I can't do it for you. The counselors inspired your fear with just a story, and your imagination filled in the blanks. So I'm sure you imagined what you would do if you had to fight it. What was your plan?" Larissa continued to look embarrassed. She was a grown woman whose greatest fear was a campfire ghost story, but Kevin's assessment was spot on. She had diligently planned her attack starting at age 9 for what she would do if she ever crossed paths with the Ghost Rider. "I always thought that monsters like that could usually be killed by either fire or water. I knew I'd never be strong enough to fight it or fast enough to run from it, but I always thought I could lead it to either a campfire or a lake." Even though Larissa had never been able to test her theory in reality, Kevin had a sneaking suspicion that, given that the cave was a manifestation of Larissa's imagination, her imagined path to victory would also be made real. But before they could plan their attack, they heard another chilling roar from just the other side of the door, and the Ghost Rider shattered the front windows with its wings. "Let's get back to that campfire," Kevin yelled as everyone screamed and scrambled out the back door of the cabin. The young campers took off into the woods while Kevin and Larissa sprinted back toward the campfire. As they rushed past, the Ghost Rider roared and jerked its wings from the shattered windows. Kevin and Larissa wove through the trees, but their attention was called upwards as the Ghost Rider revealed its terrifying wingspan, following them from above. "Almost there," Kevin said. "I'll distract it while you take a log from the fire and attack." Larissa confirmed the plan, though a lump began to form in her throat in response to the prospect of facing the Ghost Rider head-on. Finally, they reached the campfire and Larissa fished a flaming log from the pile. The Ghost Rider landed a few yards away from them and huffed. They were in a standoff. "It certainly seems to be afraid of the flames," Kevin observed. "I think you're right, Larissa. Fire may be its weakness." He hoped the suggestion would give Larissa a boost of confidence, but Kevin couldn't help but notice the way the log was shaking in her hands. Kevin slowly started stepping to the side, making a wide berth around the Ghost Rider. This quickly seemed to put the monster in a predicament. Swiveling its head, it tried to keep an eye on Kevin and Larissa's weapon at the same time, but Kevin was quickly exceeding the capacity of its peripheral vision. Once Kevin was on the opposite side of the Ghost Rider, he screamed, "Larissa, now!" His yell distracted the Ghost Rider and made it turn its head just long enough for Larissa to charge with her torch and jab it into the Ghost Rider's chest. The Ghost Rider roared in agony and knocked the torch out of Larissa's hands with its wings, causing the log to fall to the ground and extinguish. But the searing wound in the beast's chest had clearly done considerable damage, and the Ghost Rider stumbled around disoriented. "Finish the job, Larissa!" Kevin yelled. With a burst of courage as she felt victory within her grasp, Larissa picked up a large rock off the ground, jumped on the Ghost Rider's back, and smashed it in the head. She continued her assault until she cracked the skull. "Yes, Larissa!" Kevin cheered. Perched upon the winged beast, Larissa looked like a mythological warrior. But just as Kevin expected the world around them to fade and return to the cave, the Ghost Rider gave its most chilling roar yet and tossed Larissa off its back, causing her to sail into a tree and tumble helplessly to the forest floor. Red Star's goalkeeper, Larissa, contacted Kevin to let him know that her ankle had fully recovered, so he agreed to bring her to the lower realm Fear Cave for her trial. The cave transported them to Larissa's former summer camp, Camp Green Lake, where they were confronted by an imaginary monster that the counselors had come up with to scare the campers, the Green Lake Ghost Rider. Kevin explained to Larissa that she had to face and defeat the monster, which was very real within the cave simulation. When she had said that she had always believed that fire or water would defeat the monster, she and Kevin lured the Ghost Rider back to the campfire, where Larissa stabbed it with a flaming log. She and Kevin both believed she had conquered her fear until the Ghost Rider remained alive and flung her into a tree. Time seemed to slow as Larissa crumpled to the floor. The Ghost Rider now stood between her and Kevin, and Larissa was in a defenseless state. The monster slowly stalked toward Larissa, but Kevin scooped up another log out of the campfire and took a massive leap to jump over the ghost and land between it and Larissa. When the Ghost Rider saw Kevin waving more fire in its face, the wounded monster roared and took off into the trees. Kevin rushed over to Larissa as she slowly picked herself up, rubbing her bruised back. "Is it over?" she asked. "I stood up to the Ghost Rider. Did I conquer my fear?" "If the trial was over, we'd be transported back to the cave," Kevin replied, though he wasn't sure himself why that hadn't happened. "So just facing the monster couldn't have been the extent of your fear. What else were you afraid of, Larissa?" Larissa paused for a moment. Whatever else she was afraid of, she hadn't confronted it or articulated it to herself before. Finally, after thinking it over, she said, "Every time I thought about what I would do if I was attacked by the Ghost Rider, I always imagined being one-on-one. I think I was afraid of what would happen if the monster attacked someone other than me, that I wouldn't be brave enough to put myself in harm's way to protect my friends, that I'd be selfish and cowardly and only save myself. It's even why I became a goalkeeper. I thought I'd make up for it all by being the one who saved my team." She averted her eyes from Kevin. She was clearly ashamed of her own confession, and Kevin couldn't help but be surprised at how impactful this manufactured fear had been on Larissa's life. Kevin's sense of empathy kicked in as well. His adventures with Larissa and the Red Stars were a way for him to push back his own worries and concerns about matters he was facing, such as the search for the Pinnacle's leader, as their invasion of the Foundation became more imminent. It was easy to push things to the back of one's mind when other matters seemed to be more important. But Kevin, like Larissa, knew that fears were always there. "For whatever it's worth, Larissa," Kevin replied, "protecting yourself doesn't make you cowardly or selfish. It's just basic survival instincts. But I think just admitting that fear to me and to yourself took a lot of courage. Shame is its own kind of fear that hides itself from you. Just acknowledging that it's there, shining a light on it, is the first step to conquering it." Larissa nodded. She had to admit that just this small gesture of vulnerability had made her feel less afraid. And the Fear Cave seemed to agree. Though the world around them didn't fade away, the sun did begin to peak over the horizon, adding much-needed visibility in the forest and promising to make whatever came next just a little easier to handle. The pale morning light lent its assistance by illuminating the Ghost Rider's tracks into the woods. "It's heading toward the mess hall," Larissa declared. "Let's take these," Kevin said while pulling out another log from the pile for Larissa. "We might need more fire." Carrying their torches, they sprinted into the woods in the direction of the Ghost Rider's footprints. Meanwhile, the remaining campers were crouched under tables and behind counters in the mess hall, holding their breaths as the Ghost Rider stalked them through their building. It was only a matter of time before he located the terrified campers. When Kevin and Larissa reached the mess hall, she couldn't help but eye the camp's exit just a few yards away. They had a clear shot at a getaway, and Kevin sensed her hesitation. "You were afraid you'd leave your fellow campers behind and only save yourself," Kevin reminded her. "This is the true fear you need to confront. What are you going to do?" Kevin knew these were questions he might have asked himself if he hadn't already risen to his level 9 powers and known that he was appointed to save all of those in the Foundation. Had his powers not been so great and he had just begun his leveling journey like Larissa, he might have considered saving himself over others. That was, of course, not even present in Kevin's nature by now. For a moment, Larissa was frozen in place, every fiber of her being wanting to make an escape. But finally, she took a deep breath and handed Kevin her torch. "It won't follow me if it sees the fire," she said. "Once we get it out of the building, we can use the torches to force it toward the lake." Then she burst through the doors of the mess hall. "Hey, over here!" she yelled. The Ghost Rider paused from where it had slowly been creeping toward one of the campers' hiding places. Seeing the prey that had gotten away from it, the Ghost Rider charged toward Larissa, who quickly backed out of the mess hall. Kevin tossed her the torch, and by the time the Ghost Rider made it to the exit, Larissa was already waiting with her fiery weapon, no longer shaking with fear. When it saw the flames, the Ghost Rider roared. As the Ghost Rider contemplated its next move, Kevin snuck up from his side, carrying his own choice. The Ghost Rider screamed and ran in the opposite direction of the two fires. The creature had nowhere to go but toward the lake, just as Larissa had predicted. Kevin and Larissa advanced toward the Ghost Rider, slowly backing it up toward the dock. With only inches of wooden planks behind the Ghost Rider, they were now at a standoff. The Ghost Rider was either going in the water or was going to charge at Kevin and Larissa for another dangerous battle. Out of the corner of her eye, Larissa saw another weapon at her disposal and came up with a plan. "Keep it pinned on the dock, Kevin," Larissa yelled. She then darted over to the archery station, picked up an arrow, and set it ablaze with her torch. Using the skill she had developed at Camp Green Lake all those years ago, she fired the arrow toward the Ghost Rider, piercing it in the chest. The Ghost Rider made its most piercing shriek yet and stumbled backward, landing in the lake with a massive splash. As the Ghost Rider fell to its death, the world faded around Kevin and Larissa. When they arrived back in the cave, Larissa started to emit the recognizable glow of levels. "You did it!" Kevin exclaimed as he enveloped Larissa in a big hug. "I really did," Larissa said in shock. "Now the Ghost Rider will never be able to terrorize Camp Green Lake again." Kevin opened his mouth and closed it, deciding it wasn't worth explaining to Larissa that the Ghost Rider was never real, and even if it was, she had only defeated it in a simulation. "Your summer camp is definitely safe now from the Ghost Rider," he said with a statement that was technically true. He took out the amulet and sent them both back to the Radiance headquarters. "I feel so alert and focused," Larissa said in awe. "I can even feel my reflexes sharpening." "It may take some time to adjust to," Kevin explained. "You should go home and get some rest. The team is leaving for LA tomorrow for the next game." "I can't wait to put these levels to the test," Larissa said with a grin. They parted ways in the Radiance parking garage, and on the way home, Kevin got a call from Detective Hardin, who was now back in Beverly Hills. "How's everything going, Aisha?" Kevin asked when he answered. "We're landing in Los Angeles tomorrow. Everything going well with your cases?" "Not quite," Detective Hardin replied. "I mean, now we have an even bigger problem on our hands. Leon Gerber, the owner of the LA women's soccer team, has been murdered." "What?" Kevin exclaimed in shock. "What happened?" With Kathleen's abrupt resignation just a few days earlier, Kevin had the sinking feeling that Leon being killed a few days before their game wasn't a coincidence. "Here, I'll show you. Detective Harden replied. She texted Kevin a picture of the gruesome crime scene. Leon's throat had been slit, and he was positioned holding a soccer ball with Proverbs 15:27 written across it in his own blood. Knowing the Bible by heart, Kevin recited, "Whoever is greedy for unjust gain troubles his own household, but he who hates bribes will live." That sure sounds related to the National Women's Soccer League scandal. There's no doubt about it, Aisha replied. Someone is taking the guilty owner's consequences into their own hands. In an instant, what had seemed like it was going to be a pleasant trip back to a city where Kevin had one of his greatest successes in expanding his empire was taking on a new dimension. The murderous schemes playing out behind the scenes in the soccer league were becoming bloodier and more desperate, and Kevin was going to have to solve them before more carnage occurred. Kevin and Larissa returned from the Fear Cave with Larissa having successfully achieved her first levels by facing down the Ghost Rider and realizing she was a leader who would rescue others. On his way home from the Radiance headquarters, Kevin got a call from Detective Harden, who told him that the owner of the women's soccer team in Los Angeles had been murdered by someone who had clearly decided to take the bribery scandal into his or her own hands. The image of the crime scene that Detective Harden sent to him was truly a shocking sight. "I'll hold another seance as soon as we get to LA, Kevin assured Aisha. "We'll get to the bottom of this." Given that the last seance had resulted in Kevin's suburban estate being burned down, he honestly wasn't all that anxious to hold another one. But as much as he had wanted the cheating soccer team owners to be exposed, he also didn't want any of them to pay with their lives. The rest were now all at risk, and Kevin had to figure out what happened before any other owners were killed. Hopefully this will be the last seance for a while, he thought. Getting to Los Angeles with the Red Stars was such a priority that he had barely had time to check in with Lily. But he knew that as mayor and with the World's Fair looming, as well as the other political matters, she was as busy as he, and both knew that the matters of their professional lives were as important as their rock-solid marriage. Lily related that she could send Kevin off to Los Angeles with a kiss and encouragement that as soon as the soccer league scandal was behind him, there would be quality time for both to enjoy, just before parenthood made their lives wonderfully more full. But she also reminded Kevin that in the technical age, she could do even a job as demanding as being the mayor of a major city from afar for a few days. She wanted to be with her husband, and Kevin, who wouldn't have dared to ask Lily to prioritize him over her mayoral duties, was delighted. The next morning, Kevin and Lily arrived at the airport where the Red Stars were already loading into their team jet. "Everyone ready to go?" Kevin asked Coach Powell as the last of the players boarded the plane. "Not quite," Coach Powell replied. "No one has seen Nora." This alarmed Kevin, particularly since Nora's behavior had become erratic in the last few days. He pulled out his cell and called her. "Hello?" Nora asked with a groggy voice. "Nora, is everything okay?" Kevin asked. "The flight is about to take off." "I'm not going to make the flight," Nora said weakly. "I think I have food poisoning. I've been throwing up since last night." "I'm really sorry to hear that, Nora. I wish I would have known sooner," Kevin replied. If she had called him the night before, he would have been able to bring her a recovery pill. "I'll get on another flight as soon as I can," Nora assured him. "Okay, just make sure you get healthy," Kevin replied. "Rest up." "She has food poisoning," Kevin relayed to Coach Powell after hanging up. "She's going to meet us in LA as soon as she's well enough to get on another flight." Coach Powell sighed. "And here I thought we were going to have one game without any issues." Kevin couldn't help but agree with her. The timing of Nora's illness was suspicious. Could this be more sabotage? Kevin wondered. The jet took off without Nora, and 4 hours later, the team touched down in Los Angeles. Kevin had arranged for them to stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and as they arrived at the iconic building, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic for his time working as a Hollywood producer. After everyone got settled in, the team headed off on a bus to UCLA for a training session, while Kevin left for the Beverly Hills Correctional Facility to meet with Aisha. She met him at the entrance and brought him to the morgue. Why all the luxury for dead people? Kevin asked. The people processed here were rich enough to sue us from the afterlife, Aisha replied with only a hint of humor. She knew that the pampered elite of Beverly Hills had families who would balk at anything less than luxury, even when an autopsy was looming. She revealed to Kevin the body of Leon Gerber, the owner of the Angelicas, the Los Angeles women's soccer team, that the Red Stars were set to play the next day. The slice across his neck was swift and surgical. Whoever did this left no evidence behind, Detective Hardin explained. No DNA at the scene, and even though they wrote on the soccer ball, using one finger to write in blood isn't going to make for an easy handwriting analysis. So the seance may be our best option for any leads, Kevin realized. I grabbed a belonging of his from the crime scene like you asked, Aisha said as she handed Kevin a Rolex watch. Thanks, Aisha. I'll let you know as soon as I get any more information, Kevin replied. As he left the facility, he called Madame Spatzel and Jericho, both of whom had helped with his 2 previous seances. I agree with this plan, Madame Spatzel replied when Kevin asked her to meet at his hotel. The last seance was so exciting. Exciting wasn't exactly the word Kevin would use for the experience of NWSL referee Jerry Gorin destroying Kevin's home, and he could only hope that this seance would be much less eventful. At least Leon has no reason for a personal vendetta against me, Kevin thought. Kevin, Madame Spatzel, and Jericho met at Kevin's suite in the Beverly Hills Hotel. I'll have to go skinny dipping after this for old time's sake, Madame Spatzel mused. Kevin set the Rolex and Madame Spatzel's Ouija board on the table, which he had to admit had been effective. He lit a candle, and the 3 joined hands. We, the living, seek the spirit to whom this object belonged, they said in unison. The candle flickered, and Kevin was relieved that even the tiny flame seemed less aggressive than when they had contacted Jerry Gorin, the referee, at Kevin's now torched suburban mansion. Are you here with us, Leon? Kevin asked, and the planchette slid over to yes. Do you know who killed you? Kevin asked, and was dismayed when the planchette slid to no. But then the planchette continued to slide around to spell woman, and then after a pause, hockey mask. While backup goalkeeper Zoe Breyer would have recognized the clue, for now it meant nothing to Kevin. He's telling us what he knows, Kevin exclaimed with relief. He then said, Leon, I know you may not want to answer this, but it will help us find who killed you and maybe save other lives. Were you involved with the bribery scheme in the women's soccer league? The planchette remained still for a moment before finally, slowly sliding over to yes. Can you tell us who else was involved with the scandal? Kevin asked. Your killer may go after those people next. Suddenly, the planchette slid around in a manic frenzy, spelling out names. There's so many, Kevin said in shock. But none elicited as much dismay as the final name, Kathleen Langham. No wonder her investigations never turned up anything helpful, Kevin thought. When the planchette finally came to a stop, with all of the names committed to Kevin's memory, he said, Thank you, Leon. May you rest peacefully now. He gently blew out the candle. So boring compared to the last one, Madame Spatzel said in disappointment. But Kevin felt quite the opposite. Leon had given them valuable information, and the Beverly Hills Hotel hadn't been burned to the ground. He thanked Madame Spatzel and Jericho and returned to his car while Madame Spatzel stripped down to dive into the hotel pool. Kevin drove back to the Beverly Hills Correctional Facility, where he quickly apprised Detective Hardin of what they had learned. It's great information, but unfortunately it still isn't admissible in any court, she said. We're going to have to find more tangible evidence of this woman in a hockey mask and the other accused members of the bribery scheme. But I'll update my team and consider this information for our investigation on an unofficial basis. That will be a huge help, Aisha, Kevin replied. It's a good bet that Kathleen and those other owners are in danger and that we have an aspiring serial killer on our hands, Aisha said. So what should we call her? Naming the serial killers is the best part. The last time Kevin had dealt with a serial killer, Audrey Galanis, the wife of the sympathy cult leader Lance, had named herself the Supernova since she was hunting movie stars. This person definitely seems to have a biblical flair, Kevin said, recalling the proverb scrawled on the soccer ball. How about the Judgment Day Killer? Ooh, I like that, Aisha replied. That will really roll off the tongue for everyone who records a podcast about this. We have to act fast before she can reach any of the other owners, Kevin said. I'll arrange a video call of everyone that Leon listed and advise each to turn themselves in. I doubt anyone is going to give in that easily, Aisha said skeptically, especially with no hard evidence against them. A potential serial killer is a powerful motivator, Kevin replied. We only need one of them to fold and the rest will be put on notice. We'll have confirmation from a live witness. All we need is one, and then the whole house of cards will collapse. Kevin's words were assertive, but in his private thoughts he too worried that what seemed cut and dry might not be as easy as he thought. During a seance, the recently murdered soccer team owner named all of his co-conspirators in the bribery ring, including Kathleen Langham. The spirit's evidence wouldn't be admissible in court, but Kevin devised a plan to get all of the accused conspirators on a video call and encourage them to come forward. He surmised that the threat of being the next murder victim would push at least one owner to come forward to confirm the accusation, at which point Kevin and Detective Hardin would have evidence from a live witness. Though Aisha Hardin was still skeptical of the plan, Kevin told her he'd update her after the Red Stars game the next day. She wished him luck as he departed the correctional facility. A few hours later, in his Miami mansion, Miami Storm owner Roberto Acosta received the invite for the video call. His eyes narrowed as he read the list of attendees. Acosta saw instantly that they all had one thing in common. Each one was involved in the bribery scheme. Someone talked, he muttered to himself. He called Kathleen, who for once considered herself completely blameless for Roberto's anger. You know Kevin Williams has been doggedly badgering me with his suspicions this entire time, but I haven't said a word to him, she insisted. You're naive if you think the attendees list is just a coincidence, Roberto replied with just the right amount of menace in his voice to let Kathleen know that his words were more of a threat than an observation. I'm going to be honest with you, Roberto. I'm a little more concerned at the moment with Leon having his throat slit than I am with some video conference, Kathleen said. People die every day. I don't lose sleep over it, Roberto replied coldly. His tone sent chills down Kathleen's spine. She knew that in many cases, he was the one behind the deaths. She ended the call with curt words while worrying that perhaps she'd gotten into a plot with someone whose intellect she didn't admire, but whose penchant for violence would override her own superior position and thought process. The next morning, Kevin met the Red Stars players in the lobby of the Beverly Hills Hotel, and he was relieved to see that Nora was with them. Kevin noted that if Nora was feeling the lingering effects of food poisoning, she certainly wasn't showing it. He had never seen such a quick turnaround. Glad to see you're feeling better, he said. He would have given her a recovery pill to swallow had she appeared the least bit fatigued or queasy, but the opposite was obviously the case. Nothing was going to keep me from this game, Nora replied offhandedly. The team boarded their bus and Kevin joined them in their locker room at the Banc of California Stadium after they had finished getting changed into their uniforms. You only have one more obstacle ahead of you before the league championship, Kevin announced. And today, you have nothing stopping you from reaching your potential as the best women's soccer team in the world. Yeah, thanks to whoever took out the Angelica's owner, Nora replied callously. For once, we won't be sabotaged. We owe the murderer one. The other players avoided eye contact with Nora. Her rhetoric had become increasingly concerning, and Kevin knew he had to nip it in the bud. Whatever Leon Gerber may have done wrong, he didn't deserve to pay with his life, Kevin said sternly. His death is a tragedy and certainly not something we're going to celebrate during this game." Nora rolled her eyes and walked back to her locker. Kevin went upstairs to a suite as the team lined up in the tunnel to take the field. Kevin reached his box just as the announcer called for a moment of silence in honor of the team's fallen owner. Though all the players and coaches on both teams respectfully lowered their heads, Kevin noticed Nora looking up to the sky in utter boredom. With no sabotage at work in this game, like almost all of the others the Red Stars had played as the season spiraled towards its end, the first half provided a fierce match, and the Angelicas might have even put a few goals away if it hadn't been for Larissa's spectacular saves, all of which were added by her new levels. The ref blew the whistle for halftime, with the game tied at 0-0. As the teams retreated into the tunnel, Kevin took out his laptop for a video call. The owners' faces in the boxes on the screen ranged from worried to annoyed, with Roberto looking like he was daring Kevin to say something that could anger him. "Thank you all for joining me on this video call today," Kevin began politely, and then his tone changed. "Though I wish it were under better circumstances, I can't tell you how I know, but the jig is up. I know you were all involved with the league bribery ring, including all the sabotage against the Red Stars. You won't be able to outrun this, and you can avoid any harsher consequences by turning yourselves in now. I believe Leon Gerber, the Angelica's owner, was killed because of his involvement. Jail time is a better alternative than death." There was a deafening silence on the call until Roberto finally spoke up. "You're the last person to be lecturing us on consequences, Kevin. Just wait until you see the consequences of threatening my life and falsely accusing me of a crime." Roberto promptly dropped from the call. As if Roberto's exit gave them permission, the other owners quickly followed suit until only Kathleen remained. "Someday you'll learn, Kevin," she said darkly before leaving Kevin on the call alone. "It didn't seem like that went too well," Lily said from behind him. "I might need to contact them individually to get anyone to talk," Kevin suggested. "At the very least, they all seemed too afraid of Roberto to tell me anything in front of him. But in the meantime, maybe this will at least scare them off from engaging in any further corruption." "Well, I'm proud of you for trying and for sticking up for what's right," Lily said as she kissed him on the forehead. The teams returned to the field for the second half. Though the game remained scoreless through most of the half, once the ref signaled for 2 minutes of stoppage time, it was like Nora turned on the jets. She easily cut through the Angelica's defense and sailed a perfect shot into the corner of the net just as time expired, giving the Red Stars a 1-0 victory. As the Red Stars erupted in celebration and dogpiled Nora, Kevin realized that the only reason the game had been so close was because Nora was holding back. She wanted to show that she was in control, Kevin thought. The longer Nora had levels, the more she seemed to exploit them for a power trip. And that worried him. She wasn't adhering to the honor and integrity of the system itself. Kevin led Lily out of the stadium and pulled out his cell. "Aren't we getting on the team bus?" Lily asked. "I've barely had any time with you since we got here," Kevin replied. "Let the team go celebrate. I'm going to go call for a car to take us to dinner." Lily kissed him on the cheek, but just as Kevin finished dialing, a black SUV pulled up beside them. "Mr. Williams, I was called to take you back to the Beverly Hills Hotel," the driver said. Kevin was momentarily confused, but then said, "My assistant, Sandra Wilson, must have arranged this." He was grateful to have a staff who was always so on top of everything. Kevin and Lily got in the car, and as they pulled out of the stadium parking lot, Kevin said to the driver, "We're actually not going back to the hotel." Turning to Lily, he asked, "How does Mastro sound?" "I'm eating for 3. A steak sounds great," Lily replied. "Perfect. We'll go to Mastro's place," Kevin said to the driver. "Of course, Mr. Williams," the driver replied. Kevin briefly locked eyes with him in the rearview mirror before the driver began to raise the partition. Kevin was confused by the move until suddenly, green mist started seeping through the air vents. "Kevin, what's going on?" Lily asked in alarm. Kevin quickly turned towards his door to find it locked and with no way to unlock it from the inside. "Don't worry, Lily. It's going to be okay," Kevin said with a sense of calm that indicated he'd been in situations like this dozens of times and had always come out safe and sound. But he barely finished the sentence before he fell unconscious and his head slumped back onto the seat. When Kevin woke, he found himself and Lily tied to chairs in the middle of a forest. He didn't know how long they had been knocked out, but the dark sky indicated it had been at least a few hours. Next to him, Lily awoke and quickly began to hyperventilate. "Kevin, where are we? Oh my God," she said in alarm as she squirmed against the binds in her chair. Kevin looked down, and though he should have easily been able to break out of any binds, he saw that his chair had been wrapped in the same material that Dominic Archer had used to tie him up at Eminent Studios during one of their battles. It was the only material Kevin had ever come across that was strong enough to withstand his levels. "Is Dominic behind this?" Kevin wondered. To Lily, he said, "Don't worry, I'm going to get us out of this. I promise." Suddenly, a booming voice was projected over some kind of speaker system.
"Lady and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for tonight's performance."
Kevin instantly recognized the voice, but it wasn't Dominic Archer's. Kevin called into the dark in confusion. "Lance?" Kevin's Red Stars won their game against the LA team and headed to the league championship, but his halftime attempt to get the conspirators in the fixing scandal to hand themselves over to authorities was less successful. After the game, Kevin and Lily got into a limo they assumed was sent by Kevin's assistant, but they soon found themselves passed out from the gas and then tied to chairs in a forest where a voice boomed through speakers in the trees. Kevin recognized the voice of Lance Reeves, the leader of the Sympathy Cult. Suddenly, a spotlight flicked on, illuminating Lance as he stood atop a stage in the thick forest. His eyes had grown more wild and crazed in the wake of his wife Audrey's death, and his undeniable charisma took on a threatening quality. It was as if he was the ringleader of a deadly circus, and Kevin knew that he and Lily were to be one of the grisly attractions.
"That's right, Kevin," Lance said haughtily into his microphone. "Did you really think you were going to ruin my life and just get away with it?"
"How are you going to blame me for your life being ruined?" Kevin asked incredulously. "Audrey was running around town killing people, and then she drank her own poison. How is any of that my fault?" Kevin tried to be reasonable and forceful, but he knew that he was dealing with a certifiable lunatic, and thus his words could only buy time. They weren't going to make Lance crumble.
"Oh, I'm going to show you exactly how it's your fault,"
Lance said dramatically as he backed into the shadows. "By the way, you have us seated 15 feet away from you. You don't need a microphone," Kevin called out. More lights rose on the stage, illuminating a series of actors in a set that resembled the Sympathy House in Hancock Park. Lance stood at the front of the stage and solemnly narrated.
"In a humble home nestled on a quiet street, a group of visionaries sought to change the world."
Kevin rolled his eyes as Lance stepped into the set where a group of flower girls huddled around him and recited trite lines about how Lance was their savior and now he as their spiritual leader had changed their lives. It is like being at a real sympathy meeting, Kevin thought dismissively. Then an actress playing Audrey entered the scene saying, "Hello, Lance, my love and North Star. I have prepared brownies for all our dear guests." The 1950s housewife persona was in deep contrast to the real Audrey's sharper demeanor. Suddenly, another man wearing dirty ripped Dockers and mud-splattered Keds entered the scene and declared, "I'm billionaire Kevin Williams, and I'm not going to share any of my money with you." "Well, at least they got the outfit right," Lily said quietly. The play progressed with Lance and Audrey depicted as well-meaning do-gooders and Kevin as a belligerent bully intent on tearing down their community service work. "Does this knockoff Shakespeare in the Park play have a point?" Kevin yelled. In response to Kevin's heckling, Lance pulled a knife from his ankle and chucked it at Kevin, just barely missing his head. He then nodded to a guard who walked over to Kevin and taped his mouth shut. "My mother would love that guy," Lily said wryly. Lily's faith in Kevin's ability to get himself and her out of the most dangerous of situations enabled her to find humor even in what should have been a terrifying ordeal. The performance continued with the story conveniently skipping over Audrey's murdering spree. Instead, the reason given for her trip to the Griffith Observatory was merely to look at the stars, a scene that concluded with Kevin forcing Audrey to drink Persian nightshade. "If only I had the chance to save more orphans," the actress said sweetly before falling still. "Ha! I killed your wife, so there," said the actor playing Kevin, who was taunting Lance with his line of dialogue. "No!" Lance dramatically wailed, falling to his knees and waving his fist at the sky. "You won't get away with this, Kevin Williams. I'll have my vengeance." He then stood up and all the actors stepped to the front of the stage, linked hands, and took a bow. The guard brought a bouquet of flowers to Lance, who pretended to be shocked and flattered by the gesture. Kevin and Lily could merely exchange astonished glances. Lance had gone to great lengths to recreate a command performance for two audience members, both of whom were tethered to chairs and forced to watch. "What? No applause?" Lance said indignantly to his reluctant audience. "Then I guess we'll move along to our grand finale." The followers descended the stage and lifted Lily's chair, carrying her to the platform. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lily yelled while Kevin squirmed harder than ever against his spines. Once the followers had placed her center stage, Lance approached her with a goblet. "Kevin forced my wife to drink the poisonous Persian nightshade," Lance said gravely. "Now, you will do the same." Kevin now had only seconds to act. Recalling Marin Horror's telekinesis lesson and summoning his own escalating skills after having achieved both level 8 and level 9, after he had brought stability to the upper realm and installed Avita as the new gatekeeper, Kevin focused all of his energy on the knife that Lance had thrown at him. The knife was currently lying on the ground. Turning his head as far as he could, Kevin saw the knife shudder, but it didn't leave the ground. "Come on," Kevin thought urgently. As Lance's goblet neared Lily's lips, Kevin's anger and desperation surged. He suddenly felt as if he contained his own gravity, and the knife soared off the ground and into his hand. Finally, Kevin thought, and with his new levels in his control, he sliced through his vines just as the goblet touched Lily's lips. "Get away from her!" Kevin yelled as he charged the stage. Lance's eyes widened as he saw Kevin make his escape. "Drop the curtain!" he yelled, briefly obscuring Lily from Kevin's view. By the time Kevin forced his way through the thick velvet, Lily was surrounded by sympathy followers, and Lance was gone. Kevin made a move to shove through the circle of followers, but one threw a punch that caught Kevin completely off guard, knocking him to the ground. Kevin shook off the jab. He could sense that the supporters didn't have levels, but that was no ordinary punch. They have to be hopped up on power pills, Kevin thought. Between the pills, the Persian nightshade, and the special binds, Kevin couldn't help but wonder where Lance was getting all of his resources. "Kevin," Lily said faintly from behind the wall of supporters. She had ingested drops of the poison before Kevin reached the stage, and it was starting to take effect. Kevin had to act fast. He knew he could still overtake the supporters, even with them being aided by power pills, but every second counted if he was going to save Lily. He had the ingredients for the antidote in his satchel, but that trusty bag had been taken from him while he was knocked out. "This doesn't need to happen this way," Kevin said to the supporters. "Just tell me where my satchel is and I won't have to hurt any of you." "We're not worried about being hurt by you," one of the flower girls said in the usual dreamy voice of a sympathy follower, though her words were definitely more threatening than usual. She ran at Kevin and geared up for a roundhouse kick, but this time he was prepared and he ducked and tossed her off the stage by her leg. "I'm going to ask one last time," Kevin said to the remaining supporters. "Give me my satchel and tell me where Lance is. Now." The flower girls seemed alarmed by how easily Kevin could overpower them, but they were steadfastly loyal to their cause. "We would never betray our Heavenly Father," one of the supporters replied. He who gives us strength. He who gives us strength, the others replied in unison. They're actually talking about him like he's a god now, Kevin thought. It was all Lance had ever wanted. Though it was true that Lance had given them strength, the power pills weren't enough to handle Kevin's levels, especially when Lily was in danger. One by one, he dropped the overpowered flower girls. Despite their added strength, they weren't trained fighters and their clumsy movements made them easy opponents. But their defense cost Kevin precious time, and by the time he reached Lily, she was slipping in and out of consciousness. Kevin picked up one of the flower girls off the floor by her collar and demanded to know where Lance and the satchel were. I will break every bone in your body, Kevin warned. Don't test me. I don't know, the acolyte insisted. I swear. Kevin didn't have time to negotiate and effortlessly snapped one of the woman's fingers. The flower girl was no trained assassin and easily folded. Okay, the girl relented. I don't know what he did with the satchel, but we have a camp a half-mile north. Thank you, Kevin growled. Was that so hard? Kevin violently threw the flower girl to the ground and scooped up Lily into his arms. She was now barely keeping her eyes open. He sprinted into the woods, heading north, and his heart pounded in his chest in time with the ticking clock. He needed to save Lily before the poison fully claimed her, and he only had 10 minutes. Kevin and Lily were taken captive by Lance Reeves, the sympathy leader who blames Kevin for the death of his wife, serial murderer Audrey Galinas. Forced to watch a play that pegs Kevin as Audrey's murderer, Kevin then sees Lance feed Lily poison Persian nightshade, the same poison Audrey used on her victims. Kevin battles the sympathy flower girls and acolytes, and then seeks his satchel, which was stolen by Lance. The satchel has ingredients for an antidote, but Kevin only has 10 minutes to save his beloved wife's life. Through the trees, a campground of yurts came into view. Kevin felt it was safe to assume that Lance's yurt was the largest. His ego and sense of self-importance would surely demand the most luxurious accommodation, even in a forest encampment. Kevin's suspicion was confirmed as soon as he entered the yurt and saw a shrine to Audrey beside a dartboard that had a large photo of Kevin on it. The photo was speared with dozens of darts. Luckily for Kevin, Lance was nowhere to be seen and Kevin was able to search the yurt for his satchel. He was relieved to find it in a trash can, but his face fell as he rifled through it. He had the activated charcoal and algae extract for Lily's antidote, but he was out of precious obsidian. Remembering that Lance seemed to have come into a suspicious supply of herbalist ingredients recently, Kevin tore through the yurt to see if he could find the material for the antidote that he most needed. It was Lily's only shot to survive the Persian nightshade poison swilled into her by evil Lance. Under a massive desk that would have looked more appropriate in a military general's office than a yurt in the middle of the woods, Kevin located a briefcase full of Persian nightshade and power pills. But more shocking was the note he found tucked among the ingredients. Kevin's hands shook as he read it. Dear brother, in our mutual hatred of Kevin, I am sympathetic to your cause, but I must warn you not to go overboard on the power pills. Taking too many will cause unfavorable side effects. Sincerely, Vincent. It finally fell into place for Kevin. Lance Reeves and Vincent Reeves were brothers. Kevin had long wondered if, despite the different spellings of their last names, their seemingly unconnected lives, and their divergent appearances, the two were connected by blood. And now Vincent was supplying Lance with herbalism materials in order to conspire against Kevin. In addition to the poison and power pills, there was an array of other ingredients in the briefcase, and Kevin nearly cried with relief when he saw obsidian among them. Now, with everything he needed, Kevin used the small furnace Lance had in the yurt to refine the antidote. He deposited the finished pill in Lily's mouth and prodded her throat to force her to swallow it. She was, by then, fully unconscious. As he waited for the antidote to take effect, Kevin prayed that it wasn't too late, and that the sympathy supporters who were hopped up on power pills hadn't delayed him for too long. It wasn't just Lily's life at stake. There were his twins inside of her, and both he and Lily would give their very lives for the children that they had yet to hold in their arms. After a moment that stretched to eternity, Lily's eyes fluttered open. Kevin let out a cry and embraced her in his arms. "I was so afraid I lost you," he choked out. "You're not getting rid of me that easily," Lily said with a faint smile. "We need to get out of here," Kevin said urgently. Lance and his supporters could return to the camp any minute. "Kevin, listen," Lily said as she continued to regain her bearings. "Lance never came back to the camp. When they closed the curtain, he disappeared through a trapdoor on the floor of the stage." "As much as I want to deal with him, I'm not leaving your side," Kevin replied. Instead, he pulled out his cell phone and shared his location with the Los Angeles branch of the Radiance. Just a second later, in the war room in the Radiance's Malibu campus, a red siren began to flash as a sound came blaring from it. "It's Kevin," Jericho said in alarm, interrupting a meeting with other Radiance agents. A transmission of Kevin's location appeared on the screen. "He's in the Cesp Wilderness outside of Ojai," Jericho announced. "Dispatch a helicopter." Back in the forest, as Lily continued to recover, Kevin searched Lance's yurt for other clues to his plans. In one of the desk drawers, he found a manila envelope labeled Project Supernova. "This can't be good," Kevin thought, knowing that Supernova was the name that Audrey had adopted for herself when she went on her killing spree of famous actors. The spree had supposedly ended with Audrey's suicide, but Kevin worried that Lance might have ideas of continuing it to honor his late wife. Inside the folder was a list of A-list actors and their addresses, including notes about their routines and times that they tended to be alone. "They're planning to see through Audrey's mission," Kevin said with disgust as his worst fear about Lance and sympathy was confirmed. Kevin shoved the list in his satchel just as Lance entered the yurt. He didn't seem surprised to see Kevin or a fully recovered Lily.
"I'm really disappointed that you didn't enjoy tonight's performance," said Lance.
"It was a tad heavy-handed," Kevin replied dryly.
"Fortunately, I've prepared an encore for you," Lance replied. "Let's see if you find this more to your liking."
Lance pulled out a bottle of power pills and tipped it toward his mouth. "Lance, don't!" Kevin yelled, almost fearing for Lance as much as he did for himself and Lily. But Lance ignored him and swallowed the whole jar of pills. At least 20 were gulped down his throat in an instant. Lance let out a growl that seemed to encompass some combination of pain and satisfaction as he quickly began to morph. As if they were watching the rapid evolution of lizard to dinosaur, Kevin and Lily looked on in horror as Lance's muscles rippled and expanded, quickly turning him into a grotesque monster that reached the full height of the yurt. Lance roared as the newfound power surged through him and with a swipe of his arms, shredded the canvas walls of the yurt. "Lily, run!" Kevin yelled. Lily was reluctant to leave her beloved husband's side, but she knew that she'd only serve as a distraction for Kevin if she stayed. She sprinted into the woods, going just far enough to stay out of Lance's reach while still being able to keep an eye on Kevin. Even without levels, the amount of power pills that Lance had ingested made him a lot for Kevin to handle on his own. As Kevin looked around trying to develop the most effective strategy, Lance ripped a tree straight out of the ground and hurled it at Kevin, who dropped to the floor at the last second as the projectile sailed over his head. Kevin couldn't count on Radiance to arrive in time, and he didn't know how the effects of an overdose of power pills would continue to evolve with Lance. The only way to reverse the effects of the pills is with concentrated soybean oil, Kevin thought. He had the ingredient in his satchel, but he needed to distract Lance so that he had enough time to use it. Looking around the tattered remains of the yurt, Kevin saw the dartboard with his face lying on the ground. He ripped the darts out of the board and fired them at Lance while he shuffled through his satchel. The power pills didn't give Lance any advantage when it came to reflexes, so Kevin made contact as the darts hit Lance's arms, chest, and stomach. With the power pills thickening Lance's skin into veritable rhinoceros hide, the darts weren't much more than a prick for him. But Lance roared with anger that Kevin was still able to put up a fight against him, even as his hulking state grew fiercer by the second. While Lance was distracted picking the darts out of his skin, Kevin found the concentrated soybean oil and coated his night dagger with it. He then charged at Lance and quickly realized that while Lance was now a formidable opponent in terms of brute strength, Kevin easily had him beat when it came to speed and agility. Kevin darted around Lance at the last second and sliced his leg with the night dagger as he passed. Though the damage was the equivalent of a paper cut against Lance's toughened skin, the blood that seeped out had a deeper tinge of purple than normal. Kevin realized that it was going to take a series of wounds, but the soybean oil was causing the power to seep out of Lance's body, and eventually he would be nullified. Kevin managed to take more swipes at Lance, and though the purple blood continued to stream from the wounds, it hadn't yet made an impact on Lance's size or strength. Finally, Kevin heard the unmistakable sound of helicopter blades up above and knew the Radiance was finally arriving to give assistance. The helicopter started firing at Lance, and though the bullets couldn't do the damage they would against a normal person, Lance's survival instincts took over and he ducked from the ammo. With Lance momentarily distracted, Kevin saw his window to shimmy under his enemy and shoved the night dagger upward into Lance's stomach, making the deepest wound yet. But Lance seemed to decide that the helicopter was the more pressing problem, and in a terrifying display of his remaining power, he leaped upward to the helicopter, grabbing hold of the side and threatening to pull it down. Kevin searched Lance's yurt for ingredients for an antidote for Lily and also found a note that indicated that Lance and Vincent Reeves are brothers, as Kevin long suspected. Lance swilled the power pills gotten from Vincent and morphed into a hulking beast whom Kevin had to battle using his soybean oil-coated night dagger. Lance's new powers enabled him to fend off the slashes from the dagger and also battle the Radiance helicopter attacking him from the sky. Lance's massive body caused the helicopter to tilt and swerve, but finally, Kevin could see Lance begin to shrink down to his normal size. He fell off the side of the helicopter, allowing it to regain control just before crashing into the trees. Kevin rushed to Lance to apprehend him and found him weakly twitching on the ground. In addition to the high fall, Lance had lost a lot of blood in his fight with Kevin. The wounds from the night dagger were oozing all across Lance's body, but Kevin knew that a hospital stay wouldn't be enough for Lance to heal. "You should have listened to Vincent Reeves, your evil brother and my sworn enemy," Kevin said. "Power pills aren't meant to be taken at such high doses. Your muscles will never work the same way again. You won't even be able to lift that suitcase full of herbalism ingredients that Vincent sent you, so I'll just take those off your hands." Lance groaned, too weak at the moment even to form words. "You're going away for a long time, Lance," Kevin said. Kevin and Jericho loaded a crippled Lance into the helicopter, and then Kevin and Lily joined them for a ride back to Los Angeles. The helicopter dropped them off at the Beverly Hills Correctional Facility, where Kevin turned over Lance's actor hit list to Aisha Hardin, who was, per usual, at her desk and working diligently. Looking it over, Detective Hardin said, "If he actually had come for Zendaya, I would have killed him myself. Just don't tell anyone that cops aren't above a little vigilante justice when it comes to our starlets." "Luckily, it won't come to that," Kevin replied. "I don't think the other sympathy members can even tie their own shoes without Lance giving them permission." Lance was led to a suite across the hall from Calum Whittier, the former head of sympathy who couldn't contain his glee at seeing Lance's fate. "How's that cult working out for you?" Calum asked mockingly. "Are you a god yet?" Lance couldn't be bothered to answer as one of the correctional facility's security concierges tucked his ailing and tattered, exhausted, and defeated form into bed. Aisha then led Kevin to one of the facility's meeting rooms. "Now that we've thwarted one aspiring serial killer, we need to figure out what to do with the other one who's out there. What's our strategy for the Judgment Day killer?" "We only have one game left, the championship against the Miami Storm," Kevin replied. "Given that the first victim was the owner of the opposing team who happened to be involved with the bribery scheme, Roberto Acosta is the next most likely target. With all he's tangled up in, this probably wouldn't be the first attempt on his life. I'm sure he has much higher security than the average team owner," Aisha replied. "But nonetheless, let's head to Miami and stake out his mansion just in case." "I'll meet you there," Kevin replied. "After everything she's been through, I want to make sure Lily gets home safe. I'm going to fly with her and the team back to Chicago as soon as possible." "Stakeouts are never as much fun alone, but I guess I can get started without you, Aisha said with a sigh. Kevin and Lily left the correctional facility and reached the airport just before the team's jet was set to take off. What have you been up to? Coach Powell asked as they arrived. You haven't answered any calls or texts since the game ended. Sorry about that, Kevin replied. We took a brief trip to Ojai, no cell service deep in the forest. Kevin and Lily exchanged a coy smile. Coach Powell seemed skeptical but knew better than to press Kevin for more information than he wanted to give. After the team finished boarding, the pilot's voice came over the loudspeaker. Congratulations, Red Stars, only one game to go. The team cheered in response to the announcement. The pilot continued. Now sit back and relax. We'll have you at your destination in no time. After liftoff, Kevin finally started to feel the effects of his grueling night. With a sigh of relief, he tipped his head back and slipped into a welcome sleep. Suddenly, Kevin jerked awake, and it didn't take long to see why. The emergency door was open, filling the cabin with the sound of roaring winds. The players were screaming as the pilot stood at the edge wearing a parachute. Locking eyes with Kevin, he said, Roberto Acosta sends his regards, before jumping through the open doorway. In an incredible feat of strength, Kevin leaned out of the opening and pulled the door closed, quieting the cabin and stabilizing the pressure. Don't worry, everyone, we're going to be okay, Kevin assured them. I know how to fly a plane. I've done it many times before. I've even flown a rocket to the moon and back. Of course he does, Nora said sarcastically, before throwing up into a barf bag. Kevin rushed into the cockpit where he saw that the co-pilot had been stabbed to death. Kevin scanned the controls and noted that the plane's trajectory certainly wasn't heading toward Chicago. The jagged peaks of the Rocky Mountains loomed ahead of him ominously. More alarming was that the pilot had clearly slashed the control panel, and frayed wires emitted sparks and pointed in all directions. Kevin fished through his satchel for a soldering iron. He could repair the wires, but he only had so much time before the plane slammed into a mountain and killed everyone on board in a fiery crash. With the soldering iron in hand, Kevin carefully located the frayed ends and determined which pieces would match with others. With the first mended wire, some of the lights on the control panel blinked back to life. Okay, we're on the right track, Kevin thought. But more than anything, he needed to fix the steering mechanism first, and there was no way to tell which wires corresponded to which control. With every repaired wire, he tested the buttons on the steering wheel and continued to find them disabled. Finally, there were only 2 wires left, but the plane was only seconds from making contact with the craggy peak that loomed just outside the plane's cockpit windscreen. Kevin only had 1 shot left. Kevin held his breath, picked a wire, and mended it, praying that he had the right one. As soon as the wire reconnected, Kevin jammed his fingers on the steering wheel buttons, which mercifully blinked to life. He lifted the plane up above the peak with only feet to spare. The plane leveled off and Kevin released his breath. With the wires to the loudspeaker now repaired, Kevin announced, Sorry for the detour, everyone. We're back on our regularly scheduled route to Chicago. In the main cabin, the players couldn't muster the same enthusiasm that they had when the pilot had congratulated them. Nora threw up again in the barf bag. Once Kevin had the plane steadied, he repaired the final set of wires which happened to connect to the radio to air traffic control. As soon as the wire was mended, the radio crackled to life. Come in, RS-100, come in! The voice on the other end yelled urgently. Your GPS tracking location came back online and you are far off course. Do you need assistance, RS-100? Kevin realized that the pilot had probably disabled their location even before he sabotaged the rest of the plane. If the plane had crashed deep within the Rocky Mountains, they never would have been found. We had some technical difficulties, but we've regained control, Kevin replied to the radio. We are now back en route to Chicago O'Hare. Everyone remained silent for the remainder of the flight, and when they finally landed, the players trudged back to their cars, all desperately needing a good night's rest after the ordeal. Lily felt the exhaustion too. She squeezed Kevin's hand before slowly walking ahead of him to their car. Knowing that it would only take so long for their near tragedy to make the news, Kevin called Detective Harden to fill her in. Where were you? She asked as soon as the call connected. I've been trying to call you. Weren't you supposed to land hours ago? We had a slight delay, Kevin replied. Our pilot was a stooge working for Roberto Acosta. He tried to crash us into the Rocky Mountains. Every time I think I have something crazy to tell you, you manage to outdo me, Aisha replied. But I'm glad you didn't crash into a mountain. Thanks. Me too, Kevin replied. What did you need to tell me? Well, it's an odd coincidence that Roberto just made a move against you, she replied. The National Women's Soccer League scandal broke while you were in the air. Roberto is wanted by the FBI.
Kevin, Lily, and the Red Stars boarded a flight back to Chicago that was ambushed by a pilot hired by Roberto Acosta to mangle the controls and directed toward crashing into the Rocky Mountains. Kevin was able to fix the damaged control panel in time to avoid the crash and fly everyone home safely. When he called Detective Hardin to update her on what Roberto had done, she told him that the NWSL scandal broke while he was in the air, and Roberto was now wanted by the FBI. Kevin was dumbfounded. How did the news get out? He asked. Surprisingly enough, Kathleen Langham came forward, Aisha replied. High-ranking officials in the league were notified when your plane went missing, and even though Kathleen isn't commissioner anymore, the news got back to her. She clearly believed the hijacking was tied to the scandal, so she turned herself in and named all her co-conspirators. Huh. Maybe she does care about her sister after all, Kevin replied, more as a way to convince himself that there might be a shred of honor in Kathleen than to state a fact. He was wary of any action taken by a woman who was intent on sacrificing her own family to achieve her evil aims. Regardless, all of the owners who were involved had been arrested, except for Roberto Acosta, Aisha continued. Considering what he pulled off with your plane, I'm sure he knows he's looking at far more jail time than anyone else. He's been in hiding ever since the news broke. Whenever he's found, I'm going to have a conversation with him about how he endangered the lives of my wife, my unborn twins, and my players, Kevin said darkly. But for now, I have to be grateful that Kathleen finally did the right thing. And this should halt the Judgment Day killer. Everyone involved in the bribery scheme is missing or suffering other consequences. They're definitely not going to have enough episodes for a podcast, Aisha mused. I wanted at least 1,600 episodes. 1,600 episodes would take a lot of murder to fill, Kevin replied. Yeah, I didn't think about that, Aisha replied. Maybe no podcast should ever be 1,600 episodes long. Either way, it's out of our hands now, Kevin said. I'm going to leave Roberto Acosta to the FBI, and maybe for the first time as team owner, I'll get to actually watch an entire game from my suite without worrying about who's cheating and who might wind up dead before the game is over. Seems ambitious, but I'll cross my fingers for you, Aisha replied. The next day, Kevin arrived at the Red Star Stadium for the team's training session. He met them out on the field where the team seemed to have a new fire in the wake of their near death at the hands of evil Roberto, who had ordered their plane to be hijacked and crashed into the snowy Rocky Mountains. Kevin called the team over to discuss the story that had broken the night before. I'm sure you have all seen the news by now about the bribery ring, Kevin said. Yeah. My own sister was betting against me, Nora said bitterly. I should have known. Kevin had the sneaking suspicion that Nora didn't actually seem surprised, but he knew there was no point in pressing the issue with her. She's responsible for a terrible injustice against this team, Kevin admitted, but she's also the only reason the story came to light. She turned herself in and named everyone involved, and it seemed that the chaos with our sabotage flight was the reason. Underneath it all, she really does care. Nora huffed, not totally buying it. At least they all got what's coming to them, she said. Changing the subject from the sibling rivalry, Kevin continued. In light of the traumatic ordeal you've all been through, Kedrick Givens, the new league commissioner, has offered to cancel the final game and name the Red Stars and Storm as co-champions. It would be completely understandable if you wanted to take that route. What do you think?
Are you kidding? Haley exclaimed. The only thing we want after all we've been through is to win this championship. No one deserves it more than us. The team all nodded and voiced their agreement. Kevin couldn't help but be impressed with their resilience. All right then, he replied. I'll tell Kedrick the game is on. This means you only have a few days until the biggest game of your lives, so get to work. The team cheered each other on as they returned to the field for their practice session. They're pretty unbelievable, Kevin said to Coach Powell. At this point, nothing is going to stop them, she replied. A few days later, the Red Stars boarded their plane, and it was clear there were some lingering nerves after what had happened on their last flight. Don't worry, Kevin assured them. I've ensured that the flight crew today are all Radiance members. We're going to land safely at our proper destination. Even with Kevin's assurance, there were many sighs of relief when the plane did in fact touch down smoothly at Miami International Airport. Roberto Acosta still hadn't been found, but Kevin doubted that he would try to pull something against the team when the stakes for getting caught were so high. Ultimately, the looming shadow of the cheating scandal was overshadowed by the palpable excitement of a championship game, and the team took to their hotel rooms that night like it was Christmas Eve, and they wanted to sleep soundly so they could get up early to enjoy Santa's presents. The next day, Kevin called the team around in the locker room. It can't be said enough how much you've overcome this season, he began. But you've proven you can't be slowed, can't be overpowered, you can't even be killed. Hell yeah, Nora yelled in response. And you've proven that you don't need a pep talk from the owner to get yourselves in the right mindset. So just get out there and finish the job, Kevin said. The team cheered in unison and rushed out of the locker room. I think they're ready, Coach Powell said to Kevin with a smile. Kevin went upstairs to his box where Lily was waiting. How is the team doing? She asked. I can't imagine playing a game a few days after almost crashing into a mountain. These women are something else, Kevin replied. I've never seen them so fired up. And with the bribery and betting scandal out in the open, I think we'll finally have a drama-free match. Famous last words, Lily replied. But I hope you're right. The ref blew her whistle to start the game, and though the Storm came into the game with the best record in the league, the Red Stars quickly established the upper hand. Even the non-leveled players were at the top of their game. Nora went on a tear using her leveled speed and agility to easily maneuver around the Storm defense, even leaving some of the defenders tripping over their own feet in her wake. She reached a clear view of the net and rocketed a shot. The ball sailed toward the upper corner of the net but seemed to subtly curve toward the goalkeeper at the last moment. What the hell? Nora said to herself as the home crowd cheered for the save. Since leveling up, Nora's shooting precision had been impeccable. But as much as Kevin would have loved to see the team take the lead after Nora's concerning behavior since leaving the lower realm, he couldn't help but be a little relieved that her levels did have limits. Her inaccuracy became more suspicious, however, when one of her shots seemed to curve itself into the goalie's hands. Nora had had enough and stormed over to the ref. Stop the game! Something is wrong with the ball, she yelled. The ref rolled her eyes. I'm not stopping the game because the opposing goalkeeper has made some saves. You can't blame the ball for your shots not going in. Boos rang through the crowd as the Miami supporters protested Nora's disruption. You think I'm suddenly bending it like Beckham on every kick? Nora said as her anger rose. The ball keeps curving toward the goalie. That isn't a coincidence, and I'm not going to let this game resume until you check the ball. That isn't actually up to you, the ref replied, growing increasingly annoyed. She pulled out a red card and held it up to Nora. This game is resuming, and you can watch it from the monitor in your locker room. The Miami crowd cheered raucously as the Red Stars' best player was ejected from the game. But Nora remained unfazed. Fine. I'll prove it myself, she yelled. She scooped up the ball and marched over to the Chicago supporter section. Someone throw me something sharp, she yelled. One of the supporters obliged by tossing his keys. With her leveled strength, Nora easily punctured the leather ball and ripped it open. Lo and behold, inside she found a metal plate attached to the inside of the ball. "Got you," she growled. She ripped the plate out of the ball and whipped it toward Miami's goalkeeper. Startled by the attack, the goalie threw her hands in front of her face, and the crowd gasped as the metal plate stuck to one of the gloves. "I told you," Nora yelled triumphantly. "It's a magnet." Kevin learned that the National Women's Soccer League scandal broke while he was saving the sabotage plane with his team on it from crashing into the Rockies. Thinking that his team was safe now and that the game would be an honorable one, Kevin relished the idea of watching the Red Stars face down the Miami Storm, but Nora realized that the game ball had a magnet in it, and she exposed to the crowd yet another bit of tampering that was playing out amid the championship game. The ref's jaw dropped as she slowly walked over to Miami's goalkeeper, who was equally shocked. "Well, this is clearly cheating," the ref said as she pulled the plate from the goalie's magnetized glove. "I swear, I had no idea," the goalie stammered. "There will have to be an investigation into how this happened, but the rules are clear," the ref replied. "Tampering with equipment warrants instant disqualification." The ref blew her whistle, ending the game while the crowd booed and the goalkeeper and the other members of the Storm continued to protest. Haley made her way to the ref and insisted, "This isn't how we wanted to win. Let's just reschedule the game. This doesn't need to end with a forfeit." "The league's rules are clear," the ref replied. "Any cheating results in a forfeit. That's the policy." The ref didn't entertain any further discussion, and the Red Stars were named the National Women's Soccer League's champions. But none of them felt like celebrating, and their somber, disappointed faces made the trophy ceremony feel more like a funeral. When the Chicago Red Stars retreated into their locker room, Nora unceremoniously tossed her gold medal into her bag. "Useless piece of trash," she said bitterly. "I don't do participation trophies." "Yeah, none of us do," Haley chimed in. Kevin took in their bitterness and frustration as he entered the locker room. "You shouldn't let this take away anything from what you've accomplished," he suggested. "You didn't ask for it to happen this way, but regardless, you still deserve to be champions." "Maybe it'd be one thing if the Miami players were behind it, but they had the best record in the league and there was no reason to believe they couldn't win without cheating," Haley said. "I know their goalkeeper. She was my college teammate. There's no way she didn't want a fair fight." "I would have had a hat trick against her in a fair fight," Nora said in annoyance. "But now I'll never be able to prove it. I want a rematch." Kevin thought it over and came up with an idea. "Maybe a rematch isn't out of the question," he said. "It may not change the league's official standings, but we can hold our own exhibition match against Miami. You can earn the win." "I like the sound of that," Haley replied. The rest of the team, who had shamelessly been listening in, voiced their approval. "Then it's settled," Kevin said. "I'll rent out Soldier Field in Chicago and Williams Media will broadcast the game. Take the win fair and square and no one will be able to put an asterisk next to your name as league champions," Kevin averred as a way to hearten his dispirited players. The team cheered the idea and excitedly returned to their individual lockers. Nora pulled Kevin aside and dropped her voice. "You know we can't really count on a fair game," she said. "We've been hoping for that for 3 games straight, and every time something comes up that isn't kosher." "This game will be fully under our control," Kevin assured her. "We're not beholden to the league, home stadium, vetted ref, and equipment." "But Roberto Acosta, the Storm owner, is still at large," Nora insisted. "He obviously was able to get involved in this game somehow, and I don't buy it that the goalie wasn't in on it, even if Haley insists she's on the up and up. She probably even knows where Acosta is hiding." "We're gonna let the FBI handle Roberto Acosta," Kevin said. "But if it makes you feel better, I'll talk to the goalkeeper." "Come on," Nora said in frustration. "There's no way she's going to talk. If there's one thing I've learned through all of this, it's that people only respond to force. Playing nice gets you nowhere." Once again, Nora's words sent a chill down Kevin's spine, and he wondered what use of force Nora had learned from. "You need to control yourself," Kevin said, no longer tiptoeing around the issue. "This is not how we use our levels. Leave the investigation to the authorities and focus on your job. Do you understand?" Nora stormed over to her locker in a huff and without answering Kevin's question. Kevin stepped out of the locker room and called the Miami head coach. She enthusiastically accepted his offer for a rematch and profusely apologized for what had transpired during the game. "I promise you, no one in our locker room had any idea that was happening," she insisted. "I believe you," Kevin replied, "and I was hoping I could stop by your locker room and speak to your goalkeeper. This must be really tough on her, and I'd like to assure her that our team has no hard feelings against her." "I'm sure she'd appreciate hearing that, but she took off as soon as the game ended," the coach replied. "I can't say that I blame her." "I understand," Kevin replied. "Would you mind sharing her phone number with me?" "Sure," the coach replied. "Thank you for being so understanding about all of this." A minute later, the coach texted the goalkeeper's number to Kevin, and he gave her a call. "Hello?" she answered between tearful sniffs. "This is Kevin Williams, owner of the Red Stars. I hope you don't mind that your coach gave me your phone number." Kevin began with sympathy and empathy filling his voice. "I know you must hate me," she said, her tears falling harder now. "But I swear, I really didn't know about the magnets." "I promise you I don't hate you," Kevin assured her. "I just want to get to the bottom of what happened, and I was hoping we could talk. Are you available this evening?" The goalkeeper agreed to meet with Kevin and texted her address. Kevin walked down the hall toward the exit, not noticing that Nora had been listening by the door. Outside the stadium, Kevin got in his rental car and started driving to the goalkeeper's house. Behind him, Nora jumped in the first of the line of waiting taxis and instructed the driver to follow him. Kevin arrived at the goalkeeper's house, and when she let him in, he could see that her eyes were red and puffy from crying. They sat down at the kitchen table, and Kevin gently began his questioning. "Are you sure you don't know anything about who tampered with the ball and gloves?" he asked. "Did anyone else have access to your gloves before the game?" "I just grabbed them from my locker, same as always," she sniffed. "If someone tampered with them before I got there, I wouldn't know." It was a fair response, but Kevin still wasn't convinced that she didn't know anything. "Roberto Acosta has had it out for our team, and I know he doesn't use fair tactics when getting someone to do his bidding," he said. "If you're involved with him, I can help you. But if he's caught and names you as an accomplice, you won't be able to avoid the fines or even possible jail time if they decide to tie this to the plane hijacking." "Please believe me," she begged. "I've barely ever exchanged 2 words with Roberto Acosta. He terrifies me, I swear. I have no idea where he is or how he could have gotten to my gloves." The conversation was clearly taking an emotional toll on her, and Kevin didn't want to push her any further. "I appreciate your talking with me," Kevin said. "I'll let you get some rest." Kevin walked back to his car and sighed as he turned the key in the ignition. "Just going to leave it to the FBI," he repeated to himself. But before he could drive off, his level 9 senses called his attention to a window shattering. Kevin jumped up out of the car and sprinted back to the goalkeeper's house, where he found a broken window around the corner next to the back door. Kevin kicked the door in and was horrified to see someone with a hockey mask holding a knife to the goalkeeper's throat. Remembering that Leon Gerber, the owner of the Los Angeles soccer team, had mentioned a hockey mask through the Ouija board, Kevin exclaimed, "The Judgment Day Killer." The killer quickly bolted, dropping the goalie and running out the front door. Kevin followed in quick pursuit. As the killer sprinted down the street, Kevin could tell that the person he was pursuing had levels, but they were not nearly as high as his own. He caught up to the killer and tackled the person to the ground, momentarily noticing that the perpetrator didn't take the opportunity to swing at him with the knife, still clenched in one hand. With the killer pinned on the ground, Kevin ripped off the hockey mask and his jaw fell open. Nora? Not realizing that Nora Langham was following him, Kevin went to the Miami Storm's goalie's house, where she continued to insist that she wasn't aware of the magnets and had no idea where Roberto Acosta was. Shortly after Kevin left, he heard a window smash and rushed back inside to see the Judgment Day killer holding a knife against the goalie's neck. Kevin chased the killer down, and when he ripped off the hockey mask, he was shocked to see that the perpetrator was Nora. "What the hell are you doing?" Kevin yelled. "Getting things done," Nora spat back. "You never do anything, Kevin. You only talk about it. Someone had to take action for once." "You think killing Leon, the owner of the Los Angeles Angelicas, and then threatening to kill a player you don't even know is guilty is taking action?" Kevin shouted, now fully losing his temper. "Why do you think I kept explaining that you have to use your power responsibly? Levels do not make you judge, jury, and executioner, Nora." As angry as Kevin was with Nora, part of him had to admit he was also angry at himself. Marin Hoare had warned him that obtaining levels through the lower realm sphere cave would exasperate someone's moral character. He hadn't gotten to know Nora well enough before taking her. He hadn't been careful enough. And now he felt that Angelica's owner's blood was as much on his hands as it was on Nora's. "I'm giving you two options," Kevin said. "Both will conclude with you going to prison. You can either turn yourself in now, or I will let you play in the rematch first as long as you stay under constant Radiant supervision until then." Nora couldn't help but laugh. "I knew you cared about winning." "This isn't for me or you," Kevin replied. "This is for your teammates who deserve to have one game where they get to be at their best. They need to win fair and square. That's something that you owe to your team." "Fine. Take me to your Jason Bourne office," Nora said sarcastically. Kevin called for a Radiance task force to pick Nora up. Once the SUV drove away with Nora wedged in the back seat between two Radiance agents, Kevin let his head sink into his hands. Rarely did one of his protégés ever go so wrong. A few days later, Kevin arrived at Chicago Soldier Field for the rematch against Miami, where all 61,000 seats were sold out. The energy in the locker room was electric. The Red Stars had never played in such a massive stadium. As they high-fived and chatted each other up, the room fell silent as Nora was escorted into the locker room by two Radiance guards. "What's going on?" Larissa asked as Nora walked to her locker with her head down. "Nothing to worry about," Kevin replied, though he knew it wasn't a convincing deflection. Recognizing the tension, Haley chimed in. "So, Kevin, what's our rousing pep talk today?" "You know what?" Kevin replied. "If there's one thing I've learned over my time as owner of the Red Stars, it's that you are the most motivated, resilient, and empowered group of athletes I've ever met. You don't need me. You never have." "Okay, you don't have to give us a pep talk, but you also don't have to make me cry," Larissa said as a lump formed in her throat. "He's right," Haley said, stepping into her role as captain. "We are so fortunate to have amazing people around us, but at the end of the day, it's on us. It's up to each of us to step on that field and give it everything, because that's what you deserve and it's what the woman next to you deserves. And I know each one of you has that fire. So let's go out there and get it done." The team cheered and swarmed Haley, truly embracing the moment of sisterhood after all they had been through together that season. Nora still held back at her locker, unable to muster any joy. The Red Stars raced out of the tunnel and were welcomed by the home crowd like heroes. The Miami Storm joined them on the field, equally fired up and eager to prove that they were the rightful league champions. The ref blew the whistle to start the game, and Nora made good on her prediction of what would happen if she got a fair rematch against the Miami goalkeeper. Between her levels, her continued anger against the goalie she still assumed was a cheater, and the knowledge that this would likely be her last professional soccer game ever, Nora left absolutely nothing on the field and put 4 goals away in the first half alone. It was a stunning performance, but Kevin struggled to enjoy Nora's assault against the Miami Storm goalie, given that just a few days before Nora had held a knife to her neck. Nora's dominance ultimately made for an anticlimactic game, but this time, when the whistle blew for the end of the match, the Red Stars and their supporters enthusiastically celebrated their 7-0 victory. Despite the shellacking her team had just taken, the Storm coach shook Kevin's hand and thanked him for the opportunity for a fair rematch. At least one person in this league isn't corrupt, Kevin thought. In the locker room, the Red Stars hugged, sang, and popped champagne with abandon. Trying to draw as little attention as possible, Kevin approached Nora and said it was time to go. Though it didn't interrupt the celebration, the team couldn't help but notice when Nora was once again escorted away by guards. Kevin followed the two Radiance members as they walked Nora to a waiting SUV. At the last second, she shoved them off of her and fled down the street. It was another anticlimactic performance from Nora. Kevin curtailed his Radiance team's efforts to help, and he easily chased after and ran down Nora himself. His skills, determination, and his levels were far superior to hers. As was his character, he had to admit in his heart. "Did you really think that was going to work?" Kevin asked with annoyance as he walked her back to the car. "My life is over. There was nothing to lose," Nora said blankly. Kevin returned home fully exhausted from the highs and lows of the day. He sat on the couch with Lily and wasn't at all surprised when the local news opened with a story about Nora's arrest. Almost immediately, Kevin's phone rang with a hysterical Haley on the other end. "Is this real? I don't understand," she exclaimed. "It's real," Kevin said somberly. "Nora hasn't been using her levels the way you and Larissa have, and the way I should have ensured that she would. I'm partly to blame for this, I regret to admit." "I just don't understand how she could do this," Haley said. "She shouldn't have had the chance," Kevin replied. "You're an incredible leader, Haley. I hope you learn from my mistake." After hanging up, Kevin walked out onto the mayor's mansion's balcony, hoping that the air of the city he loved would do him some good. He was feeling the lowest that he had felt in a while. He was surprised and almost angered when the Night King appeared beside him. "Why did you even let me go through with leveling the players?" Kevin demanded. "Now a man is dead and a woman's life is destroyed. What was it all for?" "Nora ruined her own life," the Night King said dismissively. "At a certain point, you have to let people be responsible for their own actions, Kevin." "When I give people access to power, I'm responsible for them," Kevin insisted. "I don't know why you encourage me to hand it out so casually. This is one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made." "Your only mistake is believing that the story is over," the Night King replied. "This was never just about a soccer game. The players will have a much larger role in the war to come." Kevin shuddered as he remembered the vision he saw in the upper realm, of Chicago on fire and his friends and families in chains. The looming threat from the Pinnacle and his underlings' search for that evil organization's head was never far from his mind, though the guilt he was feeling about Nora's diversion from honor had briefly so consumed him that he had nearly been sidetracked. Before he could ask more, the Night King vanished. Meanwhile, Nora was spending her first night in jail suffering in the lonely silence, wondering how many times she'd be able to count the ceiling tiles before going insane. Suddenly, she stirred in her cot, sensing someone nearby. "Is someone there?" she asked into the darkness. Someone stepped forward, just enough to reveal the shadow of a woman's silhouette. "It's a shame for such a talent to be locked behind bars," the woman said. "Yeah, I guess the national team isn't going to call me up anymore," Nora replied bitterly. "Oh, I'm not talking about some silly little game," the woman replied. "A woman of your talents could do much bigger things." Nora sat up in bed. "What do you mean?" "Now isn't the time for details," the woman replied. What's most important is that you can't do anything while eating prison slop and counting ceiling tiles." Nora shuddered as she wondered if the woman could actually read her mind. "I have friends in very high places," the woman continued. "We can get you out of here as long as you agree to join our organization." "What's your organization?" Nora asked tentatively. Even though Nora couldn't see her face, she sensed the woman's smile as she replied, "The Pinnacle." The sun rose over Chicago, casting a warm glow through the windows of the mayor's mansion. Kevin and Lily awoke to the promise of a new day. Wrapped in the comfort of each other's arms, they basked in the contentment of simply being together. "I'm so glad to wake up with you by my side for once," Lily cooed. "I'm so glad you're by my side, and we'll both be able to be here for the next few weeks at least," Kevin replied warmly as he laid a hand on Lily's pregnant belly. With a smile, Kevin pressed a gentle kiss to Lily's forehead, his heart filled with gratitude for this beautiful pregnant wife. "How did you sleep?" he whispered, his voice laced with affection. "Did the twins give you any problems?" Kevin motioned to Lily's massive pregnant belly. "The second I saw you, they wouldn't stop kicking," Lily replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. "But they let me sleep. I was tired. So were they. How did you sleep?" Kevin smiled, a sense of peace settling over him as he gazed into Lily's eyes. "Like a dream," he admitted, his fingers tingling with hers. And in fact, Kevin had slept well. The soccer season had been surprisingly exhausting even for someone who was just the team's owner. And it wore on him that he had erred in granting Nora Langham levels before he knew the rage that was in her heart. But this meeting with the Night King had given him some peace of mind. It was true that Kevin wasn't responsible for everyone in his wake, but it was also true that the threat from the Pinnacle was greater than ever. He had seen visions of the carnage that might come to his family and to Chicago should he not be successful in holding back the group's invasion of the Foundation. He would spend the day checking with Dalton, Olivia, Sasha, Kyle, and Marcus, whom he'd sent on missions across the globe, to try to gain intel about the workings of the Pinnacle as the threat increased. As they rose from their bed, Lily set about preparing breakfast while Kevin watched her with adoration. There was a quiet comfort in the simple act of being together, a sense of belonging that filled the room with warmth. It was a rare moment of rest and relaxation for both of them. As soon as breakfast was over, Kevin knew that their careers would take precedence. Lily was still overseeing a troubled World's Fair exhibition that was fraught with the kinds of issues and corruption that in lesser hands could have been a catastrophe. "That smells terrific," Kevin noted. "Just steak and eggs," Lily replied, "and a little black coffee." "My favorite," Kevin responded as he poured himself a cup. It was going to be a good day. It was already a good life. Over a hearty breakfast of steak and eggs, Lily discussed the latest details about the Chicago's World Fair. Her excitement was palpable as she shared her hopes for the event, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. "I have so much to do before the fair," Lily said, her voice tinged with a hint of urgency. "But having the teleportation device as the centerpiece is going to be a game changer. People are going to be amazed. Thank you, Kevin." A sense of pride swelled within Kevin at the thought of showcasing the invention to the world. "I have no doubt the fair is going to be a huge success," Kevin said, his voice filled with confidence. "You're doing a great job, Lily. I'm proud of you." Lily's cheeks turned red at the compliment. Kevin was the best. But even though she was excited about the centerpiece, Lily still had growing fears about every other aspect of the event. "But it's not all good news," Lily admitted. "We have a fantastic centerpiece, but the fair is so soon and there's still so much left to do. My predecessor as mayor, Christopher Walsh, paid for so many venues that turned out to be nothing but empty facades. He was basically siphoning money from the city's budget and saying it was for the fair, but the venues weren't real. We can't use them for anything." As Lily shared her concerns about the missing venues for the World Fair, Kevin listened intently, his brow furrowing with worry. He knew how much this event meant to Lily and the city of Chicago, and he was determined to do whatever it took to make it a success. Though he knew that he'd have to juggle his search for the leader of the Pinnacle and his attempt to stave off the Pinnacle's attack at the same time as he was doing his duty as a loyal husband and first gentleman of the city of Chicago. "I can't believe Mayor Walsh left us in this mess," Lily lamented, frustration evident in her voice. "We need new venues, but we really don't have the money in the budget anymore." Kevin nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. He knew that time was of the essence, and he wasn't about to let anything stand in the way of Lily's visions for the fair. Without hesitation, Kevin reached for his checkbook, a determined glint in his eyes. "Lily, Chicago has given me so much," he said, his voice unwavering. "I want to help in any way I can." With a flourish, Kevin began writing out a check, his pen moving swiftly across the paper as he filled in the staggering amount. "I'm donating $750 million to rent venues and hire construction teams," he announced, his tone resolute. "Consider it my contribution to making the fair a reality." Lily's eyes widened in astonishment as Kevin handed her the check, her heart overflowing with gratitude. "Kevin, I don't know what to say," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you. This means everything to me." "And you mean everything to me." Kevin reached for Lily's hand, his gaze unwavering. "I'll do whatever I can to support you, Lily," he said, his voice filled with determination. "The same way that I know you'll do everything you can to support the people of Chicago." As the concern over the venues began to settle with Kevin's generous donation, Lily's attention shifted to the next daunting task, filling those spaces with captivating exhibits. With a furrowed brow, she pondered the challenge ahead. "All right," Lily began, her tone thoughtful. "So we have a centerpiece in the teleportation device. We have the money to rent and build all the venues we could ever need. But now we need to figure out how to fill those venues with spectacular attractions that will draw people in from all over the world and leave everyone in Chicago feeling like they were just part of something truly special." Kevin nodded in understanding, his mind already racing with ideas. "You're right, Lily. We need to showcase the best of what Chicago and the world has to offer." Together, Kevin and Lily brainstormed ideas, bouncing suggestions off each other with growing enthusiasm. They discussed showcasing technological innovations, cultural displays, and interactive experiences that would captivate visitors of all ages. "We need to highlight the diversity and creativity of the city," Lily said, her eyes alight with excitement. "Let's contact local artists, inventors, and entrepreneurs to see what they could contribute." Kevin nodded in agreement, impressed by Lily's vision. "And let's not forget about the international exhibits," Lily added. "We want to create a truly global experience that celebrates cultures from around the world." "Let me check in with Williams Media and see what we can contribute talent-wise," Kevin suggested. With a renewed sense of purpose, Lily and Kevin set to work, reaching out to potential exhibitors and crafting a plan to fill the venues with immersive and unforgettable displays. As they delved deeper into the planning process, they were filled with anticipation for the incredible spectacle they were creating together. As Rachel and Alma Capone arrived at the mayor's mansion, Lily welcomed them warmly, gesturing for them to take a seat in the living room. Lily relied on her right arm to help her in every stage of planning the World's Fair, and each woman had taken on great responsibilities in the days leading up to the event. Kevin observed from the doorway, intrigued by the discussion unfolding before him, as he continued to check in with Williams Media by text on his cell phone. Lily wasted no time detailing the topic at hand, her expression earnest as she addressed Rachel and Alma. "We're still facing a bit of a challenge with the World's Fair," she began, her voice tinged with concern. "We need more exhibits to truly make it a spectacle that will draw in visitors from near and far." Rachel tapped her fingers, pondering the dilemma. Alma, the seasoned mob boss disguised who had passed herself off as an event planner to get closer to Lily, leaned forward with a knowing smile. "I have something that might interest you," she offered cryptically. Lily's curiosity was immediately piqued. "I knew you ladies would bring some great ideas. Tell me everything," Lily urged, her eyes fixed on Alma. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Alma revealed her insider knowledge. "I've heard rumors. There's nothing concrete, but the murmurings are very interesting. There's talk of a groundbreaking invention making waves in certain elite circles." Alma began, her tone dripping with intrigue. "It's called a face-off machine." Lily's eyes widened with fascination as Alma elaborated on the concept. "In theory, this machine has the ability to transfer one person's face onto another with nary a scar or nick to be found," Alma explained, her voice tinged with excitement. "If it's real, it would be considered a technological marvel capable of revolutionizing the way everyone in the world perceives identity." Kevin, who had been listening intently from the doorway, couldn't help but be intrigued by the idea. The potential applications of such a machine were endless, from entertainment to espionage. As the discussion continued, Lily and Kevin exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging the opportunity that Alma's revelation presented. With the prospect of this groundbreaking invention, the World's Fair might just become the talk of the century and mark Chicago as a groundbreaking center of technology, and it would all be chalked up to Lily's leadership as mayor. Kevin's curiosity was immediately piqued by Alma's revelation about the face-off machine. He saw the potential for it to become a captivating side event at the World's Fair, complementing the teleportation device as a centerpiece. "Where can we find this face-off machine?" Kevin asked, his mind already racing with possibilities. "I don't know where the machine is, but I know the man who can tell you," Alma responded. "Who?" Kevin asked. "His name is Pretty Boy Frank," Alma explained. "He's got something of a tragic past, but he's the one who first told me about the face-off machine." "Where can we find him?" Kevin asked. Alma leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful as she recalled the information she had gathered. "Last I heard, he was holed up in a little hut by himself, just outside Amarillo, Texas," she revealed, her tone tinged with a hint of caution. "But be careful, he doesn't like getting surprise visitors." Kevin nodded, his determination firm. "Thank you, Alma. I'll handle it from here," he assured her. With a sense of urgency, Kevin made preparations to track down the face-off machine for the World's Fair. This exhibit could be the key to making the event truly unforgettable, and Kevin was determined to see it through to fruition. Hoping to make the Chicago World's Fair a glittering success for his beloved Lily, Kevin took a tip from Alma Capone and set off to find a man named Pretty Boy Frank, who had information regarding a machine that could switch people's faces. Alma had recently started working for Lily in the mayor's office, but what Lily didn't know was that Alma was actually the head of the Chicago mob, hell-bent on destroying Lily's reputation and the World's Fair itself. With Kevin making plans to leave for Amarillo, Texas to meet with Pretty Boy Frank, Alma called it a day and prepared to leave the mayor's mansion for the night. "Have a good night, Lily," Alma offered with a warm smile. "And safe travels, Kevin." Alma stepped out the front door and her warm smile suddenly faded as her true sinister nature was revealed in a flash. Alma checked her phone. She had a new message. Alma put the phone away and made her way downtown to an old concrete parking structure, a dark and empty space that matched Alma's soul. Alma made her way down to the basement of the garage and waited. She quickly grew irritated. "You told me to meet you in the basement of this parking garage," Alma called out into the darkness. "Are you down here somewhere, or am I just wasting my time?" From the darkness of the shadows ahead, Juanita Hernandez stepped into view. Juanita was the head of her own crime syndicate in Chicago. The two women were rivals, but also equals in their evil aspirations. "Hello, Alma," Juanita offered to Alma coldly. "Juanita?" Alma replied with the same icy glare. The two women circled each other, eyeing each other down. You have something you want to talk about? Alma probed. Or did you just lure me down here to try to kill me? Alma pulled a huge blade from her coat pocket. She was ready to fight if need be. Juanita stopped pacing and smiled. Calm down, she offered. I don't want to fight you. Not tonight. I called you down here because we share the same problem. Alma and Juanita Hernandez, two formidable figures in the Chicago underworld, were locked in a silent standoff, each aware of the other's reputation and power. The same problem, Alma repeated. What do you know about my business? Alma raised her blade. I said, calm down, Juanita pushed back. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already. Not a chance, lady, Alma countered fiercely. My men know where I'm at and who I'm meeting with. If I don't walk out of here alive, neither do you. Juanita sighed. Do you want to talk or just keep irritating me? Like I said, we have the same problem. Alma's gaze remained steady, betraying no hint of surprise at Juanita's assertion. She knew all too well the precarious nature of alliances in their world, where loyalties shifted like shadows. And what problem might that be, Juanita? Alma replied, her tone neutral but tinged with a hint of curiosity. Juanita's lips curled into a sly smile as she moved forward, her presence commanding respect with every step she took. Kevin and Lily Williams, she stated simply, her words heavy with disdain. They're too powerful, too influential. It was only a matter of time before they encroached on both our territories, before they made your life harder the same way they've already made mine. Alma's expression remained impassive, but inwardly she acknowledged the truth in Juanita's words. Lily had indeed risen swiftly in prominence to become mayor, and that threatened Alma's criminal operation, especially after do-gooder Lily discovered that the World's Fair itself was nothing more than a sham that was to fill the pockets of the city's crime bosses. It's a fair point, Alma conceded, her voice betraying no hint of hesitation. They are making my business tough at the moment. But what did they do to you? Kevin Williams murdered my sons, Juanita replied, doing her best to control her building rage. Kevin hadn't technically murdered either of Juanita's sons, but that's not how Juanita saw it. Alma nodded, processing Juanita's reply. I see why you don't like him, but what do you propose we do about it? Juanita's smile widened, predatory glint in her eyes as she leaned in closer to Alma. We make them pay, she whispered, the words hanging in the air like a promise of retribution. If we work together, we can both get what we want. You hurt Lily, I'll hurt Kevin. Interesting, Alma replied. What do you know about switching faces? Juanita frowned curiously. Apparently not as much as you. Tell me what you're thinking. Alma took a deep breath before continuing, her mind racing with the complexities of her plan. Lily is looking for new technology to showcase at the Chicago World's Fair. I've heard about a machine that allows you to swap faces with someone. I sent Kevin to try to bring it back to Chicago, and once it's here, I think we can use it to our advantage. Alma's features hardened with resolve as she met Juanita's gaze with steely determination. At that moment, an unspoken pact was forged between them, bound by their shared ambition and the ruthless pursuit of power in the unforgiving streets of Chicago. As they parted ways, Alma and Juanita knew that their alliance marked the beginning of a dangerous game, one where betrayal and treachery lurked around every corner. But for now, they were united in their common goal, to bring down the formidable duo of Kevin and Lily Williams by any means necessary. At the same time, Kevin's plane was landing in Amarillo, Texas. He had flown coach, so he didn't waste money. Alma had told him that her informant now lived away from the world in a home in rural Texas. The informant, pretty boy Frank, hadn't been seen in months, so Kevin was forced to go into town and ask the locals what they knew. Kevin approached the local barbecue shop. "Excuse me," Kevin stepped up to the man at the grill. "Do you know a person named Pretty Boy Frank? I was told he lived nearby." The grill master's face went white at the mention of the name.
"Yeah," the grill master replied. "I know him. He lives in a little shack just outside of town. I could show you on a map, but he doesn't like visitors."
Kevin processed the response, realizing it was the second time he'd heard the same thing about this mysterious character. "Why not?"
"I don't want to gossip, but there's something wrong with his face," the barbecue man offered.
"His face?" Kevin repeated.
"That's right," the grill master confirmed. "I don't know the specifics, but whenever I've ever caught a glimpse of him, he's always wearing a bag over his head. Creepy stuff."
Kevin continued to talk to locals and learned that the shack in question had a few signs of life other than daily food delivery, drawn shades, and threatening keep out signs that were posted on every post and tree. Kids said a monster lived in that house in the middle of the woods away from the town. Kevin headed through the woods and discovered the house. It wasn't hard to identify the shack. There was probably more razor wire around it than around Fort Knox. Unsure of what to expect, Kevin walked past a few dozen keep out signs and went up to the door and knocked. Kevin's knuckles rapped against the weathered wooden door of the secluded home nestled in the heart of rural Texas. The echo of his knocks reverberated through the quiet surroundings, seemingly swallowed by the dense canopy of trees that encircled the property. As he waited, Kevin couldn't shake the sense of foreboding that hung heavy in the air. The locals' whispers of a reclusive figure living in isolation, coupled with the eerie stillness of the surrounding woods, filled him with a sense of unease. Seconds stretched into minutes, and just as Kevin began to wonder if anyone would answer, the door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior cloaked in shadows. A figure stood on the threshold, obscured by the darkness within.
"Who's there?"
a voice called out, tinged with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Kevin stepped forward, his gaze searching the darkness for any sign of movement. "My name is Kevin Williams," he announced, his voice steady despite the uncertainty that gnawed at him. "I'm looking for someone known as Pretty Boy Frank. I was told he might be staying here." The figure in the doorway remained silent for a moment, as if weighing Kevin's words, obscured by the shadows.
"I'm Pretty Boy Frank," the man replied, his voice tinged with a weariness that spoke of untold burdens. "What do you want?"
Kevin studied the shadowed figure, unable to make him out. It was clear that Pretty Boy Frank didn't want to be seen, and Kevin couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. It was a hard way to live, but why? "I'm looking for the face-off machine," Kevin replied in his usual direct but polite manner. "I was told you had information about its location." Pretty Boy sighed.
"Yeah, I know where it is, but you'll never get your hands on it. I've been trying to get my hands on the face-off machine for years, but it's highly protected. And men like me can't get anywhere near it."
"Why?" Kevin asked. "Why would you want to get your hands on a face-swapping machine?" Pretty Boy stepped out from the shack into the light, revealing his horribly burned face, his lips and nose gone completely, his skin nothing more than blood vessels and scar tissue. Pretty Boy Frank wasn't pretty at all. He was a monster. Hoping to make the Chicago World's Fair a historic event for his hometown, Kevin traveled to a small shack just outside Amarillo, Texas, to meet a man named Pretty Boy Frank, who had information regarding a face-swapping machine. But as Kevin met the man, he was shocked to find his face had been horribly burned. "I'm so sorry," Kevin offered to Pretty Boy Frank as he stepped into the light, his horribly burned face now fully visible. "What happened to you, if I may ask?"
"It's a long story," Frank offered. "Come inside."
The eerie atmosphere of the house enveloped Kevin as he stepped into the dimly lit interior, his senses on high alert. The absence of mirrors struck him as particularly unsettling, a stark reminder of the lengths Pretty Boy Frank had gone to conceal his appearance from himself, in the same way as he had hidden himself from the outside world. As he moved through the space, Kevin's gaze was drawn to the mundane objects that had been altered or obscured in peculiar ways. The toaster, painted over with enamel, glinted dully in the faint light, its reflective surface rendered opaque and useless. Plastic cutlery clattered softly against the kitchen counter, a stark contrast to the gleaming metal utensils that would typically adorn such a space. Kevin realized that the metal could cause Frank to see his reflection. Plastic would prevent such a sad event for the man. The curtains were drawn tight, suffocating the room in darkness, while the broken remnants of mirrors lay scattered across the floor like bits of shattered dreams. Kevin's heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in the silence of the house. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had walked into a nightmare, a place where reality blurred with the grotesque and the boundaries between sanity and madness were beginning to fray. Everywhere he looked, Kevin saw evidence of Pretty Boy Frank's desperate attempt to erase any semblance of his own reflection. It was as if the very image of himself had become intolerable, each mirrored surface a painful reminder of the identity he had lost. Despite the creeping sense of unease that settled over him, Kevin pressed on, his determination unwavering. He knew that beneath the layers of fear and self-imposed isolation lay a man in desperate need of help.
"The kitchen is over there," Pretty Boy noted. "Take a seat."
As Kevin stepped into the darkened kitchen of Pretty Boy Frank's secluded home, a chill crept up his spine, sending shivers cascading down his arms. The air felt heavy with an unsettling stillness, broken only by the creak of floorboards beneath his feet. Kevin hesitated for a moment, the darkness swallowing him whole as he inched further into the unknown. "Is it always so dark in here?" Kevin asked.
"It's never dark enough,"
Pretty Boy replied with a grim sigh. Every corner he turned, Kevin was met with the same eerie tableau of destruction and decay. It was as if the very essence of the house had been tainted by the darkness that resided within it, twisting and contorting everything it touched. As Kevin's eyes scanned the far wall, he suddenly spotted a solitary photo hanging on the wall. Amid the gloom, this glimmer of the past shone like a beacon, drawing him closer with an irresistible pull. In the photograph, a scene of radiant happiness unfolded before Kevin's eyes. A woman, her beauty ethereal and captivating, stood at the center, cradling two children in her arms. Their smiles were infectious, their eyes sparkling with the innocence of youth. Beside them stood a man, his charm and charisma evident in the easy tilt of his head and the confident gleam in his eyes. With a head of hair reminiscent of a young Hugh Grant and a tan that spoke of endless days basking in the sun, he cut a striking figure against the backdrop of domestic bliss. Kevin found himself drawn into the scene, captivated by the warmth and love that emanated from the photograph. For a fleeting moment, he could almost imagine himself as part of this idyllic family, the cares of the world melting away in the presence of such palpable joy.
"Get away from that photo,"
Pretty Boy Frank shouted angrily. The harsh reality of the present came crashing back with a jolt, reminding Kevin of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of this fleeting glimpse into the past. "I apologize," Kevin offered. "I didn't mean to offend you, but it's a lovely-looking family."
"Shut up,"
Pretty Boy pushed back abruptly.
"You don't talk about them."
"Who are they, Frank?" Kevin asked once again, determined to learn the truth. Frank suddenly broke down, his shoulders sinking, his eyes welling with tears.
"They're my family,"
Frank admitted. Kevin tried to comfort the man. "They seem wonderful."
"They are,"
Pretty Boy exclaimed, now sobbing uncontrollably.
"And the man in the middle, that handsome, happy man standing with his beautiful family. That was me."
Kevin suddenly realized that the man before him was a shadow of the person depicted in the photograph, his once handsome features now twisted by pain and despair. Tears streamed down Frank's face, mingling with the scars that marred his skin, a cruel reminder of the horrors he had endured. His nose and lips were gone. His cheeks and forehead burned beyond recognition. In a voice choked with emotion, Pretty Boy Frank spoke, his words trembling with raw anguish.
I met my wife in college, and we fell in love, got married, and had 2 beautiful children,
he cried, his voice breaking with the weight of his sorrow.
But it's all gone, just because I stole 400 kilos of cocaine from a drug cartel.
What? Kevin exclaimed. You stole cocaine from a drug cartel?
I didn't say I was perfect, Pretty Boy replied. I worked for some bad people and I'd do it again to provide for my family, but the cartel found me. They kidnapped me and dragged me to a warehouse, and that's where they dunked my face in acid.
Kevin gasped at the thought.
The irony, Pretty Boy shouted. They hated my good looks. My nickname was Pretty Boy Frank, so they kept me alive but made it so I could never go back out in the light ever again. I could never see my family again without them screaming at me in horror. Life is so unfair.
Kevin's heart went out to the man before him, his empathy tempered by the knowledge of the darkness that lurked within him. Despite his criminal past, it was clear that Pretty Boy Frank was a man consumed by grief and regret, his life forever altered by the choices he had made. As Kevin listened to Frank's story, a sense of compassion washed over him, mingled with a growing resolve to help this broken man find redemption. Despite his past sins, Frank was still a human being in need of compassion and understanding, and Kevin was determined to do whatever he could to ease his suffering. With a firm nod, Kevin reached out a hand to Frank, offering him a lifeline in the darkness. "You're not alone," he said softly, his voice filled with empathy. "We'll find a way to make things right, together." As Frank's sobs gradually subsided, Kevin knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but he was ready to face them head-on, guided by the light of compassion and the hope of redemption. Despite Pretty Boy Frank's troubled past and self-pitying demeanor, Kevin's resolve remained steadfast. He knew that beneath the layers of regret and despair lay a man who was capable of redemption, a man who deserved a second chance. With a gentle yet determined tone, Kevin extended his hand to Frank, offering him a glimmer of hope in the darkness that had consumed him for so long. "Let's work together," Kevin said, his voice infused with compassion and understanding. "I know you've made mistakes, but that doesn't mean you can't turn your life around. We can help each other." Frank looked at Kevin, his eyes filled with gratitude. For so long he had been trapped in a cycle of self-pity and despair, unable to see a way out of the darkness that surrounded him. But now, with Kevin's offer of assistance, a spark of hope ignited within him, illuminating the path to redemption that lay ahead. With a nod of agreement, Frank accepted Kevin's outstretched hand, his heart heavy with the weight of his past sins, but also filled with the promise of a brighter future. Together, they would embark on a journey of healing.
"What do you need from me?" Pretty Boy asked.
Kevin sat down in a chair. "Tell me everything you know about this face-off machine." As they began to make plans, Kevin's mind raced with possibilities. He knew that acquiring the face-off machine would not be easy, but he was determined to see it through. For Lily's sake, for Pretty Boy Frank's sake, and for the sake of all of those who deserved a second chance at life, Kevin would stop at nothing to make their dreams a reality. Kevin learned that Pretty Boy Frank's face was seared off with acid. After he stole cocaine from a drug cartel, they got revenge on him by allowing him to live, but turning him from a handsome family man into a frightening monster. Believing in second chances, Kevin enters into a pact with Frank to find the face-off machine, both to help him and to be showcased at Lily's World Fair. Kevin sat down across from Pretty Boy Frank, their eyes meeting in the dimly lit room. "Thank you for trusting me," Kevin offered. "Now what can you tell me about the face-off machine?" Pretty Boy Frank took a slow sip of coffee through a long straw. Even that simple act was difficult without lips to seal around it. He set the cup down with a sigh, his expression pensive.
After I lost my face, he began, his voice hoarse with emotion, I went into hiding, desperate to reclaim my good looks. I sought out plastic surgeons and Hollywood makeup artists, but nothing seemed to offer a permanent solution. I grew desperate. I just needed a way back to my old life. He paused, his gaze drifting off into the distance before returning to Kevin. That's when I started looking into all the conspiracy theories on the internet. He continued, his voice tinged with frustration. Stories of secret technologies, experimental procedures. Most stories were nonsense, blatant lies. But then I read about the face-off machine and I knew that this was different. Kevin leaned forward, his interest piqued. Different how? Tell me more, he urged, his voice barely above a whisper. Pretty boy Frank leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his scarred face. It was all speculation, of course, he admitted, his tone cautious. But according to some of these theories, there were underground networks, hidden labs, places where they were experimenting with technology that could change everything we knew about human appearance as we know it. He paused, taking another sip of coffee. I didn't know how much of it was true, he confessed, but I became obsessed. I started digging deeper, following every lead, every rumor, hoping to find something that could help me reclaim what I'd lost. Anything to get my face back. Kevin nodded, absorbing Frank's words. And did you find any information? Anything concrete? Pretty boy Frank shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his lips. No, nothing concrete, he admitted. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something out there, something just beyond my grasp, something that could change everything. As the weight of Frank's words settled over them both, Kevin's mind raced with possibilities. Could there really be a face-swapping machine out there hidden away in some laboratory? But, Pretty boy suddenly added. He hesitated. Kevin took note of the pause in Frank's words. But what? Kevin pushed. With a hesitant sigh, Pretty boy continued. Like I said, I've become obsessed with all sorts of social media clues and chatter online, but there's one story in particular that captured my attention. It's not concrete, but it's very, very tasty. What is it? Kevin probed. Pretty boy leaned forward, his eyes intense with dread. The elite in Dubai, he explained. They all look 23 years old all the time. It's like they've discovered the fountain of youth. And the matrons, the older women of the Dubai social swirl, disappear for a few weeks and return looking younger than their granddaughters. It's not me saying this. So many people online have noted how the rich families of Dubai never seem to age. Kevin's eyebrows furrowed in confusion as he processed Frank's words. But how? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. How do they stay that young forever? Frank leaned back in his chair, his expression haunted. I don't think they're staying young. I think they're just stealing young people's faces. Kevin's eyes went wide with shock. Frank nodded solemnly. The rich, he continued. They're swapping the old faces with young people's faces. It's a grotesque dance of vanity and desperation, a devil's bargain with age and mortality. And one former plastic surgeon is said to be behind all of it. As the gravity of Frank's words settled over them, Kevin felt a chill run down his spine. The implications of such technology were staggering, and the moral implications even more so. We have to find out more, Kevin declared, his voice firm with determination. We have to uncover the truth behind these rumors, no matter where it leads us. Kevin's curiosity burned bright as he leaned in, eager for more information. What about this surgeon? He pressed, his voice edged with urgency. Pretty boy Frank shook his head, his expression grim. No one knows anything for sure, he replied. The doctor is a shadow character, no photos of him anywhere, no addresses, nothing. People call him Dr. Forever Young, or Dr. Forever for short. Dr. Forever? Kevin repeated curiously. Kevin's mind raced with possibilities as he absorbed Frank's words. A mysterious surgeon operating in the shadows, wielding the power to grant eternal youth.
It sounded like something straight out of a dystopian novel. "But how do we find him?" Kevin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Pretty Boy Frank's lips curved into a grim smile as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a crumpled photograph. "We start by following the breadcrumbs," he replied cryptically. He unfolded the photograph, revealing the image of a 90-year-old billionaire with the face of a teenager. The contrast was jarring, the wrinkles of age replaced by the smooth contours of youth. Kevin's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the image, his mind whirling with disbelief. "This is real?" he breathed, his voice barely audible. Frank nodded solemnly. "Real as it gets," he confirmed. "And if we can track down the source of this transformation, we might just uncover the truth behind the face-off machine." Kevin's pulse quickened with excitement as he studied the photograph, his determination solidifying with each passing moment. "We'll find this Dr. Forever Young," he declared, his voice filled with conviction. "No matter what it takes." With the weight of their mission heavy on their shoulders, Kevin knew he couldn't tackle this daunting task alone. He needed the expertise and support of his trusted friends, Marcus and Kyle. Both had been tasked already with seeking out information about the rise of the Pinnacle and the possibility that the rogue organization's leader had already infiltrated the Foundation, but their leads were coming up empty, and Kevin knew that Dalton, Olivia, and Sasha, still on the case, were also running into dead ends. Kevin could use Marcus and Kyle more fruitfully on his latest quest. Calling them both, Kevin laid out the details of their mission. "We're heading to Dallas," he announced, his voice filled with determination. "We're going to track down a Dr. Forever Young and uncover the truth behind a supposed face-off machine." Without hesitation, Marcus and Kyle both agreed. They were ready to join Kevin on this perilous adventure, even if most people would have found the sentence Kevin had just uttered to them to be wholly ridiculous. Marcus and Kyle, though, knew and trusted Kevin. Whatever quest he was on was one of fact as well as importance, and if their leader needed them, they would be by his side. "We'll pack our bags and meet you in Dubai first thing tomorrow morning," Marcus offered. Kevin hung up the phone and turned to Pretty Boy. "They'll meet us in Dubai." Pretty Boy hesitated. "Us?" Kevin nodded. "I can't do this without you, and if we're lucky, maybe we can find the machine and get you a handsome face back in the process." Meanwhile, in a cozy cafe tucked away in the heart of Chicago, Lily sat with her friends and colleagues, Rachel and Alma, their conversation flowing effortlessly as they caught up on each other's lives. As they sipped their lattes, Lily couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement bubbling within her. "So, Lily, how's everything going with the twins?" Rachel asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lily smiled, her heart fluttering at the thought of her upcoming medical appointment. "It's been amazing," she replied, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "Dr. Serafina Willow has really gone out of her way to make me feel safe and comfortable. She's the best." Alma's ears perked up at the mention of Dr. Willow. She leaned in closer, pretending to be engrossed in her coffee as she listened intently to their conversation. "Dr. Serafina Willow?" Alma repeated. "Is that your baby doctor?" Lily shook her head. "Yes, she's taking care of the twins. She's a genius and also a very good family friend." But as Lily continued to share her excitement, Alma's mind began to race with possibilities. She had lied to Lily, telling her that she was a world-class event planner. But what Lily didn't know was that Alma was the head of the Chicago mob, looking for a little payback. Recently, Alma had met with Juanita Hernandez, and the two women agreed to work together to help bring down the Williams family. Alma was quick to excuse herself from the cafe. Across town, Juanita sat in her lavish home. There was a calculated gleam in her eyes. She had been scheming anew, her mind buzzing with possibilities, when Alma stepped in the door. "What do you have for me?" Juanita asked. "Dr. Serafina Willow," Alma replied. "Lily's baby doctor," Juanita already knew. "What about her?" "I know what you want to do," Alma noted to Juanita. And I think with Dr. Serafina Willow and the face-off machine, we might just be able to pull it off.
A face-off machine and Dr. Willow. Juanita murmured to herself, a sly smile playing at the corners of her lips. That's not a bad mix. As she pondered her next move, a wicked gleam danced in Juanita's eyes. She knew that with the right plan in place, she could use this information to her advantage, manipulating the situation to further her own ambitions. With a newfound sense of purpose, Juanita set to work, her mind buzzing with ideas as she plotted her next move. Little did she know her actions would set into motion a chain of events that would change the lives of everyone involved forever. After Pretty Boy Frank told Kevin about rumors of a Dr. Forever Young who was keeping the elite of Dubai perennially youthful and beautiful, the two embarked on a trek there to find the supposed face-off machine that the doctor was using. In Chicago, Alma tips off Juanita about Lily's baby doctor, Serafina Willow, and the two women scheme. As his plane touched down in Dubai, Kevin and Pretty Boy Frank disembarked. Kevin was dressed in his regular Dockers and Keds, while Pretty Boy Frank had made the unorthodox decision to wear a woman's traditional burqa to cover his acid-scarred face. Pretty Boy seemed hesitant. He was overwhelmed by the crowds of people. Stepping into the bustling airport terminal, Kevin and Pretty Boy were immediately engulfed in a sea of sights and sounds. The air thick with the scent of spices and the chatter of travelers from around the world. "You all right?" Kevin asked Pretty Boy. "I'll survive," Pretty Boy replied. "I've just been away from people for so long it's a little overwhelming. And it doesn't help that I'm dressed like a girl." Pretty Boy motioned to his burqa. "You're not dressed like a girl," Kevin replied. "Think of it as a gender-neutral disguise. And more than that, it covers your face." "Doesn't feel so gender-neutral to me," Pretty Boy replied. "Feels like lady clothes, and it could be seen as blasphemous, probably." Kevin smiled and then pushed forward, but as the duo navigated their way through the crowded terminal, it quickly became apparent that Pretty Boy Frank's disguise was causing some unwanted attention. Shrouded in a burqa to conceal his face, Frank found himself repeatedly mistaken for a woman, much to his growing frustration. "I'm not a woman," Frank shouted, his voice echoing through the bustling terminal. "Stop mistaking me for a woman. I'm a man with a horribly burned face." The stares and whispers only seemed to intensify, fueling Frank's mounting anger. He clenched his fists, ready to lash out at anyone who dared to cross his path. "Frank, calm down," Kevin urged, his voice firm but gentle. "We can't afford to draw attention to ourselves. We need to stay focused on our mission." Reluctantly, Frank nodded, his anger simmering beneath the surface as he forced himself to take deep breaths and to regain his self-control. "Kevin!" A voice shouted from across the terminal. Kevin turned to find Marcus and Kyle approaching. "Kyle! Marcus!" Kevin shouted. "You made it!" "Wouldn't miss it," Kyle offered. "Marcus wanted to upgrade to first class." "No, I didn't," Marcus pushed back. "I just wanted to make sure we got as many free movies on our flight as possible." "This is Pretty Boy Frank." Kevin motioned to Frank, who was standing nearby. "Why is he dressed like a lady?" Kyle asked. Pretty Boy turned to Kevin and let his minimally exposed eyes flash with an annoyance that said, in short, "I told you so." "Let's get a cab," Kevin responded. "I'll explain on the way." With tensions easing, Kevin and his team made their way to their hotel, their minds buzzing with excitement and anticipation. Little did they know the journey ahead would be filled with danger and deception, but they were determined to see it through to the end. Several hours later, with the team settled into their hotel, it was time to begin scoping out the city of Dubai. However, Kyle and Marcus, being Kyle and Marcus, were feeling a bit petulant. "I'm starving," Marcus grumbled, his stomach audibly growling. "I can't think straight when I'm hungry." Kyle nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring Marcus's. "Yeah, we need fuel for our brains and brawn,"
he chimed in, flexing his muscles. Kevin sighed, knowing that trying to reason with them would be futile until they were fed. Turning to the hotel concierge, he inquired about a nearby restaurant where they could grab a bite to eat. The concierge recommended a local eatery known for its delicious cuisine, and the team eagerly made their way there, their appetites growing with each step. As they approached the restaurant, however, they encountered an unexpected hurdle. The concierge informed Pretty Boy Frank that he wouldn't be allowed in alone, citing the city's rules. Women could only eat in the company of their husbands.
What? I'm a man.
Frank exclaimed incredulously, his frustration evident. Kevin stepped in, trying to defuse the situation. It's okay, Frank, he reassured him. We'll find a way to work around it. Let's just focus on getting some food in us first. Reluctantly, Frank nodded, his annoyance still palpable as they made their way down the street in search of another option. Hungry and determined to find a solution, Kevin led the team to another restaurant. As they entered, Kevin approached the host. Hi, Kevin offered. I'd like a table for 4, please. However, the host's response caught Kevin off guard. With a dismissive glance at Kevin's attire, Dockers, and Keds, the host rolled his eyes in annoyance. I see. You might be better suited for a soup kitchen down the street. Kevin's jaw dropped in disbelief. I don't need a soup kitchen, he retorted, his frustration mounting. I'm a billionaire. The host raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. We put a lot of food in the dumpsters if you're looking to dig through them, he replied curtly. Undeterred, Kevin shot back. I own multiple banks. Just when it seemed like they were at an impasse, a waiter passing by stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in recognition. Wait a minute, he exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. You're Kevin Williams, the famous entrepreneur, owner of Williams Media. I read the Wall Street Journal every day. The waiter turned to the host with a perplexed look. Why are you making a global media mogul wait for a table? Seat him in my section, please. He's a great tipper. Kevin nodded, relieved to finally be recognized. That's right, he confirmed, his voice tinged with gratitude. Now, could we please get a table? With a sheepish apology, the host quickly scrambled to accommodate them, ushering the group to a table in the bustling restaurant. As they settled into their seats, the tension of the encounter began to melt away, replaced by the anticipation of a delicious meal and the excitement of their adventures in Dubai. As the 4 sat in the restaurant, their minds buzzing with plans to uncover the elusive Dr. Forever Young, Kevin couldn't shake the feeling that something peculiar was afoot. He glanced around, his keen eyes catching strange details that seemed out of place. His gaze fell upon their waitress, whose appearance was strikingly reminiscent of Granny from the Beverly Hillbillies. Yet her movements were graceful, almost ethereal, and her hand possessed a youthful vitality. Kevin furrowed his brow in confusion, his curiosity piqued. How old was this wrinkle-faced, young-handed woman? He muttered to himself, his thoughts racing. Something isn't adding up here. Just then, he overheard the waitress speaking to the manager, requesting the night off. Why do you need time off? The manager complained. For my prom, the waitress replied. But her reason left Kevin utterly dumbfounded. To go to the prom, Kevin exclaimed inwardly, his mind reeling with disbelief. But why would an old woman be going to prom? Suddenly, a realization dawned on Kevin. Maybe she wasn't old at all. Perhaps it was just her face that appeared aged. Kevin's mind went to the face-off machine. With a newfound sense of purpose, Kevin leaned in to share his suspicions with Marcus, Kyle, and Pretty Boy Frank. I think we may have stumbled upon our first clue, he whispered, his voice tinged with excitement. That waitress. She's not who she appears to be. She has an old lady face, but she's actually a young woman getting ready to go to prom. If we can uncover her secret, it might just lead us one step closer to finding the surgeon. As Kevin and his team observed the curious scene unfolding in the restaurant, their confusion only deepened when an elderly man emerged from the kitchen, his arms laden with dishes. Despite his advanced age, he moved with an unexpected lightness, practically skipping as he made his way through the crowded dining area. Their curiosity escalated when the aged waitress approached the man, a twinkle in her eye as she announced she had secured the night off for the prom. To Kevin's utter bewilderment, the two shared a tender kiss, sealing their plans for the evening. Kevin's mind whirled with confusion as he struggled to make sense of the bizarre situation unfolding before him. "I just don't get it," he muttered to himself, his brow furrowed in thought. Turning to his companions, Kevin voiced his bewilderment. "What is going on here?" Marcus shrugged, equally perplexed by the unexpected turn of events.
"Beats me,"
he replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Kyle scratched his head, his expression mirroring Kevin's confusion. "I have no idea," he admitted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Pretty boy Frank simply watched the scene unfold with a bemused expression, seemingly unfazed by the oddity of it all.
"It's the face-off machine,"
Pretty boy offered.
"This is exactly what all the internet accounts I read were talking about. Young kids with old faces. But why? Because a surgeon took their original faces and swapped them with the faces of old people."
With determination and curiosity guiding their every move, Kevin and his team prepared to delve deeper into the secrets hidden within the walls of the restaurant, ready to uncover the answers they sought, no matter how bizarre or unexpected they may be. Hoping to make the Chicago World's Fair the best it can be, Kevin traveled to Dubai with Pretty Boy Frank, Marcus, and Kyle in hopes of tracking down a machine that was rumored to be able to swap people's faces. Soon, Kevin and his team spotted a young couple working at a restaurant who were excited to go to prom together, but who also had old faces on their young bodies. As Kevin and his team finished their meal, Kevin couldn't shake the strange feeling that lingered from the encounter with the seemingly elderly waitress and the aged man. His attention was drawn to the statistically young teenagers working at the restaurant, each with faces that belonged to much older individuals. It was a perplexing sight, and Kevin's curiosity only grew.
"It's the face-off machine,"
Pretty Boy Frank asserted again.
"These kids have the faces of 70-year-olds. What else could do that to them?"
"Maybe it is," Kevin replied. "Let's see what we can find out." After settling the bill, Kevin left an enormous tip for the waitress, who was visibly flabbergasted by the gesture. "It's just $1 million, Kevin remarked casually, though the waitress could hardly believe her ears. "No," the waitress pushed back. "This is too much. I can't take it. It's not right." "I insist," Kevin pushed back. But he wasn't done yet. Kevin leaned in, his voice softening with genuine warmth. "I overheard you and your boyfriend talking to the manager. I want you to enjoy your prom," Kevin said, his eyes twinkling with sincerity. "I'll even send a limo for you, a nice stretched one with a hot tub in the trunk. How does that sound?" "Amazing!" the waitress with an old lady face replied in a voice that had the giggly energy of youth. As the waitress thanked him profusely, Kevin couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for his ulterior motive. While his gesture was genuine, he also knew that renting the limo for the couple would allow Kevin and his team to shadow the teenagers to prom, potentially uncovering valuable clues in their quest to find the face-off machine. With the plan in motion, Kevin, Kyle, Marcus, and Pretty Boy Frank prepared to trail the young couple, their hearts heavy with the weight of the mysteries yet to be unraveled. Little did they know this seemingly innocent gesture would lead them closer to the truth behind the face-swapping machine and the enigmatic surgeon lurking in the shadows of Dubai. As Kevin and his allies made their way outside, the anticipation of the night ahead hung heavy in the air, mingled with the excitement of the unknown. Several hours later, Kevin and his team staked out the limo. They trailed it from one location to another, watching in disbelief as the girl and guy convened and picked up other friends. However, what struck them the most was the appearance of these friends. They all looked at first to be aged, but that was only their faces. Each gleeful prom attendee skipped and leapt into the limo with the excitement of youth. The teenagers climbed into the hot tub in the back of the limo. It was a surreal sight. They seemed young and were eager for the night ahead, but their faces were balding and saggy. Kevin and his team exchanged bewildered glances as they followed the group to the prom venue.
Are we going inside? Marcus asked.
That's a dumb question, Kyle pushed back. Of course we're going inside, right, Kevin?
It'll be hard to go unnoticed, Kevin replied. 4 random adults at prom. That might seem strange.
Stranger than teenagers with old people's faces?
Pretty Boy pushed back. Kevin nodded. It was a good point. Inside, the scene was surreal. The kids were spiking the punch bowl and dancing to hot music, but the majority of them looked like nursing home residents from the neck up. Kevin's mind raced with questions as he observed the bizarre sight. What is this? He muttered under his breath, his eyes scanning the crowd for any signs of normalcy. Why has no one else tried to stop whatever it is that happened to these poor kids?
Maybe they have,
Pretty Boy offered. Kevin considered the possibility, but he was having a hard time focusing. Everywhere he looked, the same unsettling scene played out. Teenage bodies with elderly faces, gyrating and grinding on the dance floor. It was a spectacle unlike anything they had ever seen, and it filled him with a sense of unease. As Kevin, Kyle, Marcus, and Frank continued to observe from their vantage point, Kevin knew that they were onto something big. There was a dark secret lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly innocent prom night, and they were determined to uncover it, no matter the cost.
What's our next move? Marcus asked.
He'll tell us when he's ready, Kyle pushed back.
Will you stop undercutting everything I say?
Marcus exclaimed as he turned to Kyle. Cut the chatter, Kevin stepped between the two. We need to just stay out of the way and see what we can see. As the prom continued in its surreal atmosphere, Kevin, Marcus, Kyle, and Pretty Boy Frank found themselves caught off guard when the principal, a middle-aged woman, approached them with suspicion. What are you 3 adult men and 1 adult woman doing in this venue? The principal questioned.
I'm not a woman,
Pretty Boy Frank replied, his frustration evident as he reiterated his identity once more. The principal's gaze swept over the group, her expression one of disdain.
No adults allowed, you creeps,
she declared, her voice firm as she moved to escort them out of the venue. But before she could take any further action, Kevin stepped forward, his demeanor calm and composed. Wait, he interjected, his voice commanding attention. We're not here to cause trouble. In fact, we're here to help. The principal raised an eyebrow, skeptical of Kevin's claim. But as soon as he mentioned his name, Kevin Williams, her expression softened, a flicker of recognition crossing her features.
You're Kevin Williams?
She asked, her tone shifting from suspicion to curiosity.
The Kevin Williams of Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals.
Kevin nodded, a sense of relief washing over him as he realized that his reputation preceded him. That's right, he confirmed, his voice steady. And we're here because we believe there's something strange going on at this prom. As Kevin began to explain their suspicions about the peculiar age discrepancies among the attendees, the principal's interest in Kevin's words grew. She listened intently as Kevin outlined their observations and theories, her expression becoming increasingly thoughtful. Finally, she nodded in understanding.
You're right,
the principal murmured, her eyes narrowing in contemplation.
These children have all been taken advantage of, but there's nothing anyone can do. It's a sad story, but it's not mine to tell. I can't risk getting into trouble for opening up my mouth.
You have to tell us what you know, Kevin replied. These children need help.
It's not my story to tell, the principal repeated firmly. Excuse me.
As the principal stepped away, Kevin and his team felt a building sense of dread.
I can tell you what's happening,
a voice suddenly offered. Kevin and his team turned to find an ugly young man in an oversized suit standing right beside them. Who are you? Kevin asked curiously. The ugly young man introduced himself.
I'm Snot. People call me Snot, the young man offered.
Snot's demeanor was bitter and his expression reflected a deep-seated resentment. Snot wasted no time in explaining the grim reality faced by the students of the school.
We're so downtrodden that we have no leverage, he began, his voice laced with frustration. When the elite came to abduct us and steal our youthful faces, we're powerless to stop them." Kevin listened intently, his heart heavy with sympathy for Snot and his fellow students. The thought of innocent teenagers being preyed upon by the wealthy elite filled him with righteous indignation. "The authorities are supposedly looking into it," Snot continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "But nothing ever seems to change." As Snot spoke, Kevin couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. It was an injustice of the highest order, and he was determined to do everything in his power to put an end to it. But what struck Kevin the most was Snot's bitterness about being the school's resident ugly kid. His face, deemed unworthy by the standards of the elite, had spared him from the horrors faced by his peers, and yet it left him feeling isolated and resentful, a painful reminder of the cruelty of the world that they lived in, and the tortures of being a teenager. As Snot's words hung in the air, Kevin vowed to make things right. No one deserved to be treated as expendable, their identities stolen and discarded like trash. With the principal's support and Snot's insider knowledge, Kevin knew they were one step closer to uncovering the truth and putting an end to the atrocities being committed against the students. With determination burning in his heart, Kevin prepared to embark on the next phase of their mission, ready to confront the darkness that lurked within the shadows of the school. And as he looked into Snot's eyes, he silently vowed to stand up for the rights of all of those who had been cast aside and forgotten. Kevin and his team discovered an entire school full of teenagers whose faces had been swapped with the aging rich elite of Dubai. Among the students, there was only one who still had their original face, an unattractive young man named Snot. And he was eager to become a source of information for Kevin, who was seeking the all-important face-off machine and the doctor behind it. Kevin looked at Snot with empathy, understanding the pain and frustration that lingered beneath his bitter exterior. He reached out a comforting hand, offering reassurance to the young man. "What's happened to you and your classmates is horrible," Kevin began, his voice commanding. "I promise you, Snot, I will do everything in my power to protect you and to bring justice to your classmates. Your faces are your own." Snot nodded, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, but Kevin could sense that there was something more troubling weighing on the boy's mind. "I appreciate that, mister," Snot replied. "It stinks that all my classmates had their faces stolen, but that's not even the worst part." Kyle and Marcus shared a curious look. "Then what is the worst part?" Kyle probed with astonishment. Kyle couldn't imagine anything worse than having his face replaced with that of a geriatric. Snot hesitated for a moment before speaking, his words tumbling out in a rush. It's hard, you know," Snot confessed, his voice quavering with emotion. "Looking at all my friends get their faces stolen and my face just sits here, not stolen. I just wish all of those evil people out there, whoever they are, wanted to steal my face too. Like, what's so wrong about my face?" Kevin and his team finally understood. Kyle and Marcus felt bad for the kid. "Your face is great, kid," Marcus offered. "Don't let anyone tell you anything different." "Yeah, if I was an evil bad guy, I would totally want to steal your face," Kyle added, doing his best to make the ugly teenager feel better. Pretty boy Frank felt a strange bond with Snot. Despite their differences in age and situation, they were united by their shared experiences of hating how their faces looked. Snot was considered ugly, while Pretty Boy was seen as horrific after his face had been scarred by acid. As Snot lamented his perceived shortcomings, Pretty Boy Frank sought to offer him comfort in his own unique way. With a solemn expression, Pretty Boy removed his burqa, revealing his face to Snot and to Snot alone. "Ah!" Snot screamed in horror. What Snot saw was worse than anything he had ever encountered, a face marred by scars and disfigurements, a haunting testament to the cruelty of the world that they lived in. Snot recoiled in horror, his screams piercing the ear before he collapsed into a dead faint. As Snot lay unconscious on the ground, Pretty Boy Frank's heart ached with empathy. He had hoped to show Snot that things could always be worse, but he had not anticipated the extent of his reaction. When Snot finally regained consciousness, his eyes fluttered open to find Pretty Boy Frank watching over him with concern. There was a newfound understanding between the two, born from their shared vulnerability and the stark realities they faced. As Snot struggled to come to terms with what he had seen, Pretty Boy Frank offered him a reassuring smile.
"I'm sorry, kid," he said softly. "I didn't mean to scare you, but sometimes it helps to put things into perspective."
Snot nodded, his expression thoughtful as he processed the encounter. At that moment, he realized that despite their differences, he and Pretty Boy Frank were more alike than he had ever imagined. Kevin's heart ached for young Snot. It was a pain no young person should ever have to endure. The feeling of being unwanted, even in the face of such cruelty. "I understand your pain, Snot," Kevin said softly, his voice filled with empathy. "But I want you to know, your worth isn't determined by your appearance or by what other people think of your appearance. Your actions make you the man that you are." Snot looked up at Kevin, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. For the first time in a long while, he felt seen, his burdens lifted ever so slightly by Kevin's words of kindness.
"It's a nice thought," Pretty Boy Frank offered, watching from close by. "But it doesn't help us get any closer to finding the face-off machine."
Pretty Boy was right. As Kevin pondered their next move, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. He turned to Snot, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "I have an idea," Kevin exclaimed, his voice filled with newfound enthusiasm. "What if we make your face attractive enough for the wealthy elite to want to steal it? We can use you as bait to lure out the face stealers and catch them in the act." Snot's eyes widened in surprise at the audacious suggestion, but then a hopeful glimmer shone in his eyes. "You mean you can actually make me handsome enough for them to want to steal my face?" he asked incredulously. Kevin nodded eagerly. "As I said before, you shouldn't care what others think about you, but in this instance, maybe we can use their poor judgment against them." Kevin affirmed, his confidence unwavering. "With a little bit of magic, we can transform your appearance and use it to expose those who have been preying on you and your classmates." A grin spread across Snot's face, his excitement palpable. "Let's do it!" he exclaimed eagerly, the prospect of being able to make a difference filling him with newfound determination. With Snot's enthusiastic agreement, Kevin knew that they were one step closer to bringing the face stealers to justice. With determination, Kevin dove into his secret book, scouring its pages for the perfect herbal remedies to transform Snot's appearance. He meticulously crafted potions, each designed to address a specific aspect of Snot's appearance that needed improvement. For Snot's skin, Kevin brewed a potent blend of herbs known for their cleansing and rejuvenating properties. The mixture promised to banish blemishes and restore a healthy glow to his complexion. "That's great," Marcus exclaimed. Next, Kevin turned his attention to Snot's teeth, which were marred by unsightly green mold. With a specialty formulated solution, he set to work, diligently scrubbing away the stubborn discoloration to reveal the pearly whites beneath. "So good, Kevin," Kyle offered. Snot's hair was next on the agenda. Kevin concocted a revitalizing hair conditioner infused with nourishing ingredients to restore its luster and vitality. With each application, Snot's looks regained their former shine, cascading in silky waves around his face. As Kevin worked tirelessly to realign Scott's eyes and soothe his perpetually chapped lips, he couldn't help but marvel at the transformation taking place before his eyes. Snot's once downtrodden appearance was gradually giving way to something altogether more handsome and refined. "Am I pretty?" Snot asked. "Take a look," Kevin replied. The moment of truth had finally arrived. As Snot gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a wide smile spread across his face. He looked great, confident, handsome, and ready to take on the world. As the final touches were made and Snot stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection with awe and wonder, Kevin couldn't help but feel a swell of pride in his chest. Together they had accomplished something truly remarkable. a testament to the power of perseverance and the magic of herbal remedies. "Oh, wow," Snot offered as he admired himself. With Snot's transformation complete, Kevin knew that they were ready to put their plan into action. And as they prepared to confront the face stealers once and for all, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement building within him. For with Snot by his side, there was no challenge they couldn't overcome. But before they could put their plan into action, they needed to test Snot's new appearance. And what better way to do so than by putting Snot's newfound charm to the ultimate test, asking out the school's head cheerleader, Tiff. Despite Tiff's elderly appearance, from the neck up at least, she was undeniably popular, and Snot had long harbored a secret crush on her. With a deep breath, Snot approached Tiff, his heart pounding in his chest. "Hey, Tiff," Snot began, his voice surprisingly steady. "I was wondering if you'd like to hang out with me sometime." To Snot's amazement, Tiff's eyes widened in surprise before a delighted smile spread across her face. "Oh my gosh, Snot, I'd love to," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm genuine. Kevin couldn't contain his excitement as he watched the scene unfold. It worked. Snot's transformation had not only boosted his confidence, but also captured the attention of the most popular girl in school. With Tiff's agreement to hang out, Kevin knew that they were one step closer to luring out the face stealers and putting an end to their nefarious activities once and for all. As they celebrated their success, Kevin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in what they had accomplished. With Snot as their secret weapon, they were ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead, united in their quest for justice and redemption.